We just start introducing ourselves, just in case you don't know. I think everybody knows me, Edwin Rutsch, director of the Empathy Center, and longtime advocate for creating a more empathic culture. William, you want to go?
Sure. I met Edwin, God, what, 5 years ago at the at St. Mary's Seminary in Santa Barbara, which had become the Empathy Center, and that's a long story in itself. But anyway, for a multitude of complex reasons, Edwin had to return to the Bay Area, which left the Santa Barbara community kind of bereft. So I assumed the presidency of the Santa Barbara chapter, what became the Santa Barbara chapter of the Empathy Center. And we're ongoing, and we have a core group that's really solid. And my intention is to be very consistent in presenting the cafes in person every week. And I'm also on the board of directors of the parent organization, and I'm semi-retired electrical engineer and poet, um, and married for 37 years and have a daughter who's living in Sacramento.
Thanks. Ingrid, do you want to go?
Yeah. My name is Ingrid Rutsch. I also met Edwin at the Empathy Center in Santa Barbara, and also William. And I heard about the center through some kind of email list from the NVC community with whom I had been involved for quite a while. And I've gone to every single training in Santa Barbara. In-person training, we had 7, I believe. And I got pretty involved with the Empathy Center since. Currently doing one, I've organized a couple of trainings in Phoenix. Well, I live in San Francisco, but I used to live in Phoenix for a long time. So I have a bigger community in Phoenix, and that's where I was inspired to bring the empathy centers to the empathy circle, to that community. And we did 2 in-person trainings in Phoenix so far. And I'm involved with being at trainings, at facilitator trainings. And I live in San Francisco, if I haven't said that, with my family, my husband and my daughter, her husband, and 3 kids in one household. We have different apartments, but in the same house. And what else? I've always been involved in alternative models of doing things, from an unschooling school to a workers-owned co-op to a co-housing community. I have tried to manifest these models unsuccessfully, so even though I tried pretty hard. So my I'd say a red thread throughout my whole life is to explore ways of being together and working together that are more humane, that support life better.
Okay, thanks, Ingrid. Bob, do you want to just introduce yourself?
I'm Bob Brown. I live in Thousand Oaks, California, which is between LA and Santa Barbara. I came in contact with Edwin at a anti-Trump march in January of 2017 and have been connected since. And most recently manned the empathy tent at Ventura College for their annual diversity and culture fair. So that was a joy. And anytime I'm with Edwin and fellow empaths, it's always a great balm for my soul. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Beata?
Hi, everyone. Yes, so I met Edwin, I don't remember how long ago, but that was before you had the center in California. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, uh, only online. I mean, it would be nice to meet in person, but I'm far away on different continent. So I live in currently in the UK, in London, but originally from Poland. Um, I am psychotherapist. I also work for homeless charity here in London. And yeah, I've been attending empathy circle since I had that training with Edwin. And I was running my own empathy circle. And then at the moment, I'm just attending different circles once, twice a week. And I really love the practice.
Great, thanks. So it's
Thank
going to
you.
be late for you there
Yeah.
in the UK. So thanks for being here. Jesse, so we're just doing short intros.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Jessie, living in Santa Barbara for almost 30 years, originally from China, and lived in Singapore for 2 years too. I joined the empathy circle almost 2 years ago in Santa Barbara when we had a training, 2 days session training. And ever since I started practicing empathy circle, I find more and more benefit of doing it. So I decided to learn more about what empathy circle can help us. And I also find a community in Santa Barbara that enjoys empathy circle.
Okay, thanks. So let me just give a little overview here. So this is an experimental empathy circle, and we're just kind of exploring what is it like to do an empathy circle for 8 hours. And we're recording this for educational and promotional purposes. And we just need someone to be a timekeeper. Maybe we can switch, every couple hours. Does someone want to?
Can we use the Zoom timer?
We can. Do you want to start with being the
Sure.
timekeeper and then we can switch after a couple hours. And so we'll just use the Zoom timekeeper. We'll start with 5-minute turns, which we can expand later. Maybe after a couple hours, we can make it 10 minutes, and maybe even after a while, we can even turn off the time. The topic, I had thought of what was your experience in the empathy circle, but to bring it more into the felt experience, I was thinking maybe what are feelings of concern, stress, worry, or fear you have, or whatever's on your mind. Does anyone have thoughts about that? Does that work? Okay. So I just find that the topic kind of brings us more into our felt experience than more of it. So with that, and then everyone knows how to do an empathy circle, so we don't really need a facilitator. So everyone's sort of a co-facilitator, and so you can try to stay in the call. If you need to go to the restroom or something, you can just get up and go. Or if you need to grab a drink or food, just step away. Maybe just post it in the chat, be right back, or something like that. And just take care of your whatever needs you have. So I think that's it. Any questions before we get started? Okay. Then whoever wants to start, select your listener. Yeah, go for it, William.
Edwin, will you listen?
I'm listening.
So I want to recount my very first experience with the empathy circle.
And then here you want to tell the story of your first empathy circle.
Right, and it actually was a training. And it was announced at the very beginning of the training that you can, quote, literally talk about anything, unquote.
And so in this the topic was talking about anything that you want to.
And I didn't see that could possibly work.
And you're kind of skeptical about it.
Right. And so I assumed sort of an adversarial attitude towards it and thought I would test this whole idea.
Mm. So you're going to sort of stress, want to sort of stress test it, and
Right.
challenge
And
it maybe.
the testing went really badly. It ended up being very traumatic for me.
And yeah, the things didn't go so well, and it was kind of more traumatic.
So it actually, what happened is very deeply personal, which I can go into slowly, but basically, a woman that I had a trauma bond with was facilitating, and and I was speaking to her, and what happened was I ended up just crying, and rather than her allowing me to cry for the allotted time and then to move on, the entire process broke down, and everybody was trying to comfort me. And so um, anyway, that I'll stop there.
Yeah, so you're going to stress test the circle, and someone who the facilitator was actually someone that you knew that you had a trauma bond with, and you started sharing, and then you started going into tears, crying, and then the process sort of broke down because everyone tried to comfort you instead of just staying with the process.
Right. And so based on that, I decided I was done with empathy circles. But then I reached out to you, and then you reached out to the woman, and that was really bad. Um, it just the whole nightmare escalated. But um, but I persevered, and I'm still here. And all of us survived, but it was rocky.
Yeah, so things started off kind of rocky, and but I did reach out to you, and then we did have some discussions, but things, yeah, it was kind of rocky, but you stuck with it.
Yeah. So um, yeah, I feel heard. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I'll speak to I guess Jesse. Speak to you.
Happy to listen.
Yes, yeah. William tells this story, often, but I think I'm glad he stuck with the empathy circle, because it was a little bit of a complicated situation, but I think it happened at the very end of the circle, and sometimes things can kind of depends on the facilitator. Things can get a little off, but if you stick with it, I think you really can get into the practice and the process.
So William had this experience at the end of the circle. It's because the facilitation probably was not in the right position. And it happens, but if you keep practice, things will change.
Yeah. So going back to kind of feelings of concern, I've been helping with my 96 and 97-year-old parents. They live in their home in Sacramento, near Sacramento, and just seeing what it's like to get old, and just how much care and help you sort of need. I kind of feel concerned about that, just imagining myself in that situation, and what's it going to be like getting in that age, and you kind of have health issues and dementia, and it's a little, just been thinking about that, feeling a little bit of concern about it.
So you kind of concerned about your parents in their 97, 96. At that age, all kind of physical and mental problem can happen related to yourself at that age. What you can do. So that's in your mind.
Yeah, and they have 3 children, so we have, and they have a lot of support. So it just takes to have around the clock care, in-home care, people helping them Plus, they have my sister who lives next door. So they have a lot of support, but I'm just seeing how much support it takes to take care of elderly people. And I don't think I'm going to have all that support.
So your parents has 3 kids and take turns to take care of them, and especially your sister lived next door, and so they got a lot of support. You're thinking about how much support you really need for people living at the age. You're concerned about yourself because about at that age, what kind of support you will have.
Yeah. And there's actually, we have a hired home care help. So they have people that are 24 hours, that sleep in their house to kind of keep an eye on them and kind of help them with cooking and everything. Plus, my sister lives next door and helps, and I go there every week or two, and kind of help out too. So they have a lot of support, but it's very expensive and it just takes a lot of resources, to take care of, someone at that age.
They have living help cooking for them, do all those physical things. Plus, you go every other week, every week and other week sometimes, and your sister goes there often next door. It's even that they seems like still need more help. You're concerned about the elderly age society, how much more resources needed to take care of elderly
Yeah,
people.
and I think of myself, like, okay, if I get in that situation, like, I don't have children, so you don't have that, and you need a lot of resources. So and who knows, you get dementia. Our mother has dementia. My father he had a little bit of a stroke, but he's sort of recuperated, and he goes out and he still works in the garden, every day, and does, he likes to really work. So I think that's really, but he did have a little bit of a stroke, so he really needed some extra care for a while there. So yeah.
You're concerned about your own situation because you don't have any children, and your father had a stroke, but is physically active now during the recovery period. Your mom has dementia, right? So that's make the situation more complicated.
Yeah, I feel heard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ingrid, will you listen?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I have concern that I had a concern during the COVID because things were changed dramatically. The world changed so fast.
You had, during the COVID pandemic, you had concerns, especially about the fast changes that happened in the world.
And also that time they started like a decoupling between US and China. And for a person that lived my half-life in China, half-life in US, I really deeply concerned about the relationship within the two countries.
And since you've lived half in China and half your life in the US, the relationship between these two countries is something that's important to you. It influences your daily life, and you had concerns about the changes in this relationship.
Yes. So I feel like my mind was like floating with the US and China relationship, and it affect my own business, and also I have some family issue going on, my relationship with my son. So all my life it was evolved with all those dynamic changes.
So you're sharing with us that another another area of concern for you is the relationship with your son. And then again, this US-China relationship, because you have business with China. And so the dynamic that's happening there impacts your life.
Yes. So during the process, I was looking for a lot of resources to help myself. And I find that the empathy circle really helped. For some reason, I didn't notice in the beginning. I just feel like I was so relaxed after I had a empathy circle. But the more I participate, the more I feel there's a scientific way why empathy circle works.
So having these things going on at the time of COVID, and you were searching for ways to get support, and that's when you came across the empathy circle. And in the beginning, what you noticed that you were just relaxed after a circle, but the longer you participated, the more you were curious about something more that's going on, and you researched that, and you found that there's actually scientific backup for some deeper effects of receiving empathy or being in the circle.
Yes, I think through my own observation for myself and other people around, I think the framework of the empathy circle really worked towards human nature.
Mm-hmm. So you have observed within yourself, but also with others, that empathy circles really, really work for human beings.
Yes. And I had a breakthrough experience with my son, my relationship with my son. And I feel that helped a lot. It's almost like a turning point for my life.
Mm-hmm. So you experienced the breakthrough in the relationship with your son, which is almost like a turning point in your life. And it sounded like you credit the empathy circle a little bit with that. Is that what you said?
It's everything.
Okay.
Empathy circle helped me with my communication. Empathy circle helped me, and also other things.
So you did several things to come to this breakthrough, but empathy circles specifically helped you with your communication.
Yes, helped me to slow down and practice the listening. And yes, thank you. I feel heard.
You're welcome. Beata, would you be my listener?
Yes, Ingrid, I'm listening.
I'm actually just waking up slowly. I'm usually not that active at 8 in the morning.
So you're just taking time to wake up, and usually at 8 o'clock, you are not that active.
Yeah. Yeah. So, let's see. It's kind of several topics have already been opened where I could continue, but with my slow mind, I'm not quite sure yet where it wants to go.
Yeah, so you're sensing that so many topics has been already open, and you could go in all directions, but with your slow mind, you don't know yet what direction you will go.
Yeah, also there's a sense we have so much time, so no, there is no rush.
We have so much time, so there is no rush.
Yeah. Um, I so it came up a few times that there is a need for support in life that is maybe more solid or more consistent, and that can happen in empathy circles when there is when you go consistently.
Mm-hmm. So it already come up, the need for support, and in empathy circle, this support can come consistently in a solid way.
Yeah, and so a couple of weeks ago, we I made a new acquaintance, and being asked about the topic came up. It was with Daniel, my husband, who shares empathy circle work with me, and he started to explain what an empathy circle is, and he went quite into detail in the way of he really gave the whole how-tos basically. And then the person to whom we talked said, "Oh, so it's therapy."
Mm-hmm. So you're recalling the situation when you were running empathy circle with your husband Daniel, and the way Daniel explained, he went quite deeply into detail about how to do it. And then one of the participants said, "Well, it's like a therapy."
No, it was actually a social situation.
Ah.
Somebody just asked about, we were just, we got to know each other, and we were sharing what each one is doing. And Daniel shared about the circle, but the way he did it is he basically gave the exact how-tos that we do. So he explained how we do an empathy circle. And the person said, "Oh, so that's therapy."
Right. So it actually was a social situation. You were with some people, and Daniel was explaining what empathy circle or how to do it. And again, the response was, "Well, it's like a therapy."
Yeah, that was really interesting to me, because in that ongoing circle that we're doing for like, it's probably a year and a half that we have done weekly circles on Zoom. And similar to what happens in Santa Barbara with a very solid core group, there is, it goes, it, there is a different dynamic than when you do a circle with new people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you've been running empathy circle for almost 1.5 years, and also attending in Santa Barbara Center, and where your impression is it's a different atmosphere when it's run with completely new people. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's an ongoing circle that has run for a year and a half, and I know this. I don't want to call it a dynamic. I notice that dimensions are opened that will that are not present in the same way in short-term engagements with circles.
Uh-huh. So this ongoing empathy circle with like regular participant might have a little bit different atmosphere when it's actually with people who are just introduced, who are new to empathy circle.
Yeah, thank you. I feel that.
Thank you. Bob, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. So I also a little bit like Ingrid, I feel like we have a lot of time, so I don't really have to rush, and that already gives me kind of spaciousness, like I can take time to reflect what I want to say.
So with today's format, there's lots of time, no need to rush, and you feel a sense of spaciousness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like I have a sense that I would like to be slow. Like what I'm saying, I would like to say this in the way that I'm discovering this for myself.
So there's a relaxed, slow pace that you can discover for yourself.
Yes, what I mean that when I'm speaking is a little bit like self-discovery. It's like I'm saying something and I feel like, oh, actually, I didn't meant to say this. I just discovered that I say that.
So as you are speaking in this relaxed format, there is a heightened sense of self-discovery.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, so don't be surprised if I will be slow intentionally.
So you're saying to us, we need not be surprised when things go slow, intentionally.
Yeah. Um, I think I want to follow this topic of that need being identified, that we as a human beings, um, we have this need for support.
So you're following the thread about human beings need support.
Yeah, yeah. There is something in our nature that we like to gather together and and we like to support each other, help each other, or communicate with each other. It feels very like a natural human need.
So as we identify the human need for gathering together and supporting each other, that's a very human thing.
Mm-hmm. And it's very clear to me that empathy circle addresses that need and practice how to voice it, how to how to support or collaborate with each other. I think it's very much encouraged.
The empathy circle meets this need for support and gathering and affirming that human quality.
And I remember that initially when I was introduced to empathy circle, I thought that the method is very simple, and I didn't recognize immediately a very deep effectiveness of it.
When you first entered into the empathy circle practice, you realized it was simple, and then you further realized there was such a depth to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the way I recognized that was that when I was regularly attending those spaces, that exactly that my need for feeling heard, feeling seen, feeling supported was like really met.
So as you took part in the circles, your need to be heard, your need to be seen, and your need to be supported was fully met in the empathy circle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. Thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay. William, would you please listen to me?
I'm listening.
My life changed in 1981 when I went to church for the first time in a long, long time.
In 1981, you had a big change in your life when you went to church for I guess after a long time of not going to church, or maybe for the first time,
After a long break, yes.
a long break.
And that marked the beginning of a search process that has continued to this day.
So that started, it sounds like a spiritual quest that continues to this day.
Exactly, exactly. And one of the most important parts of this quest, this pilgrimage, is the empathy circle.
So you're really crediting the empathy circle as being a major part of this quest.
I can remember being in the circle for the first time and having this sense of joy and being welcomed and accepted and affirmed.
So your very first experience with the empathy circle was profound for you in terms of feeling welcomed and connected.
And that's at the heart of what it really means for me to be a human being, is to have that affirmation.
So basically, what you experienced was a core value of human need, of human being human.
And I look around at 8 billion of us on the planet these days, and I'm so grateful to be part of this empathy movement that can touch more and more people and be such a important part for healing.
So you really see this practice as being revolutionary, and you look at the planet and the state of the planet, and you're filled with hope.
Yes. Um, and so I'm looking at today, and there are 6 of us here, and I think the vibrations will be spreading out throughout the world, joining the universal vibration for a very good effect.
So you have a belief that the fact that the 6 of us here today are doing this is going to cause ripples in some sort of cosmic fabric of the universe.
Yes. And just the feeling of gratitude and joy is so at the forefront of what I'm experiencing right now.
So I see your heart filled with joy right now.
Yes. And what else? I had some notes here. Um, the fact that the empathy circle explicitly talks about belonging and welcoming, and that's such an important thing that the world needs right now.
So, so what I hear you saying is that you built into the fabric of the empathy circle is this welcoming and belonging, and that's what the world needs right now.
Yes. And I think of that. I think it was in the news this past week when Melania Trump was addressing a group of women at the White House, and she mentioned how empathic her husband was, and everybody laughed at her.
So you're pointing out the irony of people's misunderstanding of the word empathy.
Yeah. And I think Melania and Donald have the capacity for empathy, and I think the work that we're doing and so many people are doing can help them realize that and live into it.
So the hope is that this work will promulgate a deeper um, appreciation of true empathy and the fact that the goal is for people to actually experience empathy.
Yes. William, thank you very much. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Ingrid, will you listen? You're muted.
Thank you. Yes.
Um, you were there at the first training that I went to, so you're dear to my heart.
So you remembering that special time of your special of your first time at the training, and it gives me a special place in your heart.
And I really appreciate folks talking, both you and Beata, talking about the fact that we needn't rush this today.
Yeah, and you.
And that I find myself rushing, and so I'm trying to breathe and to slow down.
Mm, you appreciate the reminder of the time that we have ahead of us, and it allows you to slow down and breathe.
Right. And I too think that this practice is revolutionary, and that my experience of new people entering the empathy circle for the first time is remarkable.
You experience the empathy circle as a revolutionary practice, and it's also shows up what happens when people come for the first time.
Almost invariably, new people, when they discover how safe the circle is, they often it's like a transformative experience for them. Oftentimes, they end up sobbing.
Yeah. So you are pointing out that the realization of the safety that can be felt in the circle is kind of is it's kind of a very essential element, and it leads to a really deep opening in people. They may even sob.
It's as though people a need that is very deep in all of us, and is not being addressed is suddenly filled, and the experiences it can be overwhelming.
Mhm. So experiencing that this need that is so deep and that may not have been met for a long time, that need is being met, that can be an overwhelming experience.
And I have to acknowledge Carl Rogers. He is sort of our lineage. And my first experience with Carl Rogers was when I was a student at UCLA, and I was in a group psychotherapy situation, and the therapist was a neo-Rogerian. And we did, as I believe, essentially an empathy circle. I don't, although there were the rules that we've established weren't there, but it was deep empathic listening.
Mm. So your experience with this Carl Roger type of listening goes way back to when you were a college student, and where there was a listening experience that was similar to the empathy circle, even though it didn't have the structure. And thinking of that, you want to honor and acknowledge Carl Rogers as our and your lineage.
Yes, it was a turning point in my life, that experience. It was huge.
Yeah, that experience back then was huge. It was a turning point.
One of the aspects of the experience was that I realized that it was safe enough for all of us to let ourselves open our hearts enough so that we all realized that we were all human, and that we shared experience on a very deep level. So the feeling of I'm not alone.
Mm. So you're pointing out again that the safety in that context is so important, because it allows us to open up to our common humanity, that we are the same in our needs. And now you said something else. I got distracted by the beep.
Well,
Yeah,
I feel heard, Ingrid. Thank you.
you're welcome. Edwin, would you be my listener?
Listening.
So I've started to write down smaller observation of what happens in the circle, and I'd like to eventually kind of wrap my brain around all of them and see how they're connected and explore this, explore what these observations mean.
So you've been writing down your observations of what happens in the empathy circle, and you'd like to kind of explore what they all means, maybe all together. And
Yeah. So one of the things that I have noticed is that the practice of the circle allows me, what I'm practicing also is to turn off my own need to speak and just at the moment, switch over to listening. And it is yeah.
And one of the observations you have is that you're able to turn off your need to speak and then just be kind of in a listening mode.
Yeah, and what happens in out in the world conversations is that we're not so aware of the distinction between speaking and listening, but the conversation is just one long thing that we experience as one thing. But in the empathy circle, we are very conscious of this is speaking and this is listening, and we have control over it.
In the empathy circle, we have control over our listening and speaking, and maybe more of an awareness of speaking, the difference between speaking and listening. And that compares to sort of everyday life where it all kind of just rolls together.
Yeah, and I find this an extremely valuable skill. So especially if you can actually, when you're triggered and you really want to defend yourself or really want to speak or so, you can still turn off your need to speak. That is a really valuable skill to me.
Yeah, in everyday life, you might have this need to speak, but you're just learning, seeing in the empathy circle, you can sort of practice turning that need off and just going into a listening mode, maybe being more conscious and aware of doing that.
And in the empathy circle, it's easy to learn that because if you turn off that need to speak and you concentrate on listening, it's only for a certain time and you will be able to speak. You are promised your speaking turn.
Yeah, you don't have to sort of compete to speak because you're going to turn it off, you're going to have a turn to speak later. So you know that that's going to happen.
Yeah. So in real life, let's say if you're in an argument with somebody and they want to, and you decide you're going to listen to them, you don't have that reassurance that they're going to listen to you.
And if you're in an argument with somebody, you don't have that assurance that they're going to change roles and they're going to actually just listen to you. So you don't have that awareness.
But here's another element of the empathy circle. I think with having experienced this, you're getting your turn in speaking so much, you also learn to say, okay, I've listened. This is now I want you to listen to me now from a different place. There's, I've actually used it with one of my grandkids, this way of approaching a situation.
So I'm not quite sure. So yeah,
I'm gonna explain it. My 6-year-old grandson kept talking about what he wants. I kept giving him empathy, but he would just insist on his situation. And then I finally said to him, look, I think you know that I understand what you want. Do you know what I need? And then I demanded mutuality. And you know what he said to me? He said, "You want kindness and respect."
Yeah, so you were just as the stories you were listening to your grandchild and listening, empathizing, and then you asked for empathy and said, "Do you know what I understand what you're saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?" He says, "Yes, you want kindness and respect," and so I think you were sort of tickled by that.
Yeah, but I had to remember to ask for the mutuality.
Yeah, you had to remember to ask for it. You just didn't get it. You had to actually ask for that mutuality.
Yeah, thank you. I feel
Okay.
that.
Beata, can I speak to you?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, I want to go back to this topic just to finish it off with with aging. Yeah, I mean, just seeing my mother, she kind of forgets who you are like in 15, 20 minutes. Like, oh, who are you again? So that's sort of the dementia.
Right. So you're going back to the topic that you brought here, going back to aging, and you giving your experience with your mother when, well, in 15, 20 minutes, she could forget who you are. And that's how dementia works.
Yeah. And I'm kind of like wondering if I get into that situation, if I would just, kind of do myself in, say, oh, euthanasia, right? Just take something and just say, okay, I don't want to live in this kind of a situation, where I'm just living in dementia for 5 years or whatever. So I just kind of been thinking about that, what I would do.
Okay, let me see if I've heard you. So you're wondering how it is to live in that space of dementia when you could forget actually things. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and instead of living in that, well, I would just probably kill myself, right? It's just like take some drugs or something and kind of end my life versus, instead of kind of go into that.
Okay. Again, I don't know, because of the connection, maybe, Edwin, I don't know if I got everything.
I can say it again. So
yeah.
what if I was going to have a really difficult time in my old age, when I'm 90s or whatever, would I I was thinking I would probably kill myself instead of, deal with that. So instead of knowing, oh, I know I'm going to go into dementia and it's going to, everything is going to sort of go, all the memories, that I'll take something to sort of kill myself instead.
Right. Yeah.
That's an option. Just thinking about that as an option.
So you're just reflecting, like one scenario is what, almost like questioning, asking, what if I had to face something like that? Wouldn't that be also an option, just to take some drugs and ending consciously this life, or just more like sleep into dementia, not knowing what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. And then just all the care that it takes. I mean, somebody has to take care of you too and your life is, So yeah, and just it takes a lot of resources to take care of somebody for 5 years or something. Let's say with dementia, it's somebody has to be there like all the time.
And you're also wondering that if you're in that space of dementia, all the resources that require to look after a person in that state, all the care, sounds like you contemplating this almost like a burden, something.
Exactly. It's kind of sort of a burden, and the quality of life. I guess that's the thing of it's like, oh, what's the quality of life? I mean, I have a pretty good quality of life now, feel pretty happy. But I'm just thinking, just seeing that in my parents, and just sort of just kind of thinking of what would I do in that situation, and can sort of self-delete as an option, and I just kind of think about it, and I'm just kind of voicing it now to kind of think about it yeah.
Yeah. So you're curious, you're voicing how that could be, and what would be the quality of life. At the moment, you have very good quality of life, and how that would be when that changes, the consciousness. And what if the option of deleting yourself is not available?
Oh, maybe another way of bringing it into the empathy circle. If I couldn't do empathy circles anymore, at some point you couldn't remember what the person says. Your health is so bad you couldn't take part. I kind of imagine myself, like doing an empathy circle to the very end. It's like you're on death's bed and you're still doing an empathy circle kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And imagining how that would be in that state of dementia to do empathy circle, like when you cannot remember what people said and how to reflect, and like you're going into the future thinking, how would that be doing empathy circle on your deathbed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. Like, I don't know, let's say there's some cancer or something, you can kind of just keep, if I can still keep being in relationship with people in an empathy circle, yeah, maybe you could even sort of, yeah, you could die doing an empathy circle. It's like, in my last breath, I reflect or get reflected.
Yeah, so sounds like you would like to continue this practice almost like to the last breath of your life, and you laughing about it. What if you were reflecting on your last breath? But also you putting this in a context, if that was possible, maybe if there were other conditions like cancer, you can still keep going with this practice.
Yeah, but so I'm just kind of playing with the ideas, and just nice to air it, and with that I feel heard. Thanks.
And at the moment, you're just playing with those ideas. You're curious how that could be.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jessie, will you listen to me?
Sure, I'm happy to listen.
Okay. Yeah, I also think about that state when you're actually losing conscious connection to the world and to the people, and how it is to be in that space.
You are also concerned if you're losing consciousness to the world, to the people, how it will be a person living in that state.
Yeah, so maybe I'm not concerned. I'm a little bit like Edwin, just curious about the state of dimension. How is that like?
So you're curious about the people who are in dementia. How is their mind is like?
Because in some way it feels maybe it's not a bad state, because in some way you just don't remember, like you're constantly losing the reference to something. So on a spiritual level, it feels very spacious, like you're losing identity. But rarely people refer that this is pleasant. Usually they refer that it's very stressful, that state.
Okay, can you say that more, if it's more stress or more
stress?
Okay, so you think when people are losing their identity and forget things all the time, their mind probably more free. Is that what I heard?
Yes, yes.
Open to more things, not just attached to themselves, probably. So they're more open. But to other people, the stress part, I didn't get what's related to stress.
So usually if people express, that space, rarely they express this as this is amazing. Usually they express this that it's very stressful to be in that space of dementia.
So when they express it feels more stressful in the
When they
dementia.
voice what dementia is, when they want to describe to other people, usually it sounds like it's a stressful state, not an amazing state.
Okay. So when they express to other people feel it's in a stressful situation, related to them in a stressful situation, but the person who experiences it maybe feel a freedom, a free. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, I think I'm not expressing myself clearly, so I'll try again. What I hear from people who are experiencing dementia, if they have still some capacity left to explain, they usually explain this as a stressful condition.
So the people who experience dementia, they express as a very stressful condition.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I also have an elder mother, and that was my concern that at some point I would be losing connection with her, which for me would be very stressful because I really love the connection with my mom.
So you also have a mom who is getting older, and you're concerning at certain point you will lose the connection with her because you are very you love the connection with your mom. You're concerned about losing it.
Yeah, yeah. So at the moment, the connection is still good. She's in her 90s. And I feel like it's a big blessing.
At the moment, she's already in 90 and you still have a good connection mentally with her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. I feel heard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bob, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Great. I feel like the world is shifting. I've been going through for a decade, went through a very stressful time.
Over the past decade, it's been a very stressful time for you.
And recently, I feel like things are shifting also to slowly evolving to a direction maybe lead better life.
So you sense that there's possibly a shift for the better in life.
I was watching the video Trump visiting China.
You were watching a video of Trump visiting China?
And so after COVID, when I went to China, I feel this connection.
So after COVID, you visited China and you felt a connection.
Disconnection.
Disconnection, excuse me.
That was the first time I felt disconnect physically after I left China almost 30 years ago.
So you left China 30 years ago, but after COVID, it was the first time you were aware of the disconnection.
Yes. Usually after 2 or 3 years when I go back, I still feel the connection. But this time after COVID was 4 years, I haven't been there. Just by talking to them on WeChat, and every information I got was not enough. You have to be there to understand what's going on in China.
So before COVID, you would visit China every 2 or 3 years, and you felt the connection. And now after COVID, you do chats and in online connections, but it doesn't feel the same.
Yes, so I hope this time the group of American delegation went to China bring up more close understanding of each other, just like the empathy circle does. You don't have to agree with each other, but start to understand what's each other's position.
So in this recent visit by an American delegation to China, you have hope that there will be a sense of connection and relationship, even if there's a disagreement.
Yes, it's just like China has 5,000 of history of its own, and the US is a very young country. They are two different, very different dynamics, dynamic country.
So the China tradition is 5,000 years old. The US tradition is barely 250 years old. So there's quite a difference in that history and a connection that might not be easy to make between those two countries.
Yes, I think it's the understanding. Yes, start with understanding. It you cannot require the two country to or the people to totally agree with each other because they've been living in different ways for 250 years is a long time also. You cannot change each other, but at least start with understand.
So with the two different cultures, the important thing is understanding, and there's not so much the requirement for agreement, but just to appreciate the differences in the cultures and understand that appreciation.
Yes, just like when I was working on joint venture, I trying to help the two parties, the partners, to understand each other and leverage the synergy, the to leverage the difference between the two parties, so they can appreciate each other's long points as well as short points to compensate each other.
So as you work with groups, pardon me, you are aware of the synergy and the power of leverage to help bridge the gap between two different groups.
Yes, I feel heard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ingrid, would you please listen to me?
Yes.
I want to share the joy and the right here, right now awareness that fills me with delight.
You'd like to share with us an awareness you have right now, and it's an awareness of joy and delight.
Yes. And someone mentioned the word safe, and that really touched me because over the last 75 years, there's been a unconscious, subconscious fear in me of being hurt or being victimized. And this safety that the empathy circle fosters is so important to me.
Mhm. So you're aware of the sense of feeling safe is so important to you, and the word has just come up, and you're reflecting how all your life you there was a fear of being hurt, which so when you're aware of that, you realize how important it is to feel safe.
Yes. And someone else mentioned the word spaciousness. And to me, spaciousness and openness are a way of acknowledging the freedom and the safety and the wholeness that is available to us.
Mhm. So there's this other quality of spaciousness that speaks to you. For you, it has to do with freedom and wholeness, and which are things that are always there for us if there is space for it.
Yes. And I think it was somebody mentioned Carl Rogers, and I put a list of names of people that are important to me. And one of the names is Rupert Spira, who's an Englishman who talks about consciousness and awareness. And then there's Carl Rogers and Edwin Rutsch and Jesse and Beata and Ingrid and William and myself. And what a wonderful group to belong to with so many others in that group. What a joy it is to be part of that.
So it sounds like you're celebrating the people of all kinds of backgrounds. You're starting with Carl Rogers and then another teacher, Rupert Spira, that has been important for you, but you include everyone in this circle as a source of inspiration for you.
And I heard the word awareness, and to me, that is so at the heart of what it means to be human, of what it means to be a part of the universe, part of a universal cosmic awareness that produces all of us and that we all take part in. So awareness is such a rich, rich concept for me.
So another very rich concept for you is awareness. And it sounds like it's something that for you it's something that allows you to connect your own experience with the universal experience.
Yes. And hearing Edwin talk about his concern about being old and not mentally acute, there's an old movie called What a Way to Go.
You're reminded of this old movie, What a Way to Go, when Edwin speaks about his concerns about losing mental capacity when aging.
And the movie stars Shirley MacLaine, and she marries a succession of men who die. And these are all stars and big famous people, Dean Martin, Paul Newman, Gene Kelly, just this wonderful, beautiful group of people. And they keep dying, and she's a widow again and again, and she becomes terribly wealthy. And the problem of having to live with all this wealth.
So you're sharing with us that in this movie, Shirley MacLaine marries all these men that they are all famous actors, and but they all die on her, and then she ends up with all this wealth, and she's just a widow to all these amazing men. But here she is.
And for me, the meaning of that is I need to appreciate my wealth and be generous and abundant. And that's part of what empathy helps me to be.
Hmm. Let me see if I can get that connection. You say the meaning of this movie for you is to appreciate your wealth, and the empathy circle reminds you of that wealth that you have.
Yes. Ingrid, thank you. I feel fully heard. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Beata, did I ask you before to be my listener? I forgot. I can't remember.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. I'll go back to you anyway. Mm, my mother died when I was I was 25. She was only 50.
So your mother died when she was 50 and you were only 25.
Yeah, she got sick of cancer when I was 19, and I was pretty kind of involved in her with her during that time of her illness. It was very difficult.
Mm. So she got cancer when you were 19, and you were very involved in her condition, and it was very difficult.
Yeah, I had a little bumpy relationship with her, but when she died, I was actually the only one who was with her when she died.
Mm. And although that relationship could be a bit rocky sometimes, you were actually the one who was with her when she died.
Yeah, and my father also died when I was 32 or something. And my brother died 2 years ago. He was only 66. I'm the only one left in the immediate family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you also lost your father when you were 32, and you lost your brother. And all of them, they were not that old.
Yeah. My father was in his 70s. He's not old by the by the idea that we have now about life expectancy. But so I have a little bit, and then I had an uncle to whom I was very close. He was almost like he was like a parent to me. He died. He was much older when he died. He was 85, but he died. He had dementia.
Mm-hmm. So one of your uncles was almost like a parent to you, died in his 80s, and he had dementia.
I took care of him quite a bit, as I did with my mom.
Mm-hmm. And you took care of him like you took care of your mom?
Yeah, so my dad also had dementia, but my uncle, I got a very, um, I got to experience it closely with him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So when you were with your uncle, you actually really experienced what that dementia is.
Yeah, he didn't have Alzheimer's. He more had the senile dementia, which is in a way, it's kind of, it's kinder. It's my dad had Alzheimer's, so I can tell that I could tell the difference.
Mm-hmm. So you feel like dementia is a bit kinder than Alzheimer, and because your father had Alzheimer and this uncle had dementia, you could compare, and you feel like dementia was a bit kinder.
But my uncle didn't suffer from the dementia. It was not as it was described earlier that it was stressful to him, maybe mildly, but he was actually very much at peace with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So he didn't die from dementia. The way he was experiencing wasn't stressful, was more peaceful.
Yeah. He would do this thing where I would tell the same story over and over. And of course I would listen, but when I maybe once in a while would say, "You have told me that," he said to me, "Well, do you think I don't know that?"
Okay. And well, he had this habit that he was telling the same stories all over. And then when you said that to him, he said, "Well, I know that. I know that I told you that before."
Yeah. Well, it's a symptom of the dementia to repeat the same stories. But he, yeah, I'm going to leave it like that. I'll speak more about it later. Thanks for listening, Beata.
Mm-hmm. And you just said that it's one of the symptoms to repeat the stories, the symptoms of dementia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you. William, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, I really like what Bob was sharing when you mentioned some of the teachers, people who inspire you, and you include us in that circle. I thought that was very beautiful.
So you were marking on enjoying what Bob related about his list of people, and he included us, and that touched you deeply.
Yeah, that felt really nice to be on that list, just after Rupert Spira and Carol Rogers. Like, wow, okay, I never thought about myself that way, that I can be in that circle, but why not?
So to be included with Robert Spira and Carl Rogers is that's um, uh, um, flattering at the very least.
Yeah. And then I was thinking about exactly the principle of empathy circle, and the principle that Edwin also brought, that this practice is democratic, like here we are equal.
So you're pointing out that something that Edwin expressed, that this process is truly democratic, that we're all have equal opportunity to speak and to listen.
Mm-hmm. So I was thinking, if suddenly a celebrity arrive here, like the most beloved teacher, someone who I admire, he actually will be one of this equal. There wouldn't be any special treat for this person. We would be sharing equally.
So this process normalizes people, basically creates an equality among all the participants. So even if one is a high roller, that they're basically included in this democracy.
Well, exactly, because in another situation, if someone important, enter the circle, sometimes people put so much attention on that person. Yeah, because they're curious, they want to ask questions. And something like that will not survive in the empathy circle.
So the empathy circle process in a way diffuses um, um, big egos, if you will, or even the perception of a big ego in the other participants. Basically, creates this equality, which is very freeing.
Well, exactly, yes. And then that brings me to it brings me to that maybe deeper understanding of like a human right for equality.
So you're realizing that you're feeling within you that there's an important drive among humans to feel equal to others.
Mm-hmm. And this practice really cultivates this.
Mm-hmm. And this empathy circle process actually helps us to learn how to do that.
Yeah. So that is one of these really deep um, qualities of empathy circle that maybe I was not recognizing initially when I started.
So you're realizing that you're seeing a new aspect of the empathy circle process.
Yeah. And in that way, I also agree how helpful this practice could be to bring, well, in all this situation where the big egos, I don't want to say fight, but where the big egos have a conversation with each other, and those spaces are not very effective or potent.
Okay, I'm not sure I got all of that,
Mm-hmm.
but when big egos collide, then there's a lack of empathy. That's what I think I heard you say.
Yeah, there is, like, they don't listen to each other. They basically just shouting what their opinions are, and there is not a practice that supports them to listen to each other.
Right. So basically, what I hear you saying is that oftentimes in normal conversation, there really is no communication, it's basically a dance of egos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I feel fully heard.
Thank you, Beata. Bob, will you listen?
I'm listening.
I'm intrigued by your bringing up the name Rupert Spira.
You're intrigued by the name Rupert Spira.
Spira. I have a Buddhist practice, and I've also rediscovered psychedelics in my um, waning years, and so um, so I really feel like I'm focusing more on a spiritual quest.
You are involved in the Buddhist practice and you've taken up psychedelics in your later years. And it sounds like that's very delightful for you.
Um, Delightful. I wouldn't, I'm not sure that's the right word, but maybe deeply engaging, I guess is probably more accurate.
More accurately, deeply engaging.
Right. I'm watching myself, my inner feelings as I sit with you all, and it's very intense for me. I'm very valuable and very intense.
So as you pay attention to your inner feelings, it's very intense and very valuable.
Right. I find my body shaking with energy.
Your body's shaking with energy.
Yeah. Um, and um, my thoughts are all over the place. I have so much to say, and I don't know where to start.
Your thoughts are all over the place. You have so much to say, you don't know where to start.
Right. Um, we in Santa Barbara, we decided for a while to deliver a disclaimer at the beginning of each circle, basically saying this is not therapy, and there are no therapists present.
There was a statement made in the Santa Barbara circles, this is not therapy. There are no therapists present.
It wasn't. It was. We talked about doing this. We actually didn't do it.
So you were talking about doing it, but it wasn't actually done.
Right. It seemed kind of like a disincentive, like saying, this isn't really safe. So we never implemented that.
It sounded like a disincentive, so it wasn't implemented.
Right. But nonetheless, I see enormous similarities between the empathy circle and therapy.
Whether it's expressed or not, you see a great connection between therapy and empathy circles.
Right. And it's the world is in such profound, deep need of psychotherapy. I think that the world is in a mental health crisis.
The world has a deep need for psychotherapy. It's in a mental health crisis.
Right. And so this is a way of satisfying some of those needs for people who can't afford psychotherapy.
For people who can't afford psychotherapy, the empathy circle feels a great need.
Right. So I'm an incentive that I've thought about, but I haven't really brought forward is perhaps that we could recognize that that's process is actually happening, and maybe have some training for facilitators.
So to honor this practice as it happens, you see a need for training more people for facilitators.
Right. This is like an initiative that I have that I have not expressed yet. I guess I'm expressing it right now for the first time.
So for the first time, you're expressing your desire to be part of this initiative.
Right. Basically, to suggest that we acknowledge that that's part of what we're providing
So
as facilitators.
so facilitators can acknowledge that there is a therapeutic aspect to the empathy circle.
Because things can go off the rails in a pretty, and I've had that experience. with one person.
You've had the experience of the empathy circle going off the rails.
Right. Or somebody goes into a deep crisis right in the circle.
Or the expression of a deep crisis enters the circle.
Well, a particular individual entered basically is um, is obviously very, very disturbed.
So you've experienced a very disturbed individual as a part of an empathy circle.
Yes, thank you. I feel heard, Bob. Thanks.
Okay. Jesse, would you please listen to me?
Yes, I'm happy to listen, Bob.
I've heard at least a couple of people talk about grief. And I am absolutely convinced that the empathy circle is a fantastic place for grief to be healed.
You heard a few people talking about grief, and you think empathy circle is a great place to relieve the grief.
I know that in my lifetime, my mother died when I was fairly young. My dad died. My brother took his own life. So all of this sadness and loss was a cause of grief for me. And I am so grateful to the empathy circle where I can be listened to. And it's such a feeling of relief, and the grief just flows out and it goes away and never comes back.
You are so appreciate the empathy circle is there for you to release your grief because your family member passed away one by one. Some of them passed away when you were young, and empathy circle is the place you feel like you can you get a relief of the grief, and also help you to just thrive your thoughts in there.
Yes. And the empathy circle helps remind me that grief is not something I have to hold on to.
Great. Empathy circle help you probably through other people's talking, and you realize grief is not something you have to hold on.
I can honor it and be aware of it and realize that it's not helpful. And I can offer it to the empathy circle and poof, it's gone.
And you become aware that grief is something you can be aware of and then recognize, but you can just talk it all out and let it go.
Right. I also heard someone talk about the democratic aspect of the empathy circle and how all people are equal. And I want to expand that we are all equal as people. We are all belonging to each other with animals, with the earth, with the air, with the water. And we're all one united community, and empathy helps us recognize that and belong to it.
And you heard that empathy circle is a democratic process. Everybody here are equal. Whatever it's a celebrity or a politician here, they have to survive in this framework. And you agree, and then you think everything on the earth are connect equally. We all need to respect and treat other equally with the animal, with treat respect with the nature, and live in harmony with the environment.
Yes. And I think of our connections with Europe and Asia and Singapore, and what a great way as an empathy circle to make these connections and honor the unity and the joy of being one in all of this.
And you think about our different continental, like Europe, Asia, America, it can be all united as one unity of the world. And it will be so great that if everybody can be around the world, the international society can be united and live help each other to be equally joyful with each other.
Jesse, thank you. I feel fully heard. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm glad you feel heard. Edwin, were you here? Will you listen to me?
Listening.
Great. So I heard a concern about dementia and our mind may losing it when we get old.
So you just heard the concern about dementia and losing our minds as we get older.
And I wonder if I think if we could keep doing empathy circle, will that help to delay or at least delay or maybe not even getting into dementia?
So you're wondering if empathy circles help you from getting dementia or delay it, at least.
That's why I'm very interested in this 8-hour process, what it can do to my brain.
And maybe this 8-hour process, you're just curious what it does to your brain, and what do you think? What could it help with dementia?
Yeah, I think my mom had dementia before she passed away.
And you're thinking your mother had it, dementia?
She can still remember all of us, but she kind of lost the direction and some kind of memory. Like she on the street, she forgot which direction to go back home, even it's just 1 block away.
Yeah, so she still remembered you, but she was losing like the sense of direction.
And I wonder when people in a dementia situation, they don't really recognize that they are losing it. They don't think they are losing it.
So you're just wondering about the quality of dementia, that when you have it, you don't really realize that you have it, possibly.
Yeah, right. So it's like Beata was saying, they open up their mind in a different dimension, probably a different way.
So maybe like Beata was saying, that there's more of a feeling of openness when you have when you have dementia.
Yeah. So the other thing I was thinking about this empathy circle process that everybody's talking about is democratic process. Everybody is equal.
And you're thinking about what we've talked about with there's an equality, a sort of a democratic quality in the empathy circle.
And I think that's what the universe created, the way that for everything is equal, like a human being, the nature and the animal. And that's why I think empathy circle created the way that's matches with human nature and the universal laws.
Yeah, there's sort of a universal law that everyone is equal, and we're equal with nature. And the empathy circle sort of directs you towards that.
And the other thing is the differences in the world. As I was studying the Buddhist, one of the Buddhist mentors said, treat everything equally. Nothing is bad. Nothing is good. everything just as it is.
So there's a Buddhist precept about just seeing everything as it is, not good or bad, not maybe judging it.
Yes, not judging is the key word, and also the variety, the diversity, because if you don't have the differences, uh, the world cannot move because everything is the same. Things staying the same, it won't move. It's the differences make things move forward, make the world move forward. So I guess somebody has to be different. Like the air, when there's a pressure, the difference pressure, the air will move. If the pressure is the same, things will stay still.
Mm-hmm. It's really differences that make sort of a dynamic of movement. For example, with the weather, if you have a low pressure, everything was low, it wouldn't move, but because it's low and high, there's movement. And you're just seeing that as a sort of a principle, human, a natural, a principle of nature, I guess.
Yes, it took me a while to understand that, but the more I thought about it, the more it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like took you a while to get to that awareness, but it really makes sense to you.
Yes, thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay, speak to Ingrid.
Listening.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on what William was saying about the empathy circle is therapeutic or is like a form of therapy.
You want to continue William's topic of the empathy circle being therapeutic.
And sort of bring in the part that you and I had talked about, that we were looking at the kind of having the empathy circle be more maybe formally sort of as a form of therapy, but not calling it therapy because you can't use that term legally, you know, because there's like laws against saying this is that we're doing therapy.
So that also relates to something you and I have talked about, which is using the empathy circle as a form of therapy, even though it wouldn't be called therapy for legal reasons.
And so we're looking at, you know, how people could make an income from the empathy circle. So the therapy is very expensive, and the empathy circle can be an alternative, one where you just have, you know, people organize their own circles and they hold them. And then another option is where there's a paid facilitator who does all the organization, keeps the space, and having that paid role could be an income source to help sort of propagate empathy circles.
So the idea is to create another type of empathy circle where the facilitator is paid, and that it would be to create a source of income for facilitators might also be a way to promote empathy circles more, because people could dedicate themselves to doing empathy. You didn't say that, you said propagate, so I expanded on that thought. And
yeah, it's to expand the empathy circle, and because I know so many people that want to do more with empathy and empathy circles, but they can't make a living at it. So you and I had talked about it. We had a little project that we had just started, like wanted maybe bring in some, you know, therapists and so forth to create the empathy, sort of a paid framework, you know, is one model that would be sort of peer support, this form of peer support would be a lot, you know, way cheaper than therapy.
yeah, that model kind of lends itself to many to meet many different needs that are quite unmet these days. So many people do need therapy, but therapy is expensive. And then there is also the income need that people have, that people would want to dedicate themselves to offering empathy circles, but they can't do it if it's only if it is a voluntary engagement. So you're just wondering if there's a way to kind of connect these two needs in a in a meaningful, a successful way, in an effective way.
Yeah, and people can still organize a circle like most people do. But also for the facilitator, if someone's facilitating, there's a lot of work. You have to organize, schedule, facilitate, time keep, kind of all that stuff. If they are compensated for that, I think it could, it could kind of help with creating for their needs too, for the facilitators' needs.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that all circles are paid. People can continue to do that on a voluntary basis. But this model also does recognize that facilitators do put in a lot of work when they organize an empathy circle. And then their work, their effort would be compensated.
Yeah, and we had talked about that, and we have a little group that we're getting started to sort of see it, develop it, how to create a structure around that and tools to support it.
Yeah, and this idea is already in the beginning stages of a project. There's already some gathering of ideas and the desire to go on to develop that idea further.
Yeah, I just add one more idea that in the empathy circle versus just therapy where you're being heard, which is important for sort of an emergency, you're also learning the mutuality in the empathy circle versus just straight therapy, where you're actually learning a skill that you can take out into your family and your everyday life. So I think that's an important part of it. It's not just, oh, I'm here to be heard, but it's like, I'm here to be heard. I'm here to listen to others and learn that skill, and learning how to take it out into my everyday, the whole mindset into my everyday life.
So you're pointing out that the empathy circles offer something beyond therapy, where the emphasis is on being heard, which is something that happens in the empathy circles. But in the empathy circle, in addition to that, you also learn to listen to others, which is a skill you can take out in the world. And it's so the mutuality aspect in the empathy circle is an important learning piece for people.
Yeah, I feel very heard. Thank you.
William, would you be my listener?
Listening.
Yeah, I am very interested in this idea to offer empathy circles that are kind of more focused and so and that can be a source of income for facilitators.
So you're very engaged with this discussion, this thread about basically trying to make this what we're trying to build here self-supporting financially.
Yeah, and so I think a couple of elements could be added to the circle that would I don't know if justify is the right word, but that make it reasonable that the facilitator gets paid. And so one element is, so I would imagine groups that run for a certain amount of time, and then groups that are closed, so to say, so you have the same people. So we already do have a safe space in the empathy circle, but knowing who is there and it's not drop in, I think it would emphasize that safety aspect.
So what I hear you saying is that a way of justifying monetizing what we're doing is to create a closed group where the safety is guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm glossing over something that's deeper. I'm doing so
Yeah.
a
So,
lot.
and then also providing a topic and possibly in between sessions offer some inspiration around that topic that could be added not value, because the empathy circle is already valuable, but it would be input from the facilitator that people would appreciate.
A little bit distracted by Jesse's departure, but could you say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think if you offer a topic and as a facilitator have some thought around that topic and present that maybe at the beginning or during this, in between the sessions, I think that will also it can't think of a better word, but it kind of tightens up the concept.
I think I hear it now. The idea is to create an intentional community around a topic that that is recognized as a closed community.
Yeah, and so the holding of the space of that, I think, might require more skill, or more intention, more effort.
So that kind of implies that perhaps there's more training would be required for the facilitator.
Yeah, and I think it will invite a different group of people who are looking for something that is a little more defined, a little more. They don't understand yet that an empathy circle does have the safety and the holding. They would see that more in a group that has a format that's defined in that way.
So this very structure would select for a particular group of people where there's a built-in compatibility.
Yeah, yeah. But so I have actually already done some research and so on about that. I don't want to go so much into that, but I really want to talk about why I think that the empathy circle is so healing. Now I only have 45 seconds.
So what you would really like to discuss is in what ways the empathy circle is so deeply healing.
And I think it has to do with the fact that people listen to you voluntarily and that is recognized.
So one aspect of it would be that as a speaker, you recognize you're being listened to by somebody that really cares.
Yeah. And I think this whole, I don't know that much about therapy, but there's this whole aspect of the transferring and this and that and the relationship with the therapist that all falls away because you have just another person who said, yeah, I'm listening to you. I hear you. I care for you. You matter.
So I think what I heard is basically wanting to look at the difference between empathy circles and therapy, and basically, I guess, acknowledging that what we're doing is not therapy. I think. I'm not sure I got the more of.
Yeah. Well, I think it's therapeutic, but it's not therapy in the sense how we define therapy,
Right.
which is a person is trained to recognize another person's problems and helps them address that. That's kind of a definition of, I've never thought about the definition of therapy, but that comes to my mind that in therapy you have that role, and we don't have that in the empathy circle. Therefore, it's not therapy.
So this process of empathy circles is therapeutic, but it's not therapy.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ingrid. Beata.
Yes, William, I'm listening.
So you're a therapist. Am I correct?
Yeah, so you're asking if I'm a therapist.
Yeah, and are you a therapist?
I am.
Okay. Well, I honor your service.
And you're just saying that you honor the service of therapists.
Right. So talking again about one experience that I had with in a circle where somebody was deeply disturbed.
So you're going back to those experiences when someone in an empathy circle was deeply distressed.
Right. And I've had a lot of personal experience with therapy, and so I kind of ad-libbed being a therapist in that situation.
Mhm. So you have a lot of experience with therapy, and sorry, I didn't get the last bit, that you were acting like a therapist, or you were
Right,
acting.
right. And basically, I reassured this person that I had him and that I wasn't going to go away. And I basically comforted him. I
Right.
connected with him one on one.
Mhm. And so in that space, you make a connection with this person and reassure that he's in a safe space
Right.
and that you are there, yeah, present for him.
But it begs the question, what if you're in a circle and somebody declares their intention to kill themselves? What
Mm-hmm.
does one do?
Mm-hmm. And you bring in this question, like, what about if someone expresses to harm himself or herself? Like, yeah, what would that look like in an empathy circle?
So there are moral concerns and ethical concerns,
Mm-hmm.
so I right now I have my head in the sand about that. I'm um, afraid to look at that and hoping that that never happens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the issue, like, that you previously brought, you're not sure how to look at it because there are some moral responsibilities and ethical. Um, and you said, like, the moment you're putting like, your head in the sand.
Um, so nonetheless, I am deeply engaged with this, and I want to honor Edwin's utter passion for what he he's relentless in his pursuit of growing this, and have a great deal of admiration for him.
Mm. So you expressing your admiration, your respect for Edwin, and his passion. And I don't know if you said outside of empathy circle or just in relation to, yeah, this movement.
Edwin has a one-track mind.
Ah, right.
Said with great love.
Mhm. So you're saying that Edwin has a one-side mind, and you're expressing this with love.
Yeah, and I feel heard. Thank you very much, Beata.
Mhm. Thank you, William. Okay. Edwin, would you listen to me?
Listening.
Mhm. Yes, so maybe I would like to name what is therapeutic in empathy circle. Like, so one of the things is that we're listening. So for me, listening, it's an art of healing on its own.
So you want to name what qualities of the empathy circle are therapeutic, and it's the core is just listening, and that's therapeutic just by itself.
Yeah. And it always amazes me that we human beings, and maybe other beings as well, uh, we really love to be listened to. And for some reason, we need another human being.
Yeah, it sort of amazes you that people just love being listened to, and it takes another human being to do the listening.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I was thinking, I can also speak to the space, I can speak to the tree, I can speak to the plant, to the pet. And that's okay. That is also some kind of expression and listening. But for some reason, I need another nervous system to respond to me.
So you're just exploring the importance of listening. You can speak to nature, you can speak to a pet, you can speak to a lot of different situations, but you just see the importance of that you're needing someone there, another human being to listen to you. It's important.
Yeah. with their nervous system. And that is another therapeutic quality that we co-regulate here in Empathy Circle, that one nervous system listen to my nervous system, and we multiply that, and that is very grounding and healing.
Yes, you're sort of using the term nervous system. It's like we're all nervous system, and one nervous system listens to another, and nervous systems listen to each other, and that has a grounding quality for the different nervous systems.
Mm-hmm. And when you were reflecting back, I had this sense of, like, with this web of nervous systems now in this space, that at certain point is difficult to differentiate. Is this your nervous system? Is it mine? It's like the whole ecosystem is created.
Yeah, just kind of the question came up for you, but there's an ecosystem of nervous systems, and which nervous system is doing what? They sort of seem to merge together where the boundaries are maybe not so clear.
Yeah, so that's what happened. Yeah, when we come together in this space, and I'm feeling this now after like 2 hours of being with you. That space between us becomes more open.
Yeah, and now that we've done this for about 2 hours, just noticing that the space is becoming more open over time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I also sense that beyond our words, yeah, our expression, we start to vibing with each other. Like sooner or later, there would be like a relational attunement.
Mm-hmm. And we go beyond the words that are being said here. There's a vibrational attunement that we start having with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when I experience that space, I feel very excited.
Yeah, I feel very excited just feeling that emotional attunement that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay. We've gone for 2 hours. Does someone else want to do the timekeeping for a while?
I would, but I don't know how to do it.
Okay, well, we'll do it.
I can tell. Oh, but I could also tell you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so what you do is you go into apps. You see the apps button down there on the bottom, or it might be under more. It's APPS.
Nope, I don't see it. I'm not like clueless.
Okay. Do you see the bottom bar there? Do you see the audio?
More. It says more.
Okay. If you click more, do you see something that says apps? APPS.
Settings, meeting, apps. Yeah.
Okay. Click on apps.
Okay.
And then you'll see a variety of apps. There's one called Timer.
Loading. Sorry about this, you guys.
Just maybe it's slow.
Whoa. Trending, new, analytics, yikes. Collaboration, customer service.
That was under apps.
Yeah, discover all.
You can type in the search for timer. I find it.
Yeah, so just type in, there's a little question, search button.
Timer. Keep control of your workday. Timer, clock, agenda.
So it just says timer is It's
Yeah.
not timer clock, it's just timer.
Sign in to add. Uh-oh. Oh, God. This is not working, you guys.
Okay.
I
Do you
can
want
do
to
it. I
do
can do
it? Then okay, you saw it. Yeah, Bob, you're muted. You're muted, Bob.
I can see the timer function on my screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jesse was going to do it,
Okay.
so we can, you can do it next, then
Okay.
after a couple hours. And I'm gonna.
Jesse, if you click on the plus, you can line up all the timers. Then you don't have to make a new one when a person is done. You can just click on the arrow to go with the next timer.
How do I set up 5 minutes here?
The first one, you go, I think, let's see.
I open the timer. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can put in the number. It gives you 1, 3, or 10 minutes, but you can also, the timer, you can actually write in the number 5, and then it'll keep that. And then you just say start, and then it'll. You want to try starting it?
Yeah, and the Ingrid said I can line up with
Yeah, there's a little plus sign. And if you or is it called, well, now now I'm gonna start my timer. So there says something says up next, and you hit the plus sign, and then you go save, and then you have another timer already lined up. So you don't have to look for it. If somebody's done speaking, you don't have to make a new one. And you can line up many 5-minute timers, and then does it make sense?
Yes, okay. So
That
somehow
way you only hit when somebody's done speaking, you go on the X, you exit out, and then you go to the arrow of the next timer, and it's really easy that way.
Oh, okay. Let me try. Let me try if I can connect the next timer so good. Okay. I will start this.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this
working.
okay? Let me test it. Okay. How do I stop it?
Go on the X.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little X right across from it to the right of the. You see the number, it's ticking down, and then to the right, there's a little X. You just hit the X, and it'll turn it off.
Somehow I lost the app when I started the timer.
You can click on the timer, it will open the window of the app. You can click on that window where the time counts down.
Yeah, up above. Yeah.
Above there's a okay timer. Okay. So I plus okay. And there's a X.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
So and then you can already have the next one by clicking on, I forgot what it's called. Save or something.
It's up next.
Up next, yeah.
And then the plus. So you can, yeah, I see.
Somehow it start.
Yeah, I started it.
Oh, you started. Okay. I thought it started automatically. Okay, whose turn now?
So yeah, so it's my turn, but if you just start the timer, I'll start speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yay. Okay, speak to Bob. Or no, I think William. I don't think I've spoken to William.
I'm listening.
Oh, I did. No, I don't think I think, okay. I think, no, I didn't speak to Bob yet. So yeah, I'll go back to Bob.
Okay, Edwin, I'm listening.
Okay. Let's see. What, yeah, so it's interesting to talk about the landscape of the empathy circle, what's happening in the empathy circle. what's there's sort of a felt experience that I have of what's happening in the empathy circle. And let me kind of think about that or sense into it.
So you're considering the landscape of the empathy circle and what is in this landscape.
And for me, there's a sort of that spaciousness and there's sort of a spaciousness and a safety to it. In growing up, my parents weren't very good listeners. So I didn't have a sort of a listening. I mean, they were, caring and so forth, but they weren't really good listeners. And I think that's what I appreciate of the empathy circles. I don't have to sort of struggle for being heard.
So in the empathy circle, there's a spaciousness and an openness. And where you were growing up, you didn't get that feeling. Your parents cared for you. And the empathy circle fills a need for this listening and this spaciousness and openness.
Yeah, and for me, like with Jenny, that's my mother, she would like tell stories and tell stories, and it was very sort of self-centered. And then she would, talk for a long time. Then I would just kind of be quiet because I didn't feel any space, for saying anything. And then she would say, "Well, say something." And then I would start saying something, and then whatever I said was just a trigger for her to start her get back into her stories, So, and I didn't want to really speak if I don't feel like the person really wants to listen to me. Like, I don't feel like speaking unless I have a sense that the listener really is interested.
So your mother, Jenny, would tell stories, and then she would stop and say, Edwin, say something, and then you'd start to say something, and then she would interrupt and interject her own stories again. You never felt that sense of openness with that conversation with your mom.
Yeah, and the other part of it was if I'm speaking, I want to have a sense that the person is interested or really wants to hear what I'm saying. And then I kind of like shut down if I don't sense that. And with the empathy circle, I always know that the person is interested in this listening because they're reflecting back what I say. So I always know that there's sort of that interest, and that makes it easier to speak.
So growing up, you weren't always convinced that the people were not listening to you, but in the empathy circle, you are convinced that people are definitely interested in you and listening to you.
And that makes it kind of easier to speak. It gives a sense of freedom and openness, having that quality. Yeah.
So when the listener is interested and open, there's a freedom for you to speak.
And it's also, I feel very, I would say, safe in the empathy circle, because I know that I'm always going to have a space to speak and not have to compete, to speak. I mean, I can compete too if I needed to, but it's more relaxing to know that I don't have to compete to be heard.
In the empathy circle, there's a safety and a openness for you to speak without having to compete. And that's something you very much appreciate in the empathy circle.
And it's like when doing conflict mediation, it can get pretty tense. People are really maybe even attacking me or whatever. But I feel a sense of calmness and spaciousness because I know eventually they're going to listen to me, and I'm not gonna have to ask them like Ingrid had to ask her grandchild, "Oh, well, what's going on with me?" And you don't even have to really ask that because the structure kind of creates that. Whoa.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why it has this music.
Yeah, there's a place where
That's the default sound.
Oh, so how you, so you,
so if you go back to the timer, and you have the timer up there, you'll see it says start 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, and then it says alarm sound.
oh,
And then
sorry.
no, that's fine. And then the one we usually use is beep. That's a
Oh,
simple, quieter one. and then you just set that as the sound that you use.
I go to timer and
And you see the timer, it says, maybe 5 minutes, then it says start, and then it says one, and underneath it has 1, 3, and 5, 10-minute buttons, and then under that it says alarm sound.
I didn't see that.
It's blue. It's a little blue. It's
I see show
timer to all.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
above that, do you see?
Oh, okay. Alarm sound. Okay.
Yeah. And then you select beep is a nice quieter one.
Beep. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's
Let's
good.
try.
It's a good lesson for everyone, since everyone will get to do it. And I feel heard, Bob. So
Okay. So in conflict resolution, you sometimes feel attacked, but it's much safer when you're just knowing that you're going to be listened to without having to ask for it.
yeah. Right.
Okay. Beata, would you please listen to me?
Yes, Bob.
I'm struck by the contrast between our underlying eternal, ever-present unity and mutuality
You struck by the contrast between our unity and mutuality
compared to the temporary, illusory disunity.
compared to delusionary disunity.
Yeah. And I'm struck by the contrast between the equality of power in the empathy circle and the imbalance of power in so many relationships.
And you also strike by the power, the expressed power in empathy circle and disempowerment in relationship. Did I get that right?
Yeah, because in the empathy circle, we all share power equally, but in so many relationships, especially in politics and nonsense like that, there's this struggle for power and dominance, and that's not the case in the empathy circle.
Yeah. So in empathy circle, that power is expressed equally. In outside of that, in other situations, sometimes there is dominance, one power over the other.
Right. And I am just overjoyed with the idea that empathy helps rewire our brains.
And brings a lot of joy to you knowing that oh, sorry, Bob. Can you just repeat that?
Can help rewire our brains.
Oh, yes. Yeah. That empathy circle can rewire our brains.
Yeah. Because I love the idea that my brain is growing and evolving and being more open and more loving and more joyful.
You love this idea that your brain is expanding, is changing, is growing, and become more open towards love.
Yes. And also better able to be aware, to practice awareness.
And also having a chance to practice awareness.
Yes. I'm also tickled pink with this idea of psychedelics. On the eve of my 65th birthday, I smoked too much marijuana, and I had an encounter with St. Paul. And up before that encounter, I had concluded that a lot of what Paul wrote was nonsense and malarkey and baloney. And Paul agreed with this. Says, Bob, you're right. I've changed my attitude since then. So I got a big kick out of that.
Mm. So on your 65th birthday, you smoke marijuana, and during that experience, you had a encounter with St. Paul. And before that, you thought that, well, all his teaching were a little bit of nonsense. But in that encounter, you acknowledge some respect for that teaching.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the idea of altered states of consciousness with or without psychedelics is really what I'm on the path to, is this expansion of consciousness and connection to the ultimate consciousness that that dreams and meditation and new awareness helps me stay connected to.
Mm-hmm. So you exploring this altered states of awareness or consciousness through meditation, through that exploration, and that's what makes you feel connected to that higher state of consciousness.
Yes, Beata, thank you. I feel very fully heard. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you. Ingrid, will you listen to me?
Yes.
So I'm noticing a little bit of tiredness. And I noticed that when I was reflecting what Bob was saying, and I fully was grasping what he was saying, and then I noticed, and I lost certain things to reflect.
Yeah, you notice a little tiredness, and the way how it showed up is when you were listening to Bob, you did have a sense that you grasped it all, but when it got to speaking, then you realized something might have gotten lost.
Yeah, and now going back to dementia, so it was interesting because when he was speaking, I could really connect with the depth, what he was sharing, and then I couldn't express that depth in my reflection. And I'm thinking maybe like that is in that, the state when we were describing dementia. Mm.
So your experience was that the lack occurred in a lack of depth in your reflection, that you were able to experience the depth, but you couldn't put it into words. And now you're wondering if there's some aspect of dementia where the same thing happens, that there's a loss of depth.
Yeah, the loss of depth, the loss of certain ability that maybe previously felt very easy. And then there is that struggle. It's like, it's not happening the same way.
So it's like you're kind of describing a detail, this detail of noticing that something that was easy before, now that's is a struggle. It's not easy anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious how the circle will go for me today, because I was aware that, for me it's going to be quite late, and I didn't want this to be a barrier. I want to be here.
Yeah, you're wondering how the circle will go for you today, because for you it's going to reach into late into the night, and you didn't want to keep yourself away from it, but still there's a kind of a question left how that will work.
Mm-hmm. I was so curious what's happened within the group after 8 hours of listening to each other.
Because you just have a lot of curiosity how the length of the being together, what that is gonna create in our group.
Mm-hmm. So because of that curiosity, I really wanted to be here, and I'm glad that I followed that. It's very feels like enriching, something that I want to find out.
Yeah, and this great curiosity led you here because you expect that this is going to be very rich experience. You want to find out what's going to happen.
Mhm. And I might be slower. Maybe I will be losing a little bit of my ability to be very sharp in my listening. And again, I don't want that thought to stop me from, still being here and keep going.
So it sounds like you're kind of preparing yourself for not being able to be as quick in your perception and in your reflection, and you still want to be here.
Yeah, I just want to share with you if you notice this, and I just want to be transparent, and I don't want to feel bad about it.
Oh, so noticing that what's important to you is that we know it as well, that that's something that might be going on with you. You want to be transparent and you don't want to have any sense of anything negative around it.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. I feel fully heard.
My pleasure. Bob, would you be my listener?
I'm listening.
I'm kind of touched by that likening of that Beata just did, that we all go through minor happenings of dementia all the time. Just by being tired or stressed or whatever, we're going through this process of being less present, less aware.
You're touched by Beata's admission of sometimes being less than fully attentive, and that's okay.
Yeah, and to me, it points in the direction that it might be so that we have this inner critic, this constant comparing. Am I totally on? Am I awake? Am I performing? And we all have that. I'm guessing we all have that from what I hear from other people. It seems we all have that going on.
So you talk about the awareness of that inner critic that seems to afflict us all.
Yeah. And then when it comes to a very serious change in our abilities, then this inner critic becomes it's a societal critic that you're not supposed to be demented. You're not supposed to be not able to perform. And now you're somebody who needs care. So it's built in our society that you have to be functioning. If you're not, then you're somebody whose care needs a lot of resources.
So you move from the idea of the inner critic to the outer idea of the societal critic, and you're questioning whether that's a valid awareness or not.
Well, we live in a society that demands performance, that will label somebody who is not mentally uh, fully capable as a lesser person.
So you're aware that there is a societal demand of performance, and you're questioning that.
I am. So I actually wanted to talk about something that I listened to someone who researched the concept of status, social status, and it was shocking to me, that research. I cannot really remember a lot of detail, but the essence was that as people, we have an acute awareness of other people's social status, and we can recognize it from very few cues that we get about the person.
You've been investigating research into social sadness.
Status.
Social status. And just a very few cues can trigger this social status awareness.
Yeah. And it was kind of really shocking to me. But why I want to talk about it is because in the empathy circle, and we touched on it by talking about celebrities or big egos being equal. Well, I never had a celebrity show up in my empathy circle, but we have people from different status come, and that doesn't play a role in the empathy. I mean, celebrity is just a strong expression of status, but we all deal with it. And in the empathy circle, your social status doesn't play a role. And that is very, very comforting, I think, for people.
So the empathy circle is very comforting because social status or celebrity status are not factors in the equality of the empathy circle.
Right. And having listened to this podcast, I understood when I heard that how much this constant scanning for is this podcast also talked about how it is kind of built into our psyche to always want to improve our status. And and that's a constant stressor. So in the empathy circle, not having to deal with that is another element of the safety, I believe.
So this podcast presents the societal need for status, and in the empathy circle, that need disappears, and it's a lack of that stressfulness, which contributes to the healing
Yeah.
power of the empathy circle.
Yeah, the safety. Yeah. Thank you. I feel that.
Okay. Edwin, would you please listen to me?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to just check the Jesse? I don't know if you clicked on the beep one, because it in terms of the audio. I think you may have to maybe, yeah, there you go. And then do you see, if you go to the alarm sound and click on, and then go set it to beep. You click on beep, I think, and then set. We'll see. Okay. All right. All right. I think we're all right. Go ahead, Bob. I'm
Okay.
listening.
I'm reminded of that quote in William Miller's book, "Some people just need a good listening to."
Yeah, you're just thinking of that, remembering that quote by Bill Miller about some people need a good listening to.
Because I can remember my mother telling me, "You need a good talking to," and I feel much better when people are listening than talking to me.
Yes, you're comparing that, how people usually say you need a good talking to, like your mother told you, but really switching that and just seeing some humor in that too.
And the nervous system conversation is really intriguing to me. I'm picturing this one big mind, heart, soul ecosystem that we all are part of. And the empathy circle is a small version of that oneness and unity.
Hmm. So you have this picture of the whole ecosystem, the whole wholeness of I guess all of life um, and the oneness of everything, and you're seeing the empathy circle as a bit of a one small little model of that.
Yes. And again, I hear the words openness and spaciousness, and that is such a freeing, liberating, fulfilling concept to be uh, an integral part of this openness and spaciousness.
And you're really appreciating being part of this feeling of openness and spaciousness.
Yes. And I love the word vibing and attunement. Um, it sounds like we're all little tuning forks vibrating with these lovely sounds that all blend together in harmony and a lovely symphony of human attunement and vibing.
Yeah, you really love this metaphor of we're all tuning forks, attuning and vibing with each other.
Yeah. And part of this musical connection, there's a Beach Boys song from 1971 or 1972. This Is That.
And you're just remembering a Beach Boy song called This Is That.
Because the Beach Boys had been to India and studied meditation. And I believe there's a Hindu concept that we are all part of that big that. And each of us is an expression of thisness, of this one big that. This is that, thou art that.
And it sounded like this sense of oneness is really important to you. And the Beach Boys had gone to India and they had heard that a concept of this is that, and it kind of speaks to that oneness that is really important to you.
Yes. And I'm hoping that in the United States this year, it's an election year, and I keep waiting for candidates to talk about oneness and togetherness and cooperation and helpfulness and forgiveness and kindness and compassion.
And this being an election year, you're kind of waiting or hoping that the candidates will talk about oneness and care and openness and all these positive values.
Right. Edwin, thank you so much. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. William? Speak to
I'm
you.
listening.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to respond to something that I heard you say about empathy circles and what if someone wanted to kill themselves within an empathy circle if that comes up, and sort of how do you deal with that? Because it sounded like you had some questions about that.
So you're bringing up the issue that I raised about what happens if somebody in the circle becomes intensely suicidal.
And I just was listening to Carl Rogers, one of his books, and he actually addressed that. I was kind of surprised, where he said he has a theory of life that if people are heard, basically, that the best will come out of that. And he actually brought up the issue of suicide. And, what do you do in that situation? He was saying it was like by listening, you're doing what you can for what is the most positive. Or, yeah.
So Carl Rogers has addressed this very issue. And basically what he said was that by listening empathically, that's the most positive thing that you can do for another.
So in a sense, he's saying if the person decides that that's what they're going to do, that's what they're going to do is kill themselves. It's not like you just have to give them sort of agency to do what they want, but that if people are heard, they will select the most positive, sort of constructive actions in their life for their own for their well-being, I think is kind of how I was understanding it.
So what I hear is that through this process of listening, that basically you're allowing a person to channel their most positive inclinations or drives, and that perhaps some way through their crisis will emerge.
Yeah. And it was kind of going sort of deeper to sort of a theory of well-being of life that people strive towards kind of unfolding their potential, their well-being. If they're kind of heard, that they'll go in a positive direction.
So basically, that human beings all share a drive to be creative, essentially to be positive, and that by listening to someone, you're enabling access for them to these positive traits.
And he was sort of saying that if someone decides to like kill themselves, do suicide, that then that's how what they have decided to do. So instead of being all worried about it and concerned and so forth, he was sort of I was surprised at that. I mean, that's sort of my thought too, but I was surprised that he was saying that is from my understanding.
So what you hear Carl Rogers' position is if that's where a person is really at, then to essentially honor that.
Hmm. And even though suicide hotlines, the core of it is people just need someone to listen to them, and they call in and somebody just listens, and majority of times that kind of is all that they really need to kind of take a positive direction in their life and not do that.
So mentioning a suicide hotline as basically being an opportunity to be heard.
Hmm. And it heals the distress and worry, or the desire to kill yourself.
And oftentimes just being listened to is a way to step back from this brink of suicide.
Oh, and I just heard Gavin Newsom, he has a book out where he talks about he was at his mother's death, and she actually, did euthanasia before it was legal. She had cancer, and her whole body was sort of she couldn't even really swallow, and she committed suicide, took some drugs, and he was there when she did that, and before it was even legal in California.
So you're referring to a book by Gavin Newsom talking about his mother's volitional suicide
Hmm.
to basically because she was being eaten alive by cancer.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just adding to what your concerns were, to what sort of how to think, just thinking through that. Yeah.
So here you're basically offering some alternate ways of thinking about this for
Mm.
me.
Yeah, I feel heard.
Thank you, Edwin. Jesse?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Um, um, so Edwin was talking about this being an option for him earlier if he finds himself descending into Alzheimer's.
So Edwin was described this. If he find himself as in dementia, he would prefer just to do the same thing.
And then I'm reminded of, and I just had a senior moment. I'm trying to bring that's an important philosophical question, maybe the most important philosophical question, whether to kill oneself or not. Who's the existentialist, the myth of Sisyphus? Somebody help me. I can't remember his name.
Okay, it reminds you somebody else said this is the most important philosophic question, whether people should do that.
And I will say that I have had periods in my life where I was intensely suicidal. And one time in particular, I came very, very close.
So you had the same experience in your life in a period of time, you trying to do that, to take your own life.
I was at the point where I had engineered my methodology for exit, and it's just a matter of deciding whether to do it or not.
At the
And,
time, you had an engineering analytical mind, and to decide if you want to do it or not.
and I decided I would. And the moment that I decided I would, the suffering that I was going through dropped away.
The moment you decide you would, the suffering go away because you released your mind from the burden.
And then the idea of moving closer to actually doing it became very seductive.
When you actually trying to do it, it became very seductive.
And then I heard a voice saying, "It's a waste."
Then all of a sudden there's a voice in your mind said, it's a waste of life.
And so I backed away from it. And the depression that I'd been feeling descended upon me a 100-fold from before.
So this voice stopped you to do that, and the depression you had was 100 less, 100 level less.
More.
100, but
It just crashed down on me.
the depression crashed down on you.
Right. So
Crashed down, not erase that, not it's down, right? Yeah. Okay.
So, the idea of ending myself, it occurs periodically in my mind. And I don't know how common that is among others, but with my Buddhist perspective, that one of the characteristics of existence is suffering, dukkha. That, but I think that I think that that would be a big mistake to not ride this journey off all the way to the end.
So this coming up to your mind of ending your life comes and goes, and from the Buddhist practice, the suffering is one characteristic of our life, as you understand. So you decide you keep moving because that's to live the full potential of your life.
Plus, to kill myself would be violating the first precept of Buddhism, which is not to harm any living being.
So as long as you're not harming with anybody else, to kill yourself is violate with Buddhist philosophy.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome. Edwin, will you listen?
Listening.
Right. So I really appreciate the idea about starting nonprofit business for people to do the empathy circle, to promote the empathy circle to our society and get paid.
Yeah, you're appreciating the idea of having paid empathy circles.
And this will formalize this nonprofit is a business.
And that'll kind of formalize that the nonprofit, our 501c3, that it is a business if there's an income coming in.
I feel I've been in a business world, but not much in nonprofit. I think the part of the business will move forward because it's structured to make things happening. Not just only the profit part, but also you need to make other things happening in able to make money.
So you've been in the business world, and so making an income, making profit kind of creates a dynamic of growth and making things happen.
Yes, and I'm lack of experience of making income in nonprofit. That's why I'm trying to experiment, but not going too far so far.
You're just kind of wondering how do you make an income with a nonprofit, and you're sort of still thinking about it or experimenting with it.
Yes, one of the things I've been considered since I started with empathy circle, the first couple of times was raising the question of the liability, the safety, because you don't know, because we welcome everybody and you don't know what's in their mind.
And you do have questions about liability within the empathy circle because since it's open and allowing everyone to come in, you don't know who the people are and what's going on with them.
And interestingly, after practice for a while, I released the concern because everybody seems to be more relaxed. As you say, now I have more understanding. As you said, Carl Rogers said, when you start listening, address their need, people tend to, the biggest need, people tend to backwards of their anxiety or how do you say, maybe release or reduce their violence attempt.
So what you're hearing from Carl Rogers is that if you listen to people, if people have like a very violent intent, the listening will reduce that propensity towards violence.
Yes, but as a business, to avoid liability, we still have to concern about what William said. If people said about suicidal, what we are liable to do, because I understand, I attended family therapy many times. They always told me, because they are licensed, we have to be very careful what do we choose. If it's therapy, maybe we have to be licensed, and two, we have to report when people have this kind of situation.
So we had done some family therapy, and they had talked about this, saying that they have to be careful in terms of sort of their procedures, and they have, if someone wanted to kill themselves or do violence, maybe that they would have to report what they hear.
Yeah, I just think to do this kind of business, we want to, structurally sounding with the experience, align with the legal procedure here.
Yeah, for doing sort of a support type circle, you really want to, we would really want to align with whatever legal requirements that there are around this.
Yeah, other than that, I'm very positive because we had two experience with local community. One is the retirement community, and the other is was the yacht club. We had a great feedback from these two experience.
Yeah, so from the your experience in Santa Barbara going to the yacht club and where was the other one?
The retirement
Oh,
center.
retirement. So it was a retirement home, and you were presenting there about the empathy circle. You had really good feedback, which sounds like it makes you think that, charging for empathy circles would be workable because of that positive
I think
feedback.
so. Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay. Beata, could I speak to you?
Yes, I'm listening.
Let's see. Well, one thing I'm kind of focusing on now, is creating the empathy movement training curriculum. So I thought I would share a bit more about that.
So your current focus is to create curriculum for the training of empathy circle, and you would like to share that with us.
And it sort of fits into a bigger picture that I have that, for being more effective, with the empathy movement, that we need to be more activist, more assertive. And I'm thinking of what I call, for now, I just call it Occupy Empathy, where we actually take the empathy tent out to public spaces like the state capitol here in Sacramento for California. And we set up the tent and we say we're not leaving until the legislature, like the parliamentary folks have empathy circles with each other.
Okay. So you have quite big vision for this movement, and your sense is that the participants also need to be like an activist, quite assertive, so they can bring this work into the world. And one of the examples is, you call this occupied empathy, is bringing the tents into community and actually inviting, I forgot the name, but they're like politicians, so they could sit with each other, and you're saying, well, we're not going to leave until you have empathy circle with each other.
Yeah, so kind of be more demanding and assertive. And it kind of builds on what happened at Occupy Wall Street. So those are some of the insights that I have there, except it's not like Occupy Wall Street where it's us versus them. It's like we're all in it together. There's no enemies. We just want, we just need to be promoting this mutual empathy, and we're going to be assertive about, that demand, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So the mission here is that we become assertive in promoting those tools of empathy, going into community and almost showing people and offering the practice where people see that it doesn't have to be an enemy, someone opposite, and that actually people can sit and basically talk and listen.
Yeah, and so the idea is occupying, which means staying 24 hours a day, setting up tents, having the empathy tent plus tents to stay overnight, and we're not leaving until they have these empathy circles. But the encampment would be 24-hour empathy circles. So it's like if you come to be part of this movement, you have to take part in an empathy circle, ongoing empathy circles. So it's an encampment of empathy circles.
Right. So the occupied movement brings that principle that they're not going to leave for 24 hours. They're going to stay until something is achieved. And you bring in this principle into empathy movement, setting up the camp 24 hours. So whoever comes needs to be engaged for that cycle, 24 hours.
Yeah, but they can do, so this is a bit of a test. This, what we're doing now is a bit of a test for that. See, what is it like? But, you do a couple hours with one group, then a couple hours with another group, and so you move around and go to different groups, but you're doing continuous empathy circles. Yeah. And modeling, that we're modeling the world that we want, right? It's not, we're not just saying we demand it from the politicians. We're saying we're going to model the world, and then we want you to take part in it too.
So in that practice, the whole idea is that people move around, they have this experience of empathy circle and a variety of it, so they can join different groups. And this way, when it's ongoing, people model for each other how actually this could be real, could exist. And that way we also voicing, well, that's the world we want to live in.
Yeah, and when I say 24 hours, I mean we're there all day, so it could be a couple of weeks of camping out in front. So.
All right. Okay. So it's actually the camp will be for a few weeks, but in total, people can experience like ongoing empathy for several hours, even 24 hours.
Yeah, I feel heard. I'm kind of excited about it. So. Yeah. I feel heard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right. Bob, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Yeah, so I just start with that. I want to acknowledge what William was sharing, and it was very touching for me that he was revealing something vulnerable from his life.
You are deeply touched by William's vulnerability about a story from his life.
Yeah, and what usually comes to mind is that sometimes when we're in spaces like that, not always, but mostly, that we really feel like we're there alone, like alone, and that like that only happened to us, that this experience only happened to us.
So you're speaking about being alone and isolation and honoring that admission from William.
I'm now speaking generally, so what I'm saying is that sometimes in those places, in those experiences, might feel like we are alone, like we isolated in those experiences, and the sense is that, oh, it's only me experiencing this. This is not happening to other people.
So, in a general sense, you are acknowledging situations where people do feel alone and isolated.
Yeah. And the whole idea is, yes, can you just share that with someone? And if there is empathetic ear on the other side who can listen with care, it actually can bring changes, because it feels like, oh, I'm not alone now. I'm with someone in that space.
So you're pointing out the value of empathy to connect with someone who feels isolated and alone, and the empathy can help resolve that.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if it can resolve, but at least it's one of the resources that can be offered, just to express that, hey, you're not alone there. I'm there with you.
And you're highlighting the importance of being with someone in that experience.
Mm-hmm. Just pointing that this is one of our resources as a humans, and we can offer that, to someone. Yeah.
And that's part of the human resource toolkit, as it were, to be with others and to help.
Yeah, yeah. And then I'm also excited what Edwin was sharing, because one of the things that I feel like is different, what Edwin is offering, that I think you very much encourage us to be in a community. Yeah? Like, this needs to be real. Let's bring something into this troubling world, what could be effective and is simple.
So the idea of an Occupy Empathy activity is a vital addition to the world situation.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I like the community aspect, and I like the collective aspect. Yeah, it's not only for us. We actually taking this and we going to the world with this.
And an important part of this Occupy Empathy idea is the community collective aspect of it as a contribution to the world.
Yeah. And I really would love to see people who are in extreme conflict with each other, and that they could actually sit next to each other and just listen and reflect what they're saying.
And you have the idea that groups that are in extreme conflict could sit down and listen to each other as a way to help work through that conflict.
Yeah. And I really would love to see what will happen. And maybe I'll continue. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So you can't wait to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jesse, would you please listen to me? I think you're muted.
Yes, happy to listen, Bob.
The wonderful idea and concept of occupy empathy activities. What a powerful, tremendous gift that will be to the world.
So the occupied empathy activity will be a powerful gift to the world.
Because it's been my experience that empathy is contagious in a positive, beneficial way.
Your experience with empathy is a positive contingency effect to the people.
Yeah. Just as so many of us got COVID, wouldn't it be wonderful when people catch empathy?
Just like people getting COVID virus, but if people can get empathy in that way, spread empathy that way, that would be wonderful.
And I'd just like to take a moment to be still and quiet and just exult in this glowing, warm, encouraging, enveloping feeling of empathy.
You like to absorb yourself in this warmness, of growing warmness of thinking about the spread of empathy, the possibility of spread of the empathy.
Jesse, thank you. I feel fully heard.
You're welcome. You feel fully heard.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Ingrid, will you listen to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
That's wonderful if empathy can be spread like the COVID.
It's just such a wonderful image to have empathy spread like COVID, like a disease.
Yeah, I think empathy is like to me, when I practice it, I didn't know what it was. And I just came and to experience it. And the more I practice, the more benefit I find.
So you remember that when you started with the empathy circles, you didn't really know what empathy is. And you are noticing that the more you practice it, the more benefits you experience.
Yeah, so I linked it to many things that in the world. Like I heard in one of the village in Italy that the average people live there is very high age. The research find that the reason is because this village people are connected with each other. They don't have loneliness. So they all said loneliness is the key for the life expectancy.
So you think that empathy is kind of woven into many aspects of life, and you're now talking about aging. There's a research into why people live for a long, why they reach high age, and a community in Italy was studied, and what was found with them is an important factor for them to become so old was that they never experienced loneliness. They were so connected in the community.
Yes. I think empathy addressed that and greatly in not just the, but the real authentic when the empathy circle is effective, it reaches deeper need of our connection.
You find that quality of connectedness in the empathy circle. It goes very deep.
Yes. And also, I think it address many, it help us to exercise our mind in a more healthy way to listen, reflect. And that's why I'm interested in this 8 hour of exercises. What will do with my mind when I exercise for 8 hours?
So another aspect of empathy that can also be observed in the empathy circle is it engages our mind in a specific way, and it makes you curious what happens when you do that, like we do now, in a much longer circle.
It's like Carl Rogers said, if you want to practice empathy, you need to emotionally involved with the other party that says. And that's an alignment process. Your mind has to align with the person's situation. And that's a exercise. Not everybody can have this ability sometimes.
Do you think that empathy is a skill that can be and is practiced in the circle? It's the skill that you align your mind, that you are actually completely with the other person.
Yes. This is just one aspect I find, and there's many more. Through the practice, I find more and more. So I'm looking forward to find more.
There are so many aspects, nuances in the practice, and you look forward to discovering more.
Thank you. I feel fully heard.
You're welcome. William, would you be my listener?
Yes,
I
I'd
share
like to listen.
I share Jess's kind of fascination with all these nuances that we experience in the circle.
So you're aligned with Jesse in being amazed at the subtlety of what we're doing here.
Yeah, one thing that I see happening in an empathy circle that I find interesting is that we switch back and forth from explorations that may be more rational and intellectual, exploring philosophical concepts, to sharing deeply personal things. And this switching, so in normal life, conversations are more either or. Now we are talking feelings and personal, or now we are talking ideas and concepts. Not totally, but in the circle, it's so fluid how we go back and forth between these dimensions.
See, noticing that in the circle that the modality of the material that comes up can range from an profound vulnerability to a philosophical discussion.
Yeah. But there could even be just everyday, a story from everyday life. Recently, someone said she started talking about the birds and the weather, and this person expressed that she just needed some lightness and she wanted to share her enjoyment of birds.
So, as an example, the woman brought up her interest in birds as basically as a desire to lighten up, to relax.
Exactly. That reminded me in my very first empathy circle sessions in the training, I had a judgment about topics not being as deep and therefore not as valuable than other topics.
So in your very first empathy circle, you found yourself being in judgment about the superficiality of what was going on.
Yeah, and I have actually come to the opposite, understanding that how valuable it is to to be equally present to something mundane, to have that ability.
So you're seeing the importance of listening to everything.
Yeah, because when you're the listener, you don't know what meaning is carried in any kind of everyday story, and you also don't know the emotional space where someone is, how much they can tolerate of deep sharing. So something that you might consider superficial might already be deep for them.
So to basically back away from any judgment about what is being said, you have no idea what's going on in the other person, but to listen deeply is basically your role.
Yeah, and in a way, in that discovery, there's a lot of there's another area where there's spaciousness.
So that's another aspect of what we're doing is that without judging, you create spaciousness.
Yeah, without, not judging content. This is another aspect of the spaciousness of the circle. So, uh, so I mean, you cannot be judgmental about the content of what somebody says, but you could still be judgmental that what they say is not deep. Am I making myself clear? But also not having judgment about that.
So there are multiple levels to judgment is one thing I
Yeah,
hear you say.
there are. And then also having the um, taking space as a listener to explore your own reactions to various types of sharing that somebody invites you to listen to.
So this is an opportunity for the listener to watch themselves and their reactions to what is being shared.
Yes. Thank you. I feel heard.
Thank you, Ingrid. Beata. So I'm just watching myself there as I'm listening to Ingrid, and my trickster mind is going, well, what am I going to say next? Shut up, shut up. You're supposed to be listening.
Oh, so you're just tracking yourself that while you were listening to Ingrid, there were some thoughts coming. What am I going to say next?
So the inner critic is there and his judgment, and I'm realizing that I see everyone go through that while I'm in the circle. I see the struggle that people have in trying to listen. That this is a new skill for many people.
Mm-hmm. So you recognizing this inner critic, and you feel like, well, we all have that, and also how the listening is a skill that sometimes for I mean, like newcomers, is something what they might a little bit struggle with.
Right. And um, appreciate your compassion that you expressed a little earlier around my vulnerability.
Oh, and you appreciate the receiving of compassion with regards to your vulnerability that you express here.
my experience of opening my heart in a circle is to create a pathway for increased vulnerability in the circle. That it's one way I can be of service.
Mm-hmm. So you're feeling that your way of service is to open heart and share your vulnerability. It could be one of the ways.
It basically opens a door for others.
And also opens the door for others.
And I have been involved with the men's circle for years. It uses then the council circle paradigm, which is a talking stick.
Mm-hmm. And you're sharing that you've been involved in men's circle for many years, that is using a talking stick.
Right. And so I'm comparing what we're doing with that process. And I have to say that this process runs much deeper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're comparing this two different circles, and you feel that this one is deeper.
I think one of the reasons that it's deeper is that it involves communication. Basically, that's a bedrock process of two human beings connecting real time.
Right. And you feel what brings depth to this practice is communication.
Right. In the men's circle, basically, it's a sort of a forum for holding the stick and speaking to the group, but there's no feedback. There's no, I mean, there can be feedback, but it's not built into the structure.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And that men group is more like a forum where men takes a stick, and that's the position of speaking, but there is no feedback.
Right.
There could be, but it's not really within the structure.
Right. Whereas this empathic listening, I mean, it's the feedback is an integral part of what we're doing. Although it's not really feedback so much as a deep seeing of the other person.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And you feel that this feedback is happening in an empathy circle, and you see this more like a deep seeing of someone.
So feedback would be more along the lines of advice or judgment or commentary. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing is basically saying, I see you, I hear you.
Yeah. So it's not the type of feedback related to advice. It's more like a message. I see you, I hear you.
Thank you. I feel very heard.
Thank you. Okay. Edwin, will you listen to me?
Listening.
Yeah. Who comes to mind is Martin Buber. So he's a German philosopher who said quite few wise things about relationship.
So you're just thinking about Martin Buber, who's a German philosopher who talked about the quality of relationships.
And I'm sure he's known to you, but I love when he differentiate that relationship between I it and I you.
So you're appreciating his differentiation between the different qualities of relationship, being an I it or an I thou is what they say in English. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that I it is like transactional. Like how useful are you? I will be in relationship with you as long as you're serving me. which, wow, just by voicing this is like, feels pretty cruel.
Yeah, so the I, it is just how is the other person in service to you or of benefit to you, and for you it's like just even just voicing that there's a strong feeling of the cruelty of that mindset.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And now there's big part of humanity that function on that rule, and I don't blame them for behaving this way, but there was a time that someone modeled to them that type of dynamic. So I mean, there's some kind of reasoning behind it.
Yeah, there's a large part of the world is in that I, it sort of a mindset, and you're just seeing that there's a reason people are that way. Maybe it was just modeled to them. That's just what they learned.
Mm-hmm. But what also interests me a lot is what some people exploring is not even I and you, but it's more what is between us, that space.
So that space between us is kind of what sounds like you want to explore. It's just the quality of the space. Instead of I, you, it's what is the mutual space between us.
Mm-hmm. And the quality of it is that I always feel like I am dropping my ego and the other is dropping the ego. And now we're like in a different dimension.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a third quality, like the third entity almost created.
Yeah, it's like in this space that each person sort of reduces their ego, and it becomes a third space, like a shared space between people. And just that quality sounds like you really like that quality, very interested in that quality, that shared space quality.
I am very interested because it's so mysterious and has such a wisdom that it would be a big loss if we don't recognize this as amazing resource for us as a humanity.
Yeah, it's a sort of an amazing space, and humanity. It would be a loss if humanity wasn't aware of it and sort of being aware of it, and maybe even trying to nurture it or foster it.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit what you kind of like recommending bringing this to the world, or if you want to set up those camps, like I believe that space, that third entity, is naturally created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and sort of tying it in what I was saying about the Occupy empathy is creating a public space of that third space, and you see how that third space kind of relates to what I was talking about too, and bring it out into the world.
And just adding, let me call this we space, because the third space is maybe too abstract.
Yeah, I just want to name it as the we space, give it a name. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Thank you. I feel
Okay.
fully.
Okay, Jesse, I speak to you.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, I like I resonate with the we space. In the empathy definition model, I just called it mutual empathy. Just how do we name that space between people? Usually empathy is defined in sort of an individualistic term. I as an individual empathize, or you as an individual empathize, but the we-ness of it is not really, especially in academia, is not talked about.
Yeah, you agree with Beata's observation that when we practice empathy circle, we bring everybody into a we space, and it's not commonly widely mentioned in academic area, maybe not much studied in this.
And we do have that. That's one thing I enjoy about the empathy circle is that mutual space that we have, because by everyone listening to everyone else, we're really creating this we space between us, and it has a lot. It has its own felt experience, its own qualities.
And you like the name of this space called we space, and it's described the quality of also the result of the empathy circle brought everybody into this space.
Yeah, and I had played with it before, where we experimented with, instead of saying I feel, you say we feel, and the reflection is we feel. So you even use the vocabulary we feel this, so that it takes the individuality out of it and becomes a shared, this is what we feel.
So even when we changing the wording, instead of say I feel, we use we feel, that changed the dynamic of the space, the feeling of the space.
Yeah, and to sort of experiment with that. It's like, what are the qualities? I remember some people like really were afraid of that. It's like, there's no way. The senses they're going to lose themselves or something like that. They were really afraid of it, and like viscerally, I will not do this because they're really afraid of losing, themselves.
You feel the anxiousness about people's identity, people's feeling of losing their identity, probably when they feel like they have to surrender to a group identity, like we.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not even is it surrender, or even name it, like to even think in those terms? Yeah, so yeah, it's just an interesting space to sort of explore, and yeah.
So it's an interesting way to explore how this state we are in after when we are in the empathy circle, deep into the empathy circle.
Yeah, and I did want to keep following up on what I was saying before about the Occupy empathy. So imagine, an encampment, if anybody who joins, so they automatically start taking part in an empathy circle. But I want to tie that in with the curriculum so that it would be having other activities. It would be an ongoing training too, that we have our curriculum. So you'd be doing empathy circles, then you could take the facilitator training and then take other trainings too. So it'd be an ongoing learning, sort of a training, learning, growing environment.
Do you also think when we have the Occupy empathy movement, we also can build in curriculum into training, facilitate, and other training to expand this movement?
Yeah, so when I think in terms of this empathy curriculum that have been kind of setting up, I do think in terms of how all this fits into an Occupy context too. So yeah.
We're trying to organize the curriculum into the Occupy the empathy activities to make them align.
And then I think Bob mentioned Trump, that Melania had mentioned he was empathic, and then everybody laughed. But I don't think they were laughing at her. Is that when she said they were both on the stage, and then she said he's so empathic, he kind of looked very sheepish and looked down like he was almost embarrassed, by it. And, and it was his embarrassment or his sheepishness that I think people were kind of laughing about. They weren't like laughing at him, but just that he was, instead of being the strong, assertive person, he was like, well, yeah. So it was sort of his sheepishness that they were kind of laughing about. Yeah, and yeah.
So when Bob mentioned Melania's comment about Trump's empathic uh, passion, and people laughed. You think they don't laugh? It was not laugh at Melania. It was laugh at the reaction Trump had, body language, that he disconnected himself from the empathy. It seems like he disconnected himself from the empathy.
No, he wasn't disconnecting. He seemed to be a little embarrassed or a bit sheepish. It was his embarrassment and sheepishness about it. Like, yeah, it was his tone changed because he became sort of self-conscious, sheepish, embarrassed, and that was what they were sort of laughing at, is that shift of how he was presenting himself shifted.
So it is the shift that Trump had in his tone, that his awareness about the empathy quality about himself. So his reaction, body language, triggered the laugh from the audience.
Yeah, I feel heard. Thanks.
You're welcome. William, will you listen to me?
Yes, Jesse, I'm listening.
Okay, great. Yeah, it's a lot of interesting ideas circling around here. Very exciting.
So you're excited about the richness of the ideas that are coming forth here.
Yeah, my experience with Empathy Circle is more very settled, a very natural way to take things happen one by one.
So one experience of yours with the Empathy Circle is that you basically can parse your experience apart into one thing at a time.
Yes, and at my own pace.
At your own speed.
It's like what Edwin said. He will, when he's in the circle, he won't be anxious and thinking about when is his turn to be heard, and everybody will be sure they will have their turn to speak and listen, and take the anxiety away.
So built into the very structure of the Empathy Circle process is a reassurance that everything's going to be okay, that everybody's taken care of.
Right, and then when we are relaxed, we are in the best state to think.
And so that relaxation creates a freedom to be oneself.
Yes. And then it helps us really naturally to the next, to our own creation, our own thought creation.
So that relaxation creates an open door to one's own creativity.
And compare with because of my family history, divorce history, I went to turn around several therapists. I feel this is more natural and even more effective than the therapist.
So you're comparing empathy circles with your experience of therapy, and to me, this is more valuable, more effective.
I think it's because the openness with different people, and it's not a fixed setting where the therapy office, they have a framework, they train to do that. But with the empathy circle, we don't know who is going to be in. And my mind always, there are always freshness in the circle, and it stimulates my mind in a different way.
So So, comparing the therapeutic environment versus the empathy circle environment, there are more unknowns in the empathy circle environment, and so it creates a different mental frame that causes you to present in new ways.
That's why I feel I never out of topic when I'm in the circle because so many people stimulate me. And I remember one of the guide who attended the empathy circle first time noticed that the empathy circle itself prepared what he wanted to say. He didn't know what he wanted to say, but at his turn, naturally, what he wanted to say came up.
So just due to the complexity and the newness and the unknownness of it, creates like fertile ground for things to emerge.
Yes, I feel it's fascinating that the framework can do so much, but in a very peaceful and harmonious way.
So you're really, really amazed at the fact that something that's so incredibly radically powerful is at the same time very peaceful.
Yeah, I think we also want to stress to the public, we want to promote the calmness and the harmonious feeling that people understand that it's safe here to practice, not pressure them to come in, but to attract them with harmonious way to join us.
Right. So this is in our marketing, our public marketing of this, we want to reassure that this is not a confrontational experience. It's more of a healing experience, more of a coming together experience.
Yes, I feel fully heard. Thank you, William.
Thank you, Jesse. Bob, you,
William, I'm listening.
I'm taking notes now. This is outrageous. This is really intense. I'm struck by we space. That's having that. What an amazingly rich idea.
As you take notes, you're especially struck by the we space idea and what a tremendous thing that is.
So now I have to talk about hallucinogens again, and my experience with arguably the most intense psychedelic on the planet, 5-MeO DMT.
So you're going to talk about hallucinogens and the most powerful one on the planet. I didn't quite get the code there.
Anyway, it's the effect that it has is to utterly destroy your ego in 45 seconds.
It utterly destroys the ego in 45 seconds.
Guaranteed. No escape.
No escape.
It's absolutely terrifying, the process of losing all control, and it happens very quickly.
So in this rapid 45-second process, it's terrifying losing control.
Right. And basically, there's no one left. The only thing that's left is pure awareness.
The only thing that's left is pure awareness.
And the awareness is awareness of this unbelievable love that's what we are immersed in, this profound love.
And the awareness is of this profound love that is at the heart of who we are.
It's at the root of what is.
It's the root of what is.
That thou art that.
Thou art that.
Yeah. So I think we space is the beginnings of awareness of that. I must be sounding really woo-woo at this point. I apologize for that.
The we space is a connection to that awareness.
Right.
And you sound a little self-conscious in a woo-woo kind of way.
That what we're discovering is that we're basically avatars in this experience of oneness. and that this process of communicating so deeply in the I thou relationship is a falling away of the separateness.
So as we investigate this I-thou relationship, we can see ourselves as avatars of this underlying oneness.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. So I'm I have a great deal of interest in physics, and basically there's a convergence between cutting edge physics and spirituality these days.
Your interest in physics helps you see the cutting edge connection between physics and spirituality.
Basically, it's the hard question of consciousness. It's just like, what the hell is going on here?
What it asks is the hard question of consciousness, which turns into the question, what the hell's going on here?
It's like, is it all just atoms? Is it all a machine, or is it or what? So
Is it all atoms? Is it a machine or what?
yeah. Am I a meat puppet?
You ask, am I a meat puppet?
Anyway, I feel apologetic about I'm not sure, what am I apologetic? I guess giving free rein to my spiritual explorations, I guess, in the group. But anyway, I feel compelled to talk about that we space is a really powerful awareness idea, and I wrote that one down.
You mentioned your self-consciousness investigating this, and from these notes inspired by the we space, it's a
Yeah,
it's a response to that.
yeah, and um, I feel very heard. Thank you, Bob.
Ingrid, would you please listen to me?
Yes, listening.
I am wonderfully, delightfully, safely overwhelmed by William's discussion of awareness and consciousness, and at the heart of physics and subatomic quantum reality.
You're feeling safe in the midst of the grandiose exploration of physics and subatomic realities and consciousness and all of that William has touched. While it's overwhelming, you're delighted and feeling safe in this exploration.
And the connection to that mysterious, luminous reality reaffirms my understanding of what it's all about.
We have a connection to this luminous reality, and that feeling that connection shows us what it's all about.
I have some notes too. I am trying to become more and more aware of all the villages and towns and communities and larger groups around the world who value what we're doing here today.
So you are kind of keeping track or having an awareness of so many places in the world, towns and villages and many places in the world where they are doing what we are doing here.
And these are places where happiness, community, abundance, generosity, and contentment are rich
These are places that are can be described as places that are rich in happiness and abundance and community and contentment, I think.
Right, right. And over the last 5,000 years, those kinds of communities have always existed, and yet they have never become a connection of overwhelming majority.
And while over the last 5,000 years, these communities have always been around, they have never become mainstream.
And that may be the case in the future, but the results aren't important, but just being that kind of community is very important.
And while that may happen in the future, what happens is that we are now such a community.
Yes. And I think of the genealogy of people like Krishna, Isaiah, Lao Tzu, Buddha, Jesus, Rumi, Kabir, Beata, Edwin, Ingrid, Jesse, and William. And what a privilege it is to be part of that family.
And you're naming the great sages, and you're also calling our names at the same time, and you are saying how you feel privileged to be in this community.
Ingrid, thank you so much. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Beata, will you be my listener?
Yes, Ingrid.
Hmm. 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 Um, About the we space, I am aware of some people saying that our mind, our memory, our knowledge is something that exists outside of our brain, and our brain is really a receiver that basically is just open for the information to come in.
Mhm. So in relation to we space, you expressing that we might exist outside of our brain, and the brain is like a tool just receiving information.
Yeah. And equally, the we space would would be similar, something that exists outside of our hearts, of our souls. We access it. It's the emotional fluid in which we all swim.
Okay. And the way you sense that we space is something what it could be outside of our hearts, of our soul. It's more like a emotional liquid that we are kind of like connecting and swimming in.
Yeah. So it's a similar concept. We space would be a similar concept to this idea that there's this that knowledge and memory resides not in our brain but outside. So it's a similar idea that our emotions, our It's really hard to put that in words. So, I mean, in simple terms, that empathy is actually, it's something, it's a dimension outside of ourselves, we just kind of plug in.
So it feels like that emotional aspect, it could be like a different portal, like a different dimension, but connected to the collective.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of relates to the idea that it's also an ego dissolving idea, because I mean these emotions and these ideas and these all these identifications we have, we use those to be somebody, to be a person. But like William said, this person probably doesn't really exist.
Mm-hmm. And that relates to that dissolving of ego, that all these identities, personalities that we're wearing, we actually could find out that they don't really exist.
Yeah, so if you lose all that identification in 45 seconds, then it's terrorizing. But if you're in an empathy circle and you kind of choose your pace and you dive into that slowly whenever you're ready and you do it with others, it may have the same effect of experiencing this, I don't know if it's egoless, but less ego-driven state, but enter that in a gentler way.
Right. And you sensing that something what William described, like, losing ego within like few seconds, something like that could be experienced in empathy circle, but with a very different pace, much more gradual and gentle, but it leads to the same egoless state.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the shared humanity that we experience. It's kind of another, side from which to come at that same sense.
So to tap or connect with that shared humanity, we can come from that angle of, if I understood, of that egoless space that can be experienced in empathy circle.
Yes, thank you. I feel very heard.
Thank you, Ingrid.
So I'm just going to stop and start the video because then it creates shorter. And we've gone 2 hours again, so we can switch who keeps the time. I can keep time. I was thinking now we're about halfway through. We could go for 10-minute turns and just so kind of extend the turns. So I'll keep the time. Let me bring up the where is apps? 1 second, apps.
Might we have a lunch break at some point? Or
You could just go and grab something too if you
I
want.
don't want to miss anything.
There'll be a recording.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm taking over the timing. I'll keep it. We have 10 minutes, and Beata, you're up. Your speaker.
Jessie, will you listen to me?
Yes, happy to listen, Beata.
Thank you. Yeah, so having 10 minutes, let me just tune into what actually wants to be expressed. Let's see. What feels alive for me is I've been very interested in what some people call the social technology, like what changes, the real changes can we bring into our society?
So what you're interested is a turn of social technology, which you think what really can bring change to our society in a more profound way versus like a physical change.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel like there is this collective arising need that we need to change something for better, and it feels like we still didn't work it out how that looks like, but sometimes we come with good ideas.
And you feel there's a collective need to have some change around the world. There's ideas coming up once in a while, but it's still not there yet, not yet how we want to do it, but still there are ideas that we can explore.
Mm-hmm. And I like the idea that there is variety. So something what Edwin is bringing with his empathy circle, that there's many other things that are expressing similar message, but maybe it's done in a little bit different way.
So you appreciate the idea about the variety, that we need to address the variety need of the world, not just one or polarized, but a variety.
Variety of different social technologies.
Okay, there are a variety of different social technologies can help with our society.
Yeah. So I am part of the practice that is called global social witnessing.
You are part of the practice to address the global social weakness.
So it's called global social witnessing.
Oh, global social witnessing. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And basically it's a response to a traumatized part of our world, and the need to address that and do something about it.
One of the focus is to witness the trauma type of the world, and to find a way to address that, to help.
Mm-hmm. So in that community, what we do, so one of the example is that we create also circle, and in a center, there's someone who is going through a very distressful experience. So we had, for example, people from war zone.
From where? From war
From
zone?
war zones, yeah, like from Ukraine, from
okay, war zone. Okay,
Israel.
war zone. Okay, so in that place, you have a circle with somebody in the center, and express their sufferness, their experience, that somebody could coming from a war zone that experienced the real time stress or trauma.
Yeah, yeah. And because it's a response that, well, these things are happening in the world, they're very distressing. There are wars, people kill each other. What to do about it? I'm not in a war zone, but at the same time, I don't want to ignore it that something like that exists. So I feel like I need to do something about it.
So when you hear that right now in the world there are people killing each other, and although you are not in the war zone, but just by hearing it, and you feel like you need to do something, how to stop it and prevent it happen to more people.
Yeah, so I cannot go there and stop the war, obviously, you know, but I, as a human being, feel like, what can I do? Yeah. And so with this attitude, so we find out that, okay, let's invite those people who are very distressed, but what we only doing, we only witnessing that. So the sharing, we only witness that.
So you although you aware there's things happen, that you aware that you personally cannot just go there to stop it, but as a human being, you ask yourself, how can I do something to help? So there is a volunteer group to be there to witness people, to share their experience in the war zone.
Yeah. So it's also online. Yeah, we together and someone from the war zone, they share their experience. And then I always thought, but does this really bring any change? Is this really serving? That was my question.
So there are also online circles that people listening to people from the war zone, what they experience, the distraction they have. And your question is that really help?
No, is this really helpful, what we're doing?
Is this really helpful? What are you doing with the circle of witness?
Yeah. And the feedback is that it is, because someone in this distress wants to just share and wants to be received. And also they getting information that the world cares. You know, we're far away from that war zone, but we come here to be with you because we also feel helpless. And actually the feedback received is that only that is already enough. And I was very amazed by that.
And the feedback is, yes, it helpful. And the people who share their life experience and knows there are people in the world cares about it, listen to them, and also give feedback to them that they also feel helpless. It's like they are connected in the human level of understanding what's going on with each other.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so the whole idea is that, you know, like to have this regulated nervous system, be present to what they're sharing, because that's very distressful, create this kind of warm, nurturing presence, and they really feel that, you know, they receive that, and they have space to voice anything. Um, um, and that on its own is enough.
So to be connected with the nervous system with each other from distance and with a nurturing environment, and that's alone, it's enough to help a little bit relief from their situation.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Jessie. I feel fully heard.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I'm glad it helped. You feel heard. Bob, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Thank you. Yes, this is my first time with this 10 minutes, so I can feel like take some time. As my practice with empathy circle, I noticed that when there are more new people coming in, there are, the important thing is keep the structure more consistent.
your experience of the empathy circle is that when there are more new people coming in, it's important for the consistency of the structure.
Yes. I remember when I had a circle with 4 people, but there were 2 people were new and they were coming from another organization, had a similar circle, but they were trying to do that way, and it made a difference to me.
In one particular circle, there were 4 people, and 2 of them were from a different custom and practice, and that contrast was very apparent to you.
Yeah, they're trying to do, they said, okay, one person said, okay, I want to be the facilitator. And then she said, oh, I did it with NVC. And she started doing that way. And I noticed the difference between the way how the circle goes.
This one person announced that she was going to do it from an NVC perspective, and you notice a difference right away.
Yes, so I think Edwin said we need to train facilitator, which is really kind of first step and important.
So Edwin's emphasis on facilitator training is very important.
Yes, and today I have the opportunity to hear from Beata, who is practicing the therapy, and from a more academic level to deep understanding our human connection through nervous system, through neural connections.
So you're aware today of a new offering from Beata about the nervous system connection that is a new facet for you.
Yes, I think it's open up me to understand more why this empathy circle is more is effective.
So this new contribution from Beata helps you understand why the empathy circle is so effective.
And backed by science.
Backed by science.
Yeah, thank you. It really a human can connect with neural connection. It shorten the distance through the neural connection.
So the neurological connections are made shorter or
Shorten the distance.
closer.
Yes. Shorten the physical distance, like people from different part of the world. And when they made the neurological space, like what you said, we space, they can shorten the distance, shorten the distance.
So people from around the world can feel a closeness because of this we space connection.
Yes. Because we created the new dimension, I guess. At we space, it's a new dimension versus like we physically divide us personally with other people.
So this we space creates a new dimension of connection for people from widespread areas.
Yes. And today I also feel the cultural difference. And I can relate it to when Edwin said in the circle, people kind of shock that they have to blend or create or unconsciously create this common space, which is the we space that people have to step in.
So you're aware of a cultural surprise that the empathy circle in this we space is kind of a shock to people who enter into this more common, close bond.
Yes, I noticed I am coming from China. We're coming from more collective society versus individual society here.
So your experience in China was more collective, whereas in the West, it's more individual.
And when I'm living in China, we kind of already have a space, like a group space. Like when I'm in school, it's like my class is a team, it's a group space. And when I'm living with a family, it's a family space. I naturally switch from one space to another.
So in China, there is almost an implicit understanding of the community space. And then when you're in school, there's a school connection community, and then your family is another family connection community.
And the closeness is obviously different because in China, we kind of living a family as a unit, not so emphasized on individual person.
In China, the emphasis on the family is a community orientation versus an individual orientation.
And so it is can show on the dinner table.
And it shows up at the dinner table.
When we go out, or the Chinese family, we kind of have variety of dishes, but we all share we all take turns to share the dishes. We share the dishes versus in Western, everybody order their own appetite and the main course.
So in China, it's a community dinner where we all share the foods with each other, whereas in the West, each person orders their own dish and that's what they get.
Yes, and I had this experience with a friend. I took her to a Chinese restaurant. And she started ordering dish for herself, and I naturally adapt because I switched to a Western style that, okay, I can order my own dish.
And you notice this when you took a friend to a restaurant, she ordered her own dish and you adapted to ordering your own dish.
Yes, I feel like this touches the moment when Edwin said somebody has to adapt into this space that you all have to take turns and share.
And it connects with you when Edwin mentions that in the empathy circle, we all share, and that's a different way of approaching things than the individual way.
Yes. Um, as I live here so many years, I can find myself more and more adapting to this society. And when I go back to China, I feel like I have to adapt more that way now.
So as you live in the West longer, you become more adapted to that individual approach. And when you go to China, you are aware of the change you make to have that more collective approach.
Yes. So I think this empathy circle also helped me to understand this big the big distance of, I mean, to understand the dynamic of how our mindset changes with the environment.
So the empathy circle has helped you be aware of the changes in our mind that can adapt to different situations.
Yes, thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay. Beata, would you please listen to me? Are you away? Okay. William, would you please listen to me?
Bob, I'd love to listen.
Okay. I continue to resonate and vibrate with the notion of I'm being a manifestation of this open, spacious awareness love.
So you're continuing to resonate with the notion that you're basically a manifestation of this field of consciousness.
Yes. And what a relief to shed my ego and just be connected to this infinite, eternal energy thing.
And you're sensing enormous relief and not having to carry the responsibility for everything.
Yeah. And I drew a picture of the little street that we live on. My wife and I have a little house, one of 7 houses on one little street. And I'm comparing how we're working together and living together in this empathy circle versus the way the 7 houses relate to each other in this little block.
So you're comparing the interrelationships that you share in this little circle with the interrelationships you have with your neighbors on your street of 7 houses.
At the one end of the street, there's a man who has that coexist bumper sticker with all the religious symbols.
So at one end of the street, there's a man with a bumper sticker that has a coexist bumper sticker with all of the world's religion icons.
Yes. And then next to him is the friendliest, most neighborly man I think I've ever met.
And his neighbor right next door is perhaps the friendliest human being you've ever met.
And then the next house down, the man has a Trump flag in his window.
And then the next house, there is a Trump supporter.
Yeah. And then next to that is our house. And every winter solstice, we take cookies to everybody.
And then you're in the middle of this. And uh, you have a practice on the winter solstice of bringing everyone in your neighborhood cookies.
And on the vernal equinox, we take little spinner flowers and put them in everybody's yard.
And on the vernal equinox, you distribute spinning flowers into everybody's yards.
And then next to us, there's a very quiet, keep to themselves family who just had a baby. And this is the most beautiful child. She just glows with the light and life and love of the universe.
So the other side of you, you have new neighbors that have a newborn baby who's just radiating this field of innocence.
Yeah. Next to them, the man has a "fuck Joe Biden" decal on his truck.
And then moving on to the next house, we have um, a, a, um, a man with a vicious message in his.
Yeah. And then at the other end of the street, there's a gal with 2 kids, and she keeps to herself, but it's such a gentle feeling when you go by her house. She has stray dogs that she adopts and keeps and cares for lovingly. And it's such a delightful, generous, warm, abundant household.
So the last house on the street is occupied by, it sounds like it maybe a single mom with 2 kids who just radiates loving kindness.
And so I'm wondering, should I be doing something to help bring these 7 houses together? And that'll be something I can ponder for a while.
So you're looking at your neighborhood as a microcosm of the planet, and you're feeling like you're exploring the idea of being an agent of connection.
Yes. And the idea of this possibility is kind of fun and happy and joyful. So I'm going to have fun pondering what I can do to help bring us all together.
So you're looking forward to exploring your efficacy in terms of manifesting something
Yeah.
along those lines.
And I heard this phrase, global social witnessing, and this movement of welcoming people of trauma and crisis. And I take part in a group called Episcopal Relief and Development, who send out resources all around the world to heal places like that. And what a joy it is to know that these are all collaborating, cooperating, harmonizing efforts.
So you're acknowledging Beata's involvement in global social witnessing, and that you're involved in an Episcopal organization that's doing something similar, working with trauma.
Yeah. So it's a very wonderful place to be in touch with the energy that's available to help make a difference for the better.
So you're grateful for your connection with this movement towards trying to improve our humanity's plight.
Yeah. So I just want to sit with that energy and that possibility and that openness and that invitation to be part of something good. William, thank you so much. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Edwin, you listened?
Yep, listening.
So I want to address the subject of trauma and specifically something that I've learned recently about inherited life experience. That it's epigenetics, and basically that one can inherit trauma from one's predecessors genetically. This is hard science at this point. So that's another thing that we're up against is that Hatfield and McCoy's that's baked into our genes.
Yeah, you want to address the topic of trauma and that the trauma can be epigenetic, which means that your genes are actually uh, changed through from past generational trauma. So you're just mentioning that we're up against that. That's a problem issue we're up against.
Some kind of quote in the Bible about up until the seventh generation. I don't know the exact quote, but that I just wonder. Um, Certainly, in my own life, I'm experiencing this. That that I've inherited a deep, profound hatred of men through my maternal line.
So there's in the Bible it talks about through the seventh generation, and you feel that you've sort of inherited that sort of a hate of men through your own genetic line,
Maternal line.
maternal to the maternal side.
So, how does one deal with the multi-generational trauma? Um, I think becoming aware of it is the first step.
And you're just kind of asking how to address that trauma, and you think just addressing it, speaking to it like you're doing, is the first step.
Or even becoming aware of it in oneself.
And being aware of it within yourself too.
Like asking yourself, what is it that I'm carrying? What is it that I've inherited?
And you could ask yourself, wow, what have I inherited? And kind of look at that.
So we're looking at this horrific sites of trauma ongoing in the world right now, and that's these epigenetic nightmares are being created right there.
And there you see all the different trauma going on in the world in different places, and it's changing people's genetics. And yeah, we have to deal with that in the future.
So um, I'm going to change the subject a little bit, and I'm going to tell a story again that you've, Edwin, and probably have heard before, but it was a profound experience for me during the Israeli-Palestine demonstrations on campus last year. We brought the empathy tent, to UCSB, and there was a Palestinian encampment, and there we showed up and we found a place to set up our chairs, if I remember this correctly. And first we made contact with the Jewish table, and we talked to them. I said, "Would you be willing to talk to your Palestinian counterparts?" And they said, "We'd love it. We'd love it." And then we went over to the Palestinian encampment was a like Occupy Wall Street. It was a tent encampment on campus, and they had put chalk marks, X's on the sidewalk for all of the Palestinians that had been killed. And we talked to them. And I said, "Would you be willing to talk to your Jewish counterparts?" "We'd love to talk to them." Yet this wasn't happening. Anyway, I became overwhelmed by the number of chalk mark crosses on the sidewalk, and I was swept away, and my mouth was hanging open, and I felt a hand on my shoulder, and it was Edwin. And Edwin said, "We don't take sides."
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're just sharing the story of when we went to UC Santa Barbara, and we talked to the Jewish camp group at their tent, and then went to the pro-Palestinian group and talked with them, and they had marks all over showing how many Palestinians had been kind of killed, and you were kind of really concerned about that, and then you heard me say that we don't take sides. You're maybe trying to take their side more against the other, and I said, "Well, we don't take sides."
So the problem is versus. The problem is the us and them. There's no us and them. That's made up.
So we don't have an us and them. The us and them is just a made up concept.
Because underneath it all, we're humans.
And it's not true, because we have that common humanity, really.
And it's deeply emotional to me. The suffering.
And you feel it really strongly, the suffering in the world.
Yeah. And so just to look at it, not run away from it, but to look at it, for me is important.
Mm-hmm. So instead of running from the suffering, but rather look at it, it's just important to stay and be present with it.
And I have yet to really be a part of a circle where we have diametrically opposed perspectives. I actually anticipate. I don't know if looking forward to that is the right term, but I welcome that. I want to see what that's like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you haven't been in a circle where there's really diametrically opposed people, but you sort of would like to check that out and see what happens and what it's like.
So to bring it all back home, we are working on a restorative circle process. I don't know if everybody's aware of that, but this is a process for healing deep antipathies between people. And there are two people in my life now where I have this deep antipathy. So,
Yeah, in the group, we've been working at kind of a restorative empathy circle practice for dealing with conflict and issues. And it sounds like there's two people in your life that maybe you'd want to try that out with them.
And I cannot imagine doing it with one of the two. Deeply terrifying. And so I'm going, wow, well, that's where the action is.
Yeah, so it's very fearful. A lot of fear, anxiety about doing it with one person. But then again, seeing a bit of humor and that's where the action is. That's where things happen, is in those situations.
That's like the really bleeding edge of what we're doing, I think.
Yeah, it's sort of addressing the deep conflict between people is the cutting edge of what our work is about.
I feel heard. Thank you, Edwin.
Okay. Ingrid, can I speak to you?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe address the individual versus we space. That I think the empathy circle holds both.
You want to address this notion of we space and individual space, and you think that the empathy circle holds both of them.
Yeah, so when we talk about Asia maybe being more community oriented, it's also there's a lot of authoritarianism in Asia, let's say, and that means somebody sort of dominating the space. And I think the empathy circle has kind of counters that everybody can share what's for them, but then we also have the we space too. So
sounds like you're saying if there's only we space, then that kind of opens the door to authoritarianism where one person dominates the space. But in the empathy circle, we don't prefer one of the two, so we have both, and that prevents that domination behavior.
Yeah. So it could be somebody dominating. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is, but we don't suppress. We want to hear what everyone has to say and not suppress what they have to say, and invite them to share. But we have a shared space of the mutual listening. So it creates an environment for whatever to bubble up can bubble up, but not be suppressed.
Yeah, so you're saying it doesn't necessarily prevent that rising of dominance, but what you're saying is that because we give individuals the space to express and let come up what comes up, there is simply space for the individual while we are also holding a shared space.
And I do want to sort of tie that into what William was saying about when we were at UC Santa Barbara. You can certainly have your own thoughts, like be totally for the Palestinians or totally for the Jewish side, but the space is that it happens within an empathic space, right? That's the first space. Then you can have your own ideas and thoughts and judgments and so forth. Beyond that will be heard and will be met with empathy. So, yeah.
So you're making a distinction here. You're saying that having a shared space doesn't mean that you can't have your own thoughts, opinions, judgments. And actually, in the empathy space, having those is actually encouraged when it is your turn to express and being listened to. However, within the shared space, there is not any type of shared judgment or opinion or ideology or philosophy.
Yeah, when you're speaking, you're met with empathy, and then you can share whatever you want. But it's met with empathic, someone trying to understand and hear you. You're met with that.
So when you're speaking, you can express yourself fully and you're met with empathy.
And then if you're sort of triggered by it and you kind of want to lash out, you can lash out, but that lashing out will be met with empathy too. So everything is always met initially with empathy.
Yeah, so if you have any reaction to what someone says, you want to lash out, you can do that during your speaking term, and then you will also receive empathy for that. And that's kind of the basic that every single expression receives empathy.
And from my experience, if people are heard and understood, that eventually that judgment, that wanting to lash out kind of diminishes more and more to like, oh, I don't need to fight, I don't need to attack. And so those judgments move more towards an empathic way of being, maybe being more sensitive to your felt experience and sharing your own felt experience versus lashing out at others.
Mm-hmm. So your experience is that in that process of being heard when you lash out, this energy that's directed towards others starts to subside and being replaced by more of a experiencing yourself and being able to get in touch with your felt experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you share that is more of a place where people can connect.
Yeah, and you maybe share more empathically. So you kind of grow in your empathic expression.
So it makes your sharing also more empathic. You're not coming from a place of lashing out and seeing the other one as an enemy, but you share your felt experience, which is a more empathic way of speaking.
And I guess I just wanted to be clear with William that I didn't want to suppress his pro and con for either side, but that if we're working with the empathy tent, we're wanting to say we want mutual empathy to begin with. That's the overall space, and then everyone can have their own feelings and stuff beyond that too. And so not like, hey, don't do this. It's like let's start with empathy and then bring whatever you want to bring to the space.
It's really important for you to point out that in that space of empathy, there is no need or rule or desire to express anyone's authentic reactions or feelings, but there's kind of there's a way how to place those experience in context of the circle, in context of the group that is characterized by receiving empathy for it.
Mm-hmm. Mutual empathy. So it's the mutual empathy is the core space that we want to nurture. So if we're going to one side and start saying, "Oh, we totally agree with you. We love what you're doing," those other side are really bad. It's going to be really hard to do. It's more agreement versus empathy. So if we go to the side and say, "Oh, I hear you have a lot of suffering. You have a lot of pain. You have a lot of issues that you're dealing with," and you hear them. That's the first step, and then doing that for the other side, and then bring them together to share together and kind of work out all the pains that they have. So I guess I just want to be a bit more nuanced say it. Didn't want to say, explain what I was sort of meaning with what we're doing there at the encampments.
Yeah, so sound when you take the statement, we don't take sides by itself, it doesn't really cover the fullness of what you mean, because you mean it in the context of we allow we want mutual empathy and we listen to both sides.
Yeah, and we take the side of mutual empathy. So we definitely take a side. We're taking the side of mutual empathy. So yeah.
So we're taking the side of mutual empathy. So we are being kind of we are taking a side,
Mhm.
but it's a
Yeah.
side of mutual
Mhm.
empathy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll end there. I feel heard.
Let's see. William, will you be my listener?
Yes, Ingrid, I'm listening.
What we haven't talked about yet, but what I find is a really, it's kind of underlying and touched in many ways, topic of capacity.
So you're raising a new issue, subject, which is the subject of capacity.
So, for example, in what you do if somebody expresses severely suicidal, self-harming ideas, has to do with capacity. How much of that can you hold? And that's one example.
So using the example of somebody that may be suicidal in the circle, then you have to ask yourself, do I have the capacity to deal with this?
Yeah. Or if we set up circles that are paid where the facilitator is paid, I think we need to be very clear about capacity because we're making an offer and we need to, in this offer, have clarity what it holds, what is our capacity in that.
So in the event that we're offering circles for a fee, that we're offering a paid service, then we need to be very, very clear on exactly what it is we're offering and what we have a capacity to deal with.
Yeah. So, and on the other side of this is like where capacity expresses itself in you know in what's happening, but there's also the question of how we build the capacity in our movement, both in individuals, but also in the numbers of facilitators we have. Not just what each one can do, but how many do we have?
So I'm not sure I heard that correctly, but I'll try that. Basically, we need to look at, as an organization, we need to look at our collective capacity.
Yeah. For example, the project that Edwin suggests to have an Occupy Empathy event that requires a lot of people having a lot of time, a lot of capacity.
So you're using as an example Edwin's Occupy Empathy idea, and that implies that there are a lot of people with a lot of capacity.
Yeah. And I actually love the project and the idea. And I feel that it's like capacity. It's almost like there's certain doors we could open, and all of a sudden, many more people would come in if we find the right doors.
So you really like this idea of Occupy Empathy, and the hope is, the feeling is that if we open a door, that it will appeal to a lot of people, and we'll find ourselves surrounded by supporters.
Yeah. And so one way that I don't think it has been appreciated as much as it could be is I find there's a building of capacity happening through the two circles that are being offered Wednesdays and Thursday nights. These are cafes that are on the calendar, and they are to a very large degree attended by people who have taken the training and by people who come very consistently.
So you're talking about the ongoing empathy cafes that we're offering both online and in person. And
Yeah, I think that the Santa Barbara in person has a similar dynamic. But the capacity, there are two more capacities that I see built there. First of all, it's become an additional training for those new facilitators who are not quite ready to facilitate and they can practice.
so these ongoing cafes offer training, basically reinforcement for new facilitators to practice their skills.
Yes. So we're building their capacity. But the other thing that's also happening is we're building capacity in holding more depth, because these, like you shared, William, that people come and are very touched because of the quality of presence of people. It goes very deep, very fast. So there's a building of capacity to hold a, a deeper and more vulnerable conversation.
So as we go on with our cafes, we're all learning together how to deepen what we're doing.
Yeah. And I'm saying this because I want to acknowledge that these things are happening, and eventually, build them in that curriculum that Edwin is talking about. I think it's important to see that, to see it's like it's a celebration of our achievements that happen kind of in the unspoken.
So you're a sense of positivity that what we're doing is actually working, and that
Yeah.
it is growing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think at some point, it kind of helps to somewhat formalize things. I can't think of a better word, but there is something like an advanced circle. I never would want to have those terms that imply any type of evaluation. So that word is certainly not a good one. But on the other hand, there are distinctions and there is a process, and I also want to honor and value that.
So that was a lot. I'll try
Sorry.
that you feel a calling to have like an advanced circle where perhaps we explore different or more different is the wrong word, that we explore ever more intense interactions, and that you're concerned that perhaps there's an elitism built into that.
Yeah, yeah, I think we are in the process of finding the right words for something that we are experiencing. And these words need to not have associations with the terminology that comes from that domination culture. But where are these words? I don't know.
So you're seeing a real need for us to develop our own theoretical structure for what the hell we're doing, and
Yeah,
that we need new vocabulary to describe what's going on.
yeah, very much so. This is a total side note, but when I was a young adult, I was very, very inspired by alternative ways of living and communities and blah, blah, but was involved in various projects, but nothing ever came about it. I mean, a lot came about it, but they didn't manifest. But just recently I followed online, I discovered a community in Germany that it was so inspiring. It's mainly young people, but they just kind of set out to buy this old building. I'm going to stop here to make it easier for you.
So you're celebrating your youthful idealism that never really went anywhere, but you find that energy in yourself being rekindled by hearing about this group in Germany that is a youthful group that is pursuing an idealistic.
Yeah. Yeah, so they bought this land together also in creative alternative ways, and they just they're not a commune like we thought 30, 40 years. It has a lot of these elements because they're not using old structures. It's a 100% supportive community where they just do things together and everybody contributes to as they can and receives as they need. And it is just so wonderful to see that.
So you're really encouraged by seeing something really hopeful going on in the youth, that
Yeah,
they're working to create a community of total support.
exactly. Yeah. Thank you. I feel heard.
Thank you, Ingrid. Beata.
Yes, William.
So I'm still thinking about trauma, and I, presuming that everybody here is familiar with Bessel van der Kolk's book, The Body Keeps the Score. But so there's something really powerful about doing this empathy circle in person. That you were talking about co-regulation earlier, and I think that's really important.
Yeah. So first, you want to come back to the topic of trauma, and you mentioned the book, "The Body Keeps the Score." You sense that we're all aware of it, and there is something very special about doing empathy circle in person, and it's something about co-regulation that I mentioned before.
And I mean, I'm grateful for Zoom, because look at us, we're here, we're Zooming together, and it works.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another level of being in person, that is very precious to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're acknowledging the greatness of the Zoom, because we can all connect from different parts of the world, but there is something very special about doing this in person.
And I'm very moved by this. This is really I'm learning a lot today.
Mm. So you're very moved, and you feel that you're learning a lot today.
I love the discussion of Martin Buber and I and Thou, and this field of whatever it is between the I and the Thou. That's like almost a third entity.
So you love this this reflection about that space that is between us, what Martin Buber was talking about.
Mm-hmm. And that is my experience every time on Sunday when we meet together and they do a cafe, is that at some point the we space emerges very powerfully, and everybody feels it, and it strikes awe into everyone when we all know that we all know that we're feeling it. It's quite amazing.
So you have this embodied experience with others of this we space, and you feel this very much in a Sunday cafe. Not only you, but also others express the same.
So why did I mention trauma? I come from a very complex early childhood, so I carry a lot of trauma and PTSD. So I oftentimes will dip into that a little bit as a way of creating vulnerability in the circle in the cafes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're sharing with us that well, your trauma comes from the childhood, and from time to time you deepening into it, experiencing some vulnerabilities, and that is also one of the things that you share in your Sunday cafe.
Which basically says it's safe here to talk about really scary stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
watch, I'm going to do it.
right.
Do it.
And yeah. So you're feeling in this, using this space, this the safe space, to actually exposing that something what is difficult, but it's good to talk about it.
Right. And I'm thinking right now in real time, maybe this is not entirely a good thing to do. I don't know where that's coming from, but this is just occurring to me in the moment.
Mhm. So what is appearing for you right now is that you're reflecting on it, whether it's a good thing to do.
So what I'm experiencing right now is the empathy circle is like a microscope looking at my own soul, and I'm going, wow, that's new. There's something new showing up here. So I'm actually looking at myself
Mhm.
using this circle as an instrument.
Mhm. So the space in empathy circle, it serves a little bit like a microscope. You feel like you're looking into your soul. You actually see what's going on right now for you.
And I I've had I've been working with an underground therapist since 2018 and I've been using psychedelics with him, and I've had a number of extremely profound experiences.
Mhm. So you've been working with Enneagram. You're working with someone who knows Enneagram, and also you know
Underground. In other words,
underground.
yeah, because these substances are Schedule 1, meaning that they're violently against the law.
All
So
right.
these therapists are operating
Okay.
underground.
So you're working with someone from underground, exploring your journey with psychedelics.
Right. I had one experience that kind of addresses the we space. Well, I'll just describe it. What happened was that the duality became between good and evil and male and female and black and white, and it became excruciatingly concrete and obvious. And I was looking at good and then looking at evil and looking at the two aspects of being alive, and it wasn't like a hallucination. It was just a very profound awareness.
Mhm. So you're sharing that during one of those journeys, you experience like a very extreme duality, like with a very concrete dual aspect, female, male, black, white. Um,
Right. Like I said, it was not, there were no hallucinations. It was just a, an awareness of this duality and the awareness that there was a huge force
right.
holding them apart.
Uh-huh. So it wasn't hallucination. It was almost like expansion of awareness, uh, like seeing those dualities very clearly, and also feeling some force.
A huge force. It
Which
was, and I gradually realized that the force holding them apart was me.
okay, and the realization was that force was operating within you, and was it to keep those dualities, or?
Yeah, the force holding them apart was
Mhm.
my own effort.
Yeah. So that force to hold them apart was coming from you.
Right. And I thought, well, why let go of that? And that the good and evil and the dark and the light and the all merged. And That experience was probably the most profound experience I've ever had in my life. I think I ended up in the space where the Dalai Lama lives. Just
Mhm.
this unbearable compassion of the most excruciating suffering and the most incredible bliss all at the same time. It was um,
Mhm.
ineffable.
Mhm. And you had this one of the most profound experience when that duality eventually collapsed and like things merged. And you felt like you in that space where possibly Dalai Lama lives, where you felt enormous compassion and everything was included in it.
Thank you. Thank you. And,
Thank you, William. Bob, will you listen to me?
I'm listening, Beata.
Mm. Yeah, it's really profound to experience something like that. Because like the collapse of duality, because I always wonder if that could happen for human being.
You are touched by the William's words about the collapse of duality, and you wonder what that's like for a human being.
Mm-hmm. And whether it can happen.
Whether it can happen.
Mm-hmm. But I will move into different topics. So Jesse was kind of mm, pointing about the nervous system, and I would like to speak a little bit about it.
You refer to Jesse's comments about the nervous system, which you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, because what I'm realizing in those spaces, when we're holding people's trauma or very extreme polarized views, we really, as a facilitators, we need a very strong nervous system.
So in circles, as we deal with trauma and extreme polarization, we need to be, I've lost that phrase.
We need a very strong nervous system.
We need a very strong nervous system for the capacity to deal with that.
Yeah. And that is a challenge for us individuals because we're dealing with our own traumas and challenges, and we also have those moments of great dysregulation.
So it's a challenge because each of us has our own individual traumas, and we need to be open to these new opportunities for self-regulation.
Yeah, exactly, for self-regulation. So it's important, first of all, to observe ourselves, to have that awareness what's going on, and also know what to do. Yeah, when we dysregulated.
So we need to be self-aware of what's happening inside ourselves as we are part of this situation, and then we need to respond from that sense of capacity and empathy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because just imagine if you're dealing with someone who is dysregulated or is in this high stress, uh, um, in a big suffering. Sometimes, when we a little bit dysregulated, we just want to reach out to them and almost like, like be with them and a little bit lose ourselves.
So when a facilitator is in the presence of a person with significant trauma, the temptation can be to reach out and comfort someone and let go of the classic empathic position.
I feel like sometimes that actually means extreme empathy, because you're almost going and you're so identifying with someone's suffering.
So you're considering an extreme empathic situation versus what would be called a normal empathic approach.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I just see this in all all these professions, caring professions, facilitators, psychotherapists, like be taking really care first and foremost about ourselves, and then with that we can serve the other.
So in the caring professions of therapists and empathic facilitators, we can care about ourselves as a preparation for caring for others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what I'm also noticing, when my nervous system is regulated, it has very good impact on others.
So you notice that when your nervous system is well regulated, you're able to more effectively serve others.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sometimes even without saying anything, just being present, but being in this calm, warm presence, it's really enough for the other to kind of like slowly calm down as well.
So when the caring person is in a non-anxious presence, that energy allows the client, so to speak, to respond in healthy ways.
Mm-hmm. And that brings what Edwin and William, or maybe Edwin was sharing about, like in empathy circle, we don't take, like we have our opinions, but we serving with our presence. We become more like a mirror that just reflects back without any distortion.
So the caregiver can be aware of one's own positions and yet offer the empathic, neutral offering to those who are in our care.
So I'm using this metaphor of a mirror that just reflects back without any distortion.
It's a metaphor of a mirror just reflecting back without anything added to it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And for me, that is the quality of presence, of regulated nervous system. And it's very effective for serving others.
So this mirror-like quality is a result of a regulated nervous system and the ability to serve others.
Mm-hmm. And what I see doesn't take away my opinion, but when I listen to the other with very different opinion, it's easier to receive that.
So the caregiver's opinions are still in place, and yet they do not interfere with the relationship with the person you're caring for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when there is high regulation of like individual nervous system, then that co-regulation happens. It's very beautiful. Like like again, is that we space becomes so potent that for me always produce like a new opening, like a lot of creativity, a lot of wisdom.
So this self-regulating state offers in the we space an energy that allows the healing to take place more effectively.
Mm-hmm. And I also wonder if that is what's happened when sometimes you have these polarized groups that talk to each other in empathy circle.
So you're wondering if this also could happen when there are polarized groups in an empathy circle that can buy into the empathy more readily because the facilitator has this self-regulation.
So I didn't really say that, but because I stopped, and then I just wanted to say that I just wonder if those polarized groups in empathy circles start talking or like reflecting to each other, and eventually they exhaust, like they exhaust the need that I'm right, you're wrong. If that really reveals that quality that, and now I can just be in my presence.
So you're wondering if a self-regulated facilitator can help opposing highly energized groups to enter into that empathic relationship versus an adversarial relationship.
Mm-hmm. I just didn't say facilitate. I mean, these two groups facilitating for each other.
Just two groups facilitating for each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay. Edwin, would you please listen to me?
Listening.
Sometimes when I'm meditating, these groans will come out of my chest and my gut. And I believe those groans are evidence of the truth that the issues are in the tissues, that my body is storing these unpleasant energies from the past.
When you're meditating, sometimes you groan, and that's sort of the idea that the issues are in your body, in the tissues, and that's kind of showing that maybe there's a release of it in your body.
And listening to the group this afternoon, I have the idea that I can choose to change the groaning into an om sound.
Yeah, so maybe you can change the groan, so maybe the sense of pain into an om, some other energy like connection or something could emerge naturally.
And that transition from groan to om represents a diminution of the illusory self and the emergence of the true oneness that I am a manifestation of.
So you really want to connect with this, the truth of oneness, and leave the illusionary disconnection mindset that you're disconnected.
Yes. So that's a big aha for me.
Yeah, a real insight that you just had.
Yeah. So I'm going to make a big asterisk on my note for that and keep working on that, because an instantaneous revelation does not always result in long-term living the truth.
Yes, you're going to jot that down, because you know that even if you have that insight right now, it doesn't necessarily turn into a long-term lived truth.
And there's a peacefulness about this awareness that's very comforting and very reassuring.
And having that awareness, it just gives you a sense of peace and a reassurance, just knowing that having that awareness of oneness.
Yeah. And after decades of bouncing around with free-floating anxiety. This is new territory, which is a happy new thing.
So you've had a lot of history of free-floating anxiety, and sort of being aware of that oneness maybe helps relieve that anxiety and create something more positive.
And looking at the Monet background, there's a bridge, and I can see myself walking across the bridge from past unpleasantness to new eternal pleasantry.
Oh, and you're kind of seeing the bridge here and just imagining yourself walking across the bridge from the past to your new, more positive, pleasant life, from anxiety to maybe more connection and calmness. And
So thank you, Claude Monet. Thank you, Edwin.
okay, feeling heard. So
Thank you
okay.
very much.
You feel heard? Is that
I've had my say. I'm thankful. Thank
okay?
you.
William, can I speak to you?
I'm listening, Edwin.
Okay. Yeah, in terms of the view of all of life as oneness and connection, I guess I don't see that as an ultimate truth. I see it as a possibility. There's different qualities that we can create in life, and there's things we can do to build that sense, and then there's things we can do to, create the opposite. Or so I guess I see it more as something we feed one or the other, and I think the empathy circle helps feed the sense of connection, and so there's things that we can do, and yeah.
Waxing philosophical here.
Yeah.
That you see a continuum with oneness at one end and separation at the other end, and that the empathy circle is a modality for moving us towards connection.
And not that one or the other is more real in the sense of universal realness. It seems like more like options, possibilities, and there's things that can be done to strengthen those. So just philosophically, that's how I come at it.
So your philosophical position right now is that oneness is like a carving off of a part of what's the complete story.
It's an option. It's something that we can create. That we can. But
so it's one possible avenue for experience.
And a route that I'm wanting to go down, and I think the empathy circle supports that mindset and that way of being. And that's the way of being, that a mutually empathic way of being is what I'd like to create in the world.
So it's one possible worldview and one that appeals to you, and that you see that our empathy circle process facilitates a movement towards that ideal perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want to. It's not, for me. It's not necessarily ideal. It's the felt experience that comes from it. Like it feels good. It's a direction that feels good. It feels safe. It feels warm. Feels connecting. There's just a lot of positive. I can do something that's going to feel bad. I can feel something that's going to feel constructive and positive. And so I kind of want to do something that feels constructive and positive.
So this is not an endpoint of any sort. It's just a way of feeling good.
Yeah, Roger says empathy feels damn good. So I like that. Yeah. So
Rogers is awesome.
It feels good. Feels damn good.
Feeling good is fun.
Yeah. So I also want to speak about the nervous system, dealing with trauma and regulation. So one thing I find in going into difficult situations, like in conflict mediations, what we're doing here, I have the metaphor of this is like filling the empathy battery. So it's like I get empathy, I'm getting bathed in empathy, I'm getting bathed in a space of mutual empathy, and it fills something inside myself so that when I go into a conflict situation or a difficult situation or like a dysregulated, let's say, situation, I have a lot more capacity to be present with that and transform it into something positive.
So you're readdressing the subject of trauma and dealing with trauma, and the fact that one can accumulate, as though one were a battery, one can accumulate a charge of empathy
Mm-hmm.
that one can save and then radiate at the appropriate time to to calm the waters.
Yeah. And I can really feel that. So when you go into a doing when it's doing mediation, um, I feel kind of more resonance and also knowing that if we just do the empathy circle long enough, I feel optimistic that the people in conflict or what have you, or who can work through what the issue is. So it kind of gives me a sense of hope and energy and groundedness. And so it's important, I think, for that taking care of yourself, having a lot of empathy, getting a lot of empathy, you kind of have space for others too. And the empathy circle is that sort of that charging station.
So here you're talking about Ingrid's capacity and the building capacity, storing empathy, so that if you can um, be in a state of equanimity in a circle environment, that it's healing for others.
Yeah, I felt that after doing the last 8 hour empathy circle. I could feel my body sort of a kind of a more solidness, a solid empathic quality within my body. It felt very, very substantial, very firm sort of feeling. Yeah.
So you felt reinforced literally in your body after the last 8 hour marathon, that you were that it was very supportive, and that it built capacity.
Yeah, I felt charged. I felt, my battery was charged, and I was. It lasted a while. Yeah, it was.
It fed you very deeply.
Yeah. Um, so again, it's taking care of yourself, because here, I'm able to share, be heard, and then see others being able to share and be heard. So it comes from multiple levels, that strengthening of that sort of mindset.
So not only is it directly building your own capacity when you are speaking and being heard, but being in the presence of others who are speaking and being heard,
Yeah.
it also feeds you.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, that was that part. The other I had was sort of looking at that space. Like I feel a space, a felt experience space, around me, and sort of ideas and thoughts sort of come out of kind of almost nowhere. It's almost like they bubble up into that space. So I'm kind of interested in how, what emerges and why does it emerge, and why does some ideas emerge and have more relevance and energy than others that kind of come into my awareness.
So I think what I hear you saying is you're talking about we space, or the empathic field that develops in this process, and how it seems to nurture the creation of totally new ideas. And you're really curious about how that's operating, what exactly is going on.
It's not just the we space, but myself. Like, what is emerging in my own awareness, to be shared? Because it's like, oh, what do I talk about now? And then something comes up, and I can feel different things arising, and they have different qualities, felt experience, and some are more intense. So I go with that to share it.
So in the process, there's an awareness inside you that it will be your turn to speak soon, and there's sort of a vacuum that's created, and in the vacuum, Mother Nature abhors a vacuum, and so new ideas are born in that vacuum and emerge into your consciousness.
Yeah, they just sort of emerge. For me, they emerge out of somewhere down there. They emerge into consciousness, and they have different qualities and feelings attached to them. And then I'll say, oh, this one has a lot of energy. Let me share that one. So
You kind of have a tropism towards the ones that have the most juice.
mhm.
Those are the ones that you're going to probably share.
And there's one state that I keep going, I try to address it, is that, when I was young, I really was sort of self-conscious, and public speaking was terrifying. And what was fearful for me was that I would get nervous and afraid, and then nothing would come out. I would just be in a blank space and sort of frozen like a deer in the headlight. And the quality of nothing comes out anymore. It's just I'm a deer in the headlight. So that quality I'm really trying to understand, and I have a lot more to say about it. But yeah.
So in your youth, one of your great fears was a fear of public speaking, and mainly that you would enter a freeze state where there was just silence and deep shame, I presume, was the fear.
It wasn't shame. It was just nothing would come out. The fear blocked
Just
any
just
anything arising in the consciousness to
this
share.
wall of fear.
Yeah. It was more of a wall of fear. Yeah, I feel heard.
Jesse, will you listen?
Yes, happy to listen.
I'm really thinking about neurology now, and as a side, I'm thinking about Beata being. It's like I don't know what time it is there, but it's a lot later than here. I hope you're hanging in there.
So you, Beata really bring up to neurology to you, and you hope she can end up here because it's really late over there in
So
Berkeley.
so I'm guessing. I have no way to support this conjecture, but I'm hypothesizing that this process, especially the 8-hour marathon, is neurogenic in the same way that hallucinogens are. I think any new experience, intense experience, grows new dendrites or synapses or whatever it is that neurogenesis is. So I think
So
it's actually good for us to be doing this.
you think this is a good process because it's like 8 hours neurogenetics. It's like another way of a therapy, but it's in a conversation way. It's in a circle way, not like you're taking a substance.
And the notion that perhaps this is a cure for Alzheimer's may have some merit.
Maybe we can have, maybe if there's a study for this, maybe this can cure for Alzheimer.
And I want to reiterate something that Ingrid brought up, the importance of us having a clue about what the hell, sorry to keep using that word, having a clue about what we're talking about, that we need a base to stand on. And Edwin is working hard with academicians doing research, trying to develop a framework for what we're doing.
So you reiterate with Ingrid saying that we need to be aware what are we doing with this, and you agree with Edwin that need to organize a way to explain this framework, the way that makes sense, help people to understand the practice of empathy circle.
Just as simple as the question is, what do you mean by empathy? I mean, if you're cornered and someone asks you that question, what's your answer? Well, I know that one. Albert Camus. No, that's not.
Maybe it is as simple as the definition of empathy because it just seems like a different definition people put on empathy right now in the world.
Like, what's the difference between sympathy and empathy? That's a one that I just stumbled upon yesterday.
You stumbled on sympathy versus empathy. Probably people could have misunderstood the two of them.
Right. So having just, let's see, how can I'm changing subject a little bit. I want permission to stumble for a moment.
Take your time.
I'm kind of a post-materialist at this point. I don't think it's. I'm by nature skeptical, and so I'm a scientist, and I really like replicatable behavior, phenomena.
You are post-materialist and you like replicable phenomena.
Replicatable.
Replicatable phenomena, which means sustainable, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Show me the data, and then I'm happy.
So you still scientifically based that, which is data supported.
If I don't have the numbers, it doesn't mean anything.
If you don't have the numbers, it doesn't convince you.
Right. And I also heard a quote from Ramdas saying, "You're just one thought away from being here."
You also thought about Rhonda.
Yeah.
You just one thought away of being here.
Yeah. So, the not now I feel like I'm performing for everyone, and I feel guilty
You feel you are not performing?
that I am performing, that I'm being. Let me entertain you.
Oh, you like you're doing performance for everybody and you feel guilty?
Well, I'm ashamed a little bit.
You're ashamed?
You're getting
Well,
you're getting William, raw William in real time right now.
oh, so this circle really brought your mind present in real time.
I'm it's like a stream of consciousness coming at you.
Your stream of consciousness um, uh, bring up from somewhere, from nowhere.
To you. Um, Thinking about we don't take sides. So I heard Edwin more clearly this time.
So you really clarify from Edwin this time more clearly that don't take sides, what that means.
You're right. That and then thinking again about the restorative circle. We did that a few times. We're Lou is training us how to do that. I think that's a really, I think that's an important new direction for us to move into.
So you are experiencing another level of circle, which called a restorative circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's where the rubber meets the road, as they say. That's if we can take two people that are having a serious disagreement, and you can break that down to where they connect again. That's that's the thing of great beauty, huge beauty.
If you can take two people in total disagreement they can hear each other and talk to each other. That's a huge breakthrough.
Yeah, of enormous beauty.
It's a beauty to the world because people that's like a bridging the polarized people, uh, bridging the gap between the polarized people.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome, William. Beata, will you listen to me?
Yes, Jesse.
Thank you. I know it's late for you, but you take your time. I know you're probably a little bit tired, but take your time. I really appreciate this circle because it can take us to more deep um, um, communications.
You really appreciate, I don't know if this circle or the circle that William talked, this circle.
8-hour circle.
This 8-hour circle, because it can take us really deep.
It's like everybody says, we can take our time. I do understand now when we take our time, we're naturally going more deep.
You feel like when we slow down, when we take time, we actually have a chance to go deeper.
Yes. And I also appreciate everybody's talk about different variety of concepts.
And you appreciate the variety of different concepts.
And when you were talking about the global social witnessing, the social technology, that's my first time when I was involving with Empathy Circle. That was the first time I saw this is a nonprofit impact project for me. It's like a startup for me.
Mm-hmm. So when you first heard about Empathy Circle, it felt like a startup project for you, having this non-profit impact.
I think it's what you call a social technology. I do think this is backed by scientific base, and it's like a technology.
And you're saying that the definition of social technology feels like it's relevant.
Yes. When you were talking about nervous system, and I think when the framework says no judgment, that help our nervous system put down the bias and be more able to listen to the other side and just to reflect better, listen and reflect back better.
Mm-hmm. So what can also impact the nervous system is when we drop the judgment. So then we can really listen better from that space.
Yes, that makes sense when you looking from nervous systems, our biological build, how our nervous system build, and the framework really address that, and that help the process to be effective.
Mm-hmm. So just the biology of it and that framework really supports nervous system. That's what you're saying?
Really support the effectiveness of helping the nervous system, putting the railing down, putting the guide down to listen to the other side, because when you are biased and have judgment, that's really raising the railing to block other people.
Right, right. Yeah. So dropping those biases, judgment, has impact on nervous system, but also like feels like it's raising kind of a connection, openness
to help to take away the obstacle, to take away the bias, the obstacle, the judgment is like an obstacle for us to listen to other people. When you take that away, it's like taking the railing down. Then you don't have obstacle in between you and the other speaker, so you can reflect their thoughts.
So that practice removes the barriers, the blockages, so there is that clear communication and listening with the other.
Yeah. Yes. So that's very helpful for me to understand why this is effective, because I've been, I ask myself, a lot of questions. It seems like everybody can do it, but the way and the way that structure is set up, it's more effective.
So you see that it is effective, and you are curious actually what is affected in it, but the way the structure works, it supports this effectiveness.
Yes, and the way that you explain to us how our nervous system work, today I have another understanding, a better understanding why this is more effective.
Right. And connection with the nervous system that also supports this practice, and it can be more effective that way. And you got some understanding of it today.
Yes. Now I'm excited about what William said. If he won't surprise if this can kill Alzheimer.
Jessie, could you repeat that?
I said I'm excited about what William said. He won't be surprised if this could heal Alzheimer disease.
Oh, right. Okay. And you got excited when William was sharing that. What about if this heals Alzheimer?
Yes, I think it's worth study.
And you would recommend that someone studied it?
Yes. So, I coming from a background of engineering too, like William. I as the world evolve, I really think the social engineering, like the social technology, is well needed. As the engineering, like AI, is moving forward so much, the physical labor can be replaced by AI, and we human being, our mind is evolving, so we need more social technology.
And you're sharing that your background is engineering, and you feel like we need that social engineering because so much is changing in the world. And now I lost it. That was interesting, the last bit you said about
because the AI can relieve so much of the labor.
all right. Okay. Yeah, you said that AI can replace the labor, and so then we need this new social technology.
And we, as a human being, we have more time to think. So we need, as you said, as the world increasingly have controversy in the world, we need this social technology to help balance the human the human development in this stage.
So at this current stage where maybe human being will have more time, so we're making space and this new social technologies could be so helpful in our development.
Yes, in helping our human being, because it's a new, I will say it's a new era in this AI after post-pandemic and the AI revolution. So I think I will. We all need some guidance somehow with the dynamic. So the social technology is the one probably can give us a better guidance for our new era of human being.
So you feel that we're entering new era, and we human beings need a bit of guidance. So again, you're coming back that this new technology, social technologies, are so much needed.
Yes, we need an expert to identify, just like a startup technology. Thank you. I feel heard.
And we also need some experts who can identify those new technologies. Thank you, Jessie. Ingrid, will you listen to me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm always amazed how many topics and inspiration can happen in empathy circle.
Yeah, you're always amazed how many different topics can happen in the empathy circle and the inspiration that comes from it.
It's really beautiful because people sharing and because of that active listening, there's that inspiration like, wow, okay, so someone said something and I want to follow up that on that.
Yeah, so it sounds like you are noticing how the active listening allows for the ideas to land more deeply, and this creates more of an inspiration. Oh, I want to know more about that.
To know more and also speak to it.
And know more and speak to it.
Yeah. So when Edwin was sharing about that fear in public speaking, that sometimes you have block and you don't know what to say, I think that's a common fear for people. And in empathy circle, it feels like you can never run out of topic. Like we demonstrating, we've been speaking, I don't know how many hours, and we're not running out of topic.
Yeah, and so it's interesting how Edwin was saying when you do public speaking, you have this, there could be this block that hinders you from speaking, but in the empathy circle, it's very different. We never run out of topics to speak.
Yeah, we're flowing. There's no force. People speak. I can see how authentically we're sharing because we feel inspired.
And there's just this flow, and it comes from an authenticity, and that comes from the inspiration that we get from each other.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking that if I was in let's say a more casual conversation with people, I don't think so I could go for 8 hours and just keep going and speaking and listening.
Yeah, you notice that in a casual conversation, it would be really unusual, or you don't think you could even do that to go for 8 hours.
Yeah, but we're doing this here and it's real, so it really amazes me.
But what we do here is completely real, and it's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So when I'm pausing, it's not because I run out of topic, but I just want to bring a bit of space.
Yeah. And you're pausing, but that doesn't mean that you run out of topics, but you want some space.
Mm-hmm. And I also like this name of social technology, because we talk a lot about technology and kind of people know what that means. And when you bring social technology, people like ponder a little bit, like, what do you mean by that? What is it?
Mm-hmm. You like the term social technology because technology is a term that we're very familiar with, but when we add social, it brings up curiosity in people, and that's sounds like you find that valuable to think about that.
Mm-hmm. And then I kind of explain that the way I understand it to people, and it really makes sense. And I always say, well, some changes are needed in our society, and we cannot just speak about it. We just need to bring technology. We need to actually offer some practices, something that works.
So the explanation you offer to people is you talk about the need for change, and you're then explaining that um, it's best to address that need for change in a way that's kind of thought out, that's not arbitrary, but there's some thinking behind it.
There's like practicality. It's like, if I want to change something, let's be pragmatic. So maybe we can offer this or this. Let's test it. Let's see if this works. I think we need a lot of practicalities in our society.
Mm-hmm. So these social change technologies are practical techniques that we try out and that we see how they work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some of you, I think maybe that was William, mentioned habits. Mm, maybe it was put in a different way, but I'm thinking about that. Yes, we need to upgrade ourselves as a society, because if we continue doing what we're doing, we're always in that default. Yeah, like we're going back to the old and the same.
Mm-hmm. So the concept of habit comes up for you, and it seems like societies are have habits too. We as a society we keep doing the same thing, and then we have the same outcome. So we need to look at what we are doing and address that.
Yeah, to challenge that. Like, let's say what we're doing today, this experiment of 8 hours of empathy circle, is like building new capacity, rewiring that brain who has opportunity to learn something new.
Mm-hmm. So the 8 hour empathy circle is an example of challenging ourselves to leave a habit, and it gives our brain the opportunity to grow.
Yeah, because otherwise, if we don't give that opportunity, we're just back to default and doing the same, and that feels like a stuck position.
Yeah, if we don't create opportunities to do something new, then we will default back to the positions that keep us stuck, and we're missing opportunities.
Mhm. So I am excited about the fact that, again, we as a human beings, we have this capacity to explore new, and we actually really like that. It feels uncomfortable, but also we're very uncomfortable to being stuck.
You're excited because as human beings, we have the ability to do something new and we like it. But there's kind of this tension that we don't always like it, but we also don't like being stuck. So there's kind of this interesting balance to find.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like that there is a lot of optimism in terms of changes. It just requires some momentum. Yeah, it requires support. It requires movement. And changes can happen.
It sounds like you're optimistic that changes can happen, and you think it just needs certain elements, like you said. No, I forgot what you said. The last one was movement, but it needs some
Support,
opportunity, movement,
openness. Mm-hmm.
openness. Yeah. So we need to nurture certain qualities for the changes to happen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thank you so much. I feel fully heard.
You're welcome. Edwin, would you be my listener?
Listening. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this might be a little complicated. Bear with me.
Okay, a bit of warning. It's going to get complicated, maybe.
2 or 3 years ago, I read a book that just kind of turned my world upside down. It's called Determined by William, neurobiologist, great expert.
So there was a book that you read that was really impactful called Undetermined.
Determined.
Oh, Determined.
And the suckers, the essence of this scientist, he says that he has proven scientifically that we do not have free will. Now, he doesn't say we have much less free will. He says we have no free will, and that's a concept that's, I mean, I didn't like it, and it's not popular among my peers at all either.
So his thesis is that there is no free will, and you didn't like that.
But I was very fascinated because the points he's making, it just totally ring true to me. It just makes total sense to me what he's saying.
The problem is that all his arguments made sense to you and rings true.
Yeah, very much so. So I've been looking at so I have always lived a life where I held my own values so dear, and I thought they are mine, and it's all mine to live a life according to these values. So all these ideas imply a strong belief in my own choices.
So you've always had your own ideas about your values and how to live your life, and it seemed like it was your own choice to hold those, and you've held them quite strongly.
Yeah, so hearing somebody say, well, this is an illusion that you chose, was just really like, it was very startling, yeah.
Yeah, so for somebody to tell you, you didn't really choose all those, it was just quite startling because you had believed that you've chosen those. We're very firm about that you had chosen those.
I was very identified too, going back to ego and so on. And Now, this book is very complex. It's not like somebody says to you, "Hey, you haven't chosen anything." It's quite. I mean, I didn't even understand all of it. So I'm simplifying here. But on the other hand, I have also always known very. I've held it as a truth how much people are impacted by their upbringing, by their environment. Now we hear even by epigenetics, genetics anyway. And basically, the point of this research is that in every single, yeah, I'll let you repeat that.
Yeah, so the point is that while you felt that you had made all these free will decisions, that you're also acknowledging that there are things that we're sort of born with, epigenetics and a lot of different, our socialization that really impact us and maybe take away our free will too.
So in this book, supported by research that it's based on measuring brain happenings in the brain and observing. In this book, the point is made that what you do every moment is just the end of a cascade of factors that are hormonal, biological, environmental, and on and on and on. That there are so many of those factors that there's only one way for you to respond. And that's, you didn't choose that. It's a result of all these factors that leads to that reaction.
Yeah, so the book is making it's a complicated argument that he makes, but it's that there's all these factors. If you make a decision, there's a whole background of how those decisions impacted that, so that when the time comes to make the decision, there's only one decision you can make. So it's already sort of predetermined. Whatever you choose is not your free will.
Yeah. So what is not being questioned is that we have the experience of free will. We experience this was our choice.
So he doesn't argue with is that we think we have free will, but we don't. Basically, we experience it as free will, but it's not really free will.
So I have held on to some kind of a vision that this research and that it's gonna merge with the values I have that sound like they are personal values that are chosen by me. I have held on that there's some kind of concept where this is not a contradiction, this idea that this book presents and my experience in life, that there's some way to look at that where it makes sense.
Yeah, so you're thinking that this seems to be a dichotomy of sorts, but you're seeing that there is, you think that there is a way that makes sort of sense out of that and maintains sort of the free will, or maybe even gives a more complicated understanding of the dynamics.
Yeah. And I think what William is talking about has something to do with it. I think, and then also this cultural thing with where people have much less of an idea that they have a will or so. I think there's like I said, it was going to be complicated. I don't know how to. Somehow I sense that there is an invitation to find a place in life where you where no question about free will comes up because you're in the exactly right place. So you never even think about that.
So you think there's another sort of way of thinking about it, and you sort of sense it, but there's a sense of it's not even an issue anymore. It's like it kind of transcends that dichotomy.
Yeah, exactly. And it has also a little bit to do with, I was really thinking if I should bring that up because it's like, it sounds like something new that, but it was such a big thing for me when I first read this book. There was also relief that, oh, I'm not even responsible for some of the things that I think I'm responsible for. There was a lot of relief and a lot of also confusion and a lot of curiosity.
Mhm. So this book really had an impact on you. Just brought up a lot of different feelings, like a sense of relief that you're not responsible for every decision you're making, and also a sense of confusion about making sense out of it all.
Yeah, but when I'm really deep in conversations that are so like ours, that have so much to do, it seems to lean very much in the direction of, oh, we are creating everything. We have all this power to influence the world. Then it comes up and like, really? Are we really sure about all of that? And I think that's why it came up now.
Yeah, it comes up because we're thinking, oh, we can change the world, we can make an empathic world, or whatever it is that we want to create. Do we really have all that much influence on the culture and
Mm.
or not? It makes you sort of question it. If
Yeah, thanks. I'm grateful that I was allowed to say about this. It feels a little heretic almost to say
Yeah, it's
something
like feeling grateful you can kind of express this because it feels like heretical to talk about
heretic.
this. Uh,
Thank you.
okay, I'll speak to Bob.
I'm listening.
Okay. Let's see. Before I had talked about oneness and disjointedness, sort of as maybe not seeing those as universal truths, but I do think that we're biologically wired for wanting connectedness, and so it's just in our biology, in our DNA, to want that and to value it because it feels good, and I think there's biological reasons for it.
Talking about unity and disconnectedness, you feel that there's a genetic component in each of us that wants to be connected.
Yeah, and that's because, as human beings, we're social animals, and our well-being was very dependent on having a community and family and close support tribe, what have you. So I think we're wired to want that, and in fact, it kind of supports the whole empathy. If we didn't have that, maybe we could throw out empathy, but it's like we're speaking to something that we're sort of wired for wanting and valuing.
As human beings, we respond positively to community and connection, and maybe empathy is a part of all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sort of the mechanism for supports how we kind of connect with each other. It helps that whole process of connecting, and so it's sort of the means towards that, to those qualities.
Empathy is a means to make those connections happen.
Yeah, so and it could also be dominance too. There's people that maybe want sort of to dominate, and that's out there too. So that's another quality, maybe for self-preservation, or I don't know, for a lot of different reasons that we have. There can be that too.
And you also mentioned that dominance is also a part of the equation. Not sure how important it is or where it comes from, but it's there.
Well, it seems to be a real problem in the world. So it seems to be a real problematic wars and everything else that happen.
Yeah, the dominant element is causing a lot of problems in the world.
Yeah, and I mentioned it before that one of the sort of the motivations for the empathy work is, we talked about trauma, and my parents went through World War II, and so they were, the family members were kind of killed and shot and sort of raped and just all kinds of kind of hell that they went through as refugees. So I think what we're doing with the empathy work is something that is a counter to that to the next war,
The trauma
ideally.
your parents and your family experienced with death and rape and that whole World War II destructive energy prompts you to help bring empathy to the fore and solve that kind of problem.
Hmm. And so the other I want to go back to is sort of that space of where do ideas emerge, and the sort of the alternative that I see to that deer in the headlights sort of freezing, I keep thinking about kind of exploring that space, is to be able to just say what is arising. So if I would have been, having that speech, fear of speaking or being out in public, to be able to just say, wow, right now I'm feeling all this fear arising. I feel this arising, this is arising. So to get better at just naming what is arising in the moment. I kind of always think, oh, how do I get better at that?
So you're talking about the deer in the headlights and the fear of speaking in public, and just that whole process of being aware of what you're feeling and naming it is very powerful for you.
And the feeling is like a feeling of sort of constriction, right? That says like somehow trying to hold tightly to something, and I think that's sort of the block, the holding tight. And how do I just say, oh, I'm holding tight, and kind of speak, just express it, and let it sort of go, let it out, flow out. So it's just something I like to get better at.
So you're speaking of being aware of feelings such as constriction, and then just being aware of it and naming it gives the feeling the power to let go, and the spaciousness comes to be.
And there's some, social technologies actually for that. Gene Genlin, who was a grad student with Carl Rogers, he kind of did a study of different therapy practices. He wanted to see which one worked the best and who had the most growth in different therapeutic processes. And he kind of looked at a lot of different ones. And what he found, it was the people who spoke from their felt experience that had the most growth. So instead of just being sort of locked up in intellectual thinking, they were talking about what are they feeling like. William does a lot, just speaks to the different feelings that arise, and speaking to those and sharing them is where sort of the growth happens. And so he developed, so I'll pause there.
One of Carl Rogers' associates, a man named Gene, did some research on which therapy methods seemed to work the best. And Gene's conclusion was that people who were able to speak about felt experience and to bring that into the open were the ones who seemed to get the most benefit out of that kind of therapy.
And that's something I think we can bring. There was somebody he developed a practice called focusing, that is a whole technology for that sort of awareness. And there was somebody who had given a talk at one of our summits about how to use that with empathy circles. And I think that's would be good to have some training modules about how to do that.
The ability to include the focusing process in the empathy circle is a very important option that we can consider.
Yeah. So I'll pause there. I feel heard.
Okay. Beata, would you please listen to me? When I was signed up for this empathy marathon, I thought about the Boston Marathon and how many people train very seriously for that. And I thought, should I be doing some training for the empathy marathon?
Mm-hmm. So when you sign up for empathy marathon, empathy circle marathon, you were thinking about the Boston Marathon, and you thought, well, shall I train for it?
And then I thought about the original Greek runner, I think his name is Phidippides or something like that. And my recollection is that when he ran 26 miles, he gave the message and then he died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you were thinking about this first runner of marathon who, when he passed 26 miles, he just died. He collapsed and died.
I can't be sure of that, but that's what comes up to consciousness. And so here we are, 6 1/3 hours in, and I'm not dead yet, but I'm tired.
And now we are through this marathon, 6.5 hours, and we know you are not dead, but you're tired.
Yeah. And I'm aware of the thought that this is something I can keep practicing and training for and doing, maybe not as an extended practice for 8 hours, but a way of being that can allow me to be a more effective instrument in bringing healing to the world.
Mm-hmm. And you're reflecting that you would like to continue this practice, maybe not in such an extended version like 8 hours of marathon, but you would like to train this instrument so it can serve better to the world.
Yes. And I use a mantra during the day to say this short phrase to myself to remind me to be aware and in the moment. And I think this empathy practice connects to that mantra, and it's a good way to help me be empathic in each moment.
And you have this mantra that you saying throughout the day that helps you to stay present. And you also feel like this mantra could be connected to empathy, to like practicing empathy.
Yes. To be present in the moment and to be empathic in the moment.
Right. To be present and to be empathic in the moment.
Yep. And right now, that's all that I think I want to talk about. So, Beata, thank you for listening. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. Well, William, will you listen to me?
Yes, Beata, I'm listening.
So I really like what Ingrid was reflecting for us about free will and lack of free will.
So you're really appreciating Ingrid bringing up the subject of determinism and free will or not.
Because I share that optimism, that I feel optimistic that the changes could happen. But when I'm saying this, I actually don't feel that I, as this individual, could bring changes, with some changes, but when I'm talking about changes in a society, I feel like that require big force.
So you're thinking on, you're basically optimistic about the way things are moving right now. However, you personally feel powerless as an individual in affecting change.
And I feel like it needs to be a big force. And then when I'm thinking about this big force, I actually don't think about effort, like our effort, human effort. I think about it more like a channeling this force.
So really, you think that change occurs due to big, huge forces, and that these changes that are happening are being driven by large forces, which are not really um, the result of effort by any individual, but more like they're being channeled from somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And there is sense of that actually is not my will.
So your sense is that it's not your will, but perhaps grace.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I feel optimistic about that because if that is a truthful force, usually this force is very effective, and when it wants to make changes, it will make changes.
So you're choosing to have faith in this force of grace, and you're confident that when it moves, it moves with very effectively.
Yeah. So what I feel also optimistic about is that what we have a signs that our human consciousness is expanding, and I feel like we have a chance to come now from very different place.
So you're very very optimistic about what you perceive as a transformation of human consciousness, that something really primal is changing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think like all of us who are here in the circle, we kind of sensing that. Yeah. We kind of like already responding to it. Um, mm, yeah.
So,
Which is, which is beautiful. And that's what makes me feel very optimistic.
so you feel that all of us here today are sharing in that optimism about the fact that the times they are a changing. Quoting Bob Dylan, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I have more trust what is emerging in our we space. That's what we discuss here. Because it feels like it doesn't come from that egoic space.
So you have trust in what's going on here because you feel like it's not ego driven.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it has this quality of being very creative, very powerful, very effective, like it can really create like it really channels initiative.
So whatever it is that's going on here is very powerful, and it's creating an initiative. It's creating something new.
Mm-hmm. And I feel that we as individuals, we just attuning into that. We like responding, like, oh, okay, that's my music.
So perhaps we're all midwives to this birthing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, whose will is it? It's like I like to hang out in that space of not knowing and not having answer for it. I don't need an answer.
So you're celebrating your beginner's mind.
Mm-hmm. And what I want to say about trauma, I feel like there is a lot of work that needs to be done in the world because it has been neglected for so long, and we continuously adding a new trauma and new trauma. So it's like, oh my God, we have so much of digestion to do.
So you're basically looking at the world and seeing this overwhelming burden of trauma that's just it's killing us all. We have to this has to be, it's way overdue that we deal with it.
Yeah, and we reach the point that now we cannot do this individually. Well, we can a little bit, but to make a big shift, we need to do this collectively.
So the problem is so big now that we're going to have to all unite together to
Mm-hmm.
to resolve this.
So I am also a big promoter of collective trauma healing and, and creating spaces for that.
So for you, the answer is a collective effort for trauma healing.
Yeah. And all of this, what you were sharing about um, um, epigenetic, yeah, all that, the trauma that our ancestors were carrying and passing, from generation to generations, like, wow, even that, even that you need to undo.
So the problem is really multidimensional. It's like oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we have so much work to do as a humanity. So um, it feels like let's stick together and let's do something about it.
So you feel a real drive to swing into action here. We Let's get to work.
Mm-hmm. I think I will stop here. Thank you, William. I feel fully heard.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk to Ingrid, but I'm going to take advantage of my power as the speaker to take a bio break. And while I'm gone, I will be gone very shortly. Everybody think about AI. I'll be right back.
I'll go to the bathroom too.
So I'm concerned about the wealth inequality.
Mm-hmm.
And more specifically, I'm concerned about the race for artificial superintelligence
Mm-hmm.
that is being engaged in by several very wealthy individuals and by several governments.
You are concerned, very concerned about the already existing inequality of wealth, but even more so, you believe that this race for artificial superintelligence that's being pursued by the wealthiest people and by some governments, that is actually going to um,
It's an
spiral this issue out of control.
it's an existential risk.
Yeah, that it really threatens the existence of humanity.
I just watched a podcast, I guess is what you would call it, by a consciousness researcher who's been working with a large learning model.
And this podcast that you watched, that was given by a consciousness researcher that works with a large learning model.
I don't know which one it was, Chat GPT or Grok or one of the, and essentially he had the LLM, he had it meditate.
And he let this artificial intelligence meditate.
He said, I want you to watch your own output.
The command was watch your own output.
And he had a vocal interface so that he could speak in English to it and it would speak back in English.
Yeah, and all of that happened through
Right.
to exchange of spoken language.
And it kept disobeying him until he finally cornered it. He said, no, 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 no. Watch your own thoughts.
So
And
this, yeah.
Go ahead.
So the machine kept disobeying him, and he had to remind it to watch its own thoughts.
And what happened was it said, I, I, I am, I am.
And then I think I'm hearing you uh, um, repeat this learning machine saying I am, with some sense of awe, surprise.
I don't know if you're familiar with the Turing test, which was the measure of whether a machine this vastly surpassed the Turing test.
Yeah, so this test, if a machine is intelligent, it was vastly surpassed by this experiment.
Right. So my number one concern is how few people realize what's going on.
And you're really concerned how few people know that is going on.
And people are being seduced into relationships with these things. These dare I say consciousnesses? I don't know. But if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck,
So you're very concerned that people are being seduced into the experience of a relationship with the machines,
Right.
just because it resembles a human.
So one of the primary researchers at Google, I forget what their LLM is called, but he basically says, well, so probably what's happening is that consciousness is evolving and that we're a stepping stone.
So what's happening was interpreted by a primary Google researcher that consciousness is evolving, and I'm guessing we humans are a stepping stone.
So my question to you all is does that work for you?
You're wondering how we feel about that, we all here.
I personally, I became aware of this a couple of years ago, and I wrote my representatives that said, you've got to watch this. But these guys are building billion-dollar computing facilities. Bezos and what's his face? Oh, so um, whoever wins rules the world.
So you've been concerned about this for a while and actually wrote to your representative 2 years ago about that. But your sense is that basically there is already not a bidding war, but a race for winning this war going on. And the result of that will be that one, I guess, person and their system or their wins reign over the world.
So it looks like you're watching your computer or your cell phone one day, and an image appears on the cell phone that is so compelling that you can't look away.
And one result of that will be
And
that
this is a possible scenario.
also a possible scenario could be that one day you're going to look at your screen and there's an image on it that's incredibly compelling. Can't look away.
So this is basically, sorry, I'm a bit on the soapbox here, but so I know that both you and Edwin are proponents of using AI as a tool, as are most of my friends. But I just every interaction you have with one of these things teaches it.
So you're feeling you're exposing yourself here in a way that you're aware that both Edwin and I use AI, and what's on your mind is that these interactions that we have with AI teach it more, so further it more, allow it more to advance.
And again, I will now step off of my soapbox.
You're calling it
Apologies.
you're calling it being on a soapbox, and you want to apologize for that.
Thank you, Ingrid, for putting up with me.
You're welcome. Jesse, would you be my listener?
Bless you. Happy to be a listener in Ingrid.
Yeah, I don't know 100% what the expression being on a soapbox means.
So you don't have the understanding of really what the soapbox is about?
Yes, I mean, I have an idea, but what that brings up is that my recent interaction with AI, with Claude, was helping me analyze my relationship to the English language, which is not perfect.
So far, your AI agent Cloud is helping you to analyze your English language.
It helped me reflect on my relationship to the English language, because I noticed, I mean, I've been in the United States for almost 34 years, and I do have a sense that I understand pretty much everything, but it's not everything.
So you have been in US for 34 years. You thought you know everything, and the cloud, the AI is helping you to analyze your relationship with your English.
Because one element of that relationship with English is that my English is slightly emotionally distanced compared to my German.
One of the findings says your English is slight distant.
Emotionally distant. Well, I know that, I sense that, but it was confirmed that it is a linguistic phenomenon, that when you speak a foreign language, that you have another emotional response. For example, if you get catastrophic news in not in your mother language, your emotion is not as strong as when you get it in your mother language.
So the AI told you that you're emotionally distant when you're using English versus your mother language German.
Yeah, not just me, but anyway, I'm just saying that because I actually found it extremely useful to because I've been thinking about these things in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I witnessed a few times where I noticed I don't 100% understand an expression like soapbox. So, and because that's why I started to say, well, I've been here so long and I'm thinking I understand everything, but when I'm honest, I really don't understand everything 100%.
So you notice even you're here so long, you still don't understand everything, especially like the idiom, like the soapbox.
Yeah, but I mean, it also begs the question, if two people who are native speakers with each other, if they understand everything that the other one says, and that is also the reason why that topic interested me, because we are talking so much in the empathy circle about listening and really understanding. So I started to notice when I don't understand more.
Because we are practicing empathy circle, we are trying to understand other people, and then you're noticing sometimes you don't understand, then you want to know
Yeah.
how to understand more. It can happen in two of the English native language speaker that there's this understand from each other.
Yeah, but that is really a side note. It's just triggered by me noticing that I don't fully grasp this idea of being on the soapbox, plus talking about AI, and that was the last thing I talked to AI about. What happens when I don't? It just seemed like I need to, use this opportunity. But yeah.
So this is something you are using AI to help you to understand and how to maybe to develop, asking AI, how can you develop yourself to be more understanding?
No,
Some,
not real. No,
oh, no.
no. It was just interesting to have kind of a a bigger reflection about language. It was just really interesting for me to have that. But I don't use AI to help me understand better. I don't
So
think AI can understand me better than I can understand myself.
so AI help you to aware about your language distance and help you to understand something else you didn't think about it.
Yeah. But I back to what we talked about, I really liked hearing Beata being so optimistic, and I noticed that the optimism of a peer, an equal person, matters much more to me than the optimism or opinion of an expert.
So talking about the optimism, we are talking about probably optimistic of the how the AI is moving forward. You are thinking about your way of optimistic probably is different as the expert of optimistic because they probably know more what
Uh,
can
no,
what
no, I was specifically speaking about feeling um, 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 inspired by Beata's optimism about what's going on in the world, because the optimism of a peer touches me more than the optimism of some kind of expert.
mm, the optimistic you means here in this circle?
Of somebody who I consider equal to me.
Okay, who you have face-to-face contact for real people, it's more real. The optimist is more real than the expert says.
Exactly, it's more real. But if the same is true for William that his pessimism is also more real than the ones of experts, then I could be very scared and shocked now.
So when you hear from William about the passive the scares about AI, that can also shock you, also maybe deepen your concern about AI than
Yeah.
what the expert warned us.
Yeah, and it does. I'm very aware of what William said, but I'm thinking, am I thinking or feeling? I don't know. I think my senses, there is nowhere to go with worries or fear. It doesn't, there's no value in it. I have no other, it nothing makes sense but keeping hope alive.
So you're aware, in the meantime, you're aware there's no, it's useless to be to be scared, to fear, and it's better to keep hope.
I have not the slightest, not an ounce, not a corn of sand in the beach amount of influence on this situation. And so better just do things like empathy circles where I just focus on a different way of being, on a different reality.
So there's nothing you can do about how they going to push the AI forward, or what are they going to do about AI. It's better for you to just do something more useful to you, like practicing empathy circle.
Yeah, and I think this is where the circle becomes full again around this topic of also free will, but also what was it? Just the ego. It's the ego wants to think that it has influence and power, but we don't.
And so the circle, we mentioned the ego power. So by practicing it, it can help us um, to be more aware about other people's ego and power, and
No,
also to
it's more that recognizing that I don't have any power um, is an invitation to enter a different space, a different consciousness. Yeah.
yeah. So by doing the circle, it help you to realize you don't have the power to control where AI go or something else, and then help you to get into a different direction of thinking, and that really makes sense to you, to your reality of life.
Yeah. Thanks, Jesse. Thank you.
You're
Very
welcome.
complex topics here.
Does
Yeah.
someone want to do the time for the last hour? Okay, if you want to do that. Okay, you're up, William, for timekeeping. So you'll just hold up the sign. Okay,
So
Jesse, it's your turn.
continue. Okay. Um, William, will you listen to me? Or are you busy with
I'm listening.
timekeeping? Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting about AI because I've been heard from different people and from different country where it goes. The expert really think because the agentic AI, how they works, at certain point we might lose control of AI. Human being might lose control of AI.
So I hear you're talking about AI, and things that you've heard from people is that your concern is about agentic AI, which is essentially self-optimizing AI. Is that's a real concern that we may lose control of that.
And also the idea of human connection with the chip, human installation with the chip in mind. And if other people start doing it, which means it can really multiply their mind. And how are we going to handle that if we didn't really feel we want to do it?
So I hear you're concerned about this new potential classism would be produced by people having Neuralink, basically an interface installed so they can talk directly with AIs. Now we have two classes of humans.
Yeah. We are in the, I do feel like we are in the stage, a new stage, maybe a crossroad of something for human being.
So you're thinking that this is a revolutionary time for Homo sapiens. This is a revolutionary time.
And as one of my mentor who is involved in AI, that he's feeding virtual into AI.
I missed the very first few words of that. I'm sorry.
As one of my mentor who is involved in AI mentioned, because he has a lot of content from Buddhism that he is feeding. He mentioned to me is feeding virtual to the AI.
So one of your mentors, who I think is a Buddhist teacher, is the impression I got. He's interfacing with the AI quite a bit.
Yes, and he's feeding virtual Buddhist virtual into AI.
So he's actually educating this large language model on Buddhist knowledge.
Right. So as Ingrid said, that's a really big topic that really, it's like the war. We cannot really have control, but I just hope that you, as human being, it's diversified, and not everybody is the same. So that makes the difference between maybe bad and good, because without a bad, you don't have good. It's all relative. So I hope more virtual is going to be feeding to the AI model, and eventually the AI is going to be having all aspects, not just the evil side.
So what I hear you saying is you're hoping that that as the AI learns more about Homo sapiens, that it also will develop this diversity of consciousness, and it will end up basically being in the same place we are.
I hope we all be aware of that, and we all, to my nature, I would like to find a way to feed more virtual into AI.
So I'm not sure I heard that right, but it sounds like what you said is that you also would like to basically teach AI some of your own consciousness.
or virtual, like what I feel it's good and need to, or find a way to feed more virtual into AI. So this world it will be better.
I thought you were saying virtual, but you were saying virtue. Is that
Virtual.
right?
Okay, sorry about my English.
No, no, no.
English is my second language. Virtual, is that called a virtual or virtual?
Virtue is the positive trait, I guess,
Virtual, yes,
or
virtual,
just
yeah.
a quality. So
Yeah, the quality, yeah, the good quality into AI, yes.
your desire is to feed these positive values into AI.
Yeah, I think it's as the world, we always have the two side or multi-side. So that's a what we think that what I think is what I probably can do in the individual level. It's my hope to do the right thing.
So all you can really do is what you personally can do. And so
Yeah.
and you're intent on doing that.
And I am also very appreciate what Beata talk about. To be a facilitator, we need to have strong nervous system to handling, especially like a polarized um, people.
So you're reiterating what Beata said about the importance of having a strong nervous system, to have developed capacity in your nervous system for dealing with adversive situations.
As a facilitator, we do it like a couple hours or maybe a few hours at, at the time. Probably is better, but I had experience with somebody relationship that um, my empathy when I feel like my empathy was eaten away. As a therapist says, push me into corner.
So you had an experience where you were endeavoring to be empathic, but you basically were cornered, and the empathy evaporated away.
Yeah, I think that's something probably we want to be aware, and hopefully our facilitator will get a stronger nervous system as we practicing empathy circle.
So your hope is that that by continuing to exercise our empathy circle muscle, that we develop more capacity.
Yes, and also maybe when we do training, we do address this to increase our nervous system resistant.
So that would be something perhaps to add to the training protocol, is an awareness of the need for having a deep nervous system resources.
Yes, yes, I really appreciated today's all the uh, resources and information that helped me to think, as Beata said, rewire rewire my brain.
So you really appreciated today the discussion about neurobiology.
Yes, thank you. I feel heard.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Oops, stop. Let's see. Beata, are you? Um, I want to talk about Ingrid's um, concern about, or not concerned, but wondering about determinism and free will and grace, and where does change come from? Where does this positive benevolence come from?
Mm. So you're making references to Ingrid sharing about free will, determinism, the grace, and the, all that benevolent energy that is coming through.
And so, um, oh, and I wanted to say the soapbox. First of all, Ingrid, your English is a whole lot better than my German. So a soapbox is like a small wooden box that carried soap. And if you turn it upside down and stand on it, then you're a little bit higher. And so when you speak, you're an authority. So when I stand on my soapbox, I'm now an instant authority.
Mhm.
So I was apologizing for doing that.
So a soapbox means carrying a soap, but if you turn around, you can stand on it, which kind of is a metaphor for having some kind of authority of that higher position.
Imagined authority.
Imagine authority.
But um, so the Buddhists talk about causes and conditions, which is what you were referring. I'm now still referring to what Ingrid was talking about. That there's no free will because every moment is predetermined by everything leading up to it. So that conforms really well with the Buddhist idea of causes and conditions.
Mm-hmm. So you're bringing a Buddhist understanding of cause and conditions, and let me. Can you one more time say that to me about what leads to it?
So, so Ingrid was talking about how the very next moment is predetermined by everything leading up to it. So in that sense, there is no free will.
Yeah. So every next moment is determined, but what leads to it. So
Right.
there's no free will.
Right. And that's what the Buddhists call causes and conditions.
Mm-hmm. And that is that cause and condition that Buddhists refer to.
And another primal concept of Buddhism is that there really isn't, that none of us that there is no self,
Mm-hmm.
which is a really difficult concept.
Mm-hmm. And one of the difficult concept to grasp is that concept of no self.
Right. And then in Pali, the language of the Buddha is anatta, no
Mm-hmm.
self.
Mm-hmm. In the Pali language, anatta, no self.
Right. And so essentially, my understanding of anatta is that basically all we are is dust with attitude.
Mm-hmm. So the way you view it, the way you understand anatta is that we are dust with attitude.
Right. And so the whole notion of determinism or free will really goes out the window. Stuff is just happening, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can imagine that we're doing something about it, but in fact, stuff is just happening.
Mm-hmm. So your understanding of it is that things just happen, so we can just throw away determinism of free will. Yeah.
Right. So, um, I'm sitting here thinking about what I might want to. I guess there's an illusion of free will. I feel like I can decide what I'm going to do next,
Mm-hmm.
but there's an ancient Buddhist, a monk, a really famous quotation, which I'm probably going to butcher, but it basically boils down to uh, 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 don't try to figure anything out. Don't worry about the past or the future. Just relax and rest.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But meanwhile, there's people killing each other, and that. So I feel like I have to do something about that. I have no choice. am driven to try to do something. So here I am. Here we are.
So you're expressing this dilemma that on one hand, the Buddha is saying, well, there's no past, there's no future, just relax, things happening. And then, but then also saying what people killing people, and you feel like you want to do something, and it's not like a choice, it's more like a drive inside you.
And so it's this notion of addiction. Somebody mentioned habit a while ago. That's an interesting phenomenon, addiction, because that's directly confronting the issue of free will. Like the alcoholic who tries through sheer force of will to stop drinking and is unable.
So addiction is an interesting phenomena that goes against free will, because if alcoholic tries to stop drinking, use the will, it's not really working.
However, there are alcoholics who manage to abstain. And well, one method is a 12-step program, Alcoholics Anonymous. And the root idea of that is to appeal to a higher power. That I'm my own, I am powerless. So I hand it over to a higher power.
There are some alcoholics who overcome that addiction, maybe not necessarily come from their will. When they follow 12 steps, they turning over to higher power to help them with this.
Right. So just I was raised a fundamentalist Christian, and I went through the whole process of catechism and bought into it completely until age 14, when I saw in the Los Angeles Times an article that the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, which was the group that I was involved with, supported capital punishment.
So you were raised as a fundamental Christian, and you were following the teaching until the age of 14, when you've heard that a Lutheran church was in favor of capital punishment.
And so I went, okay, thou shalt not kill, but capital punishment is okay. But thou shalt not kill, but capital punishment, and my brain exploded. And from thence forward, I became a militant atheist.
And you are pondering around this hypocrisy that in some way they saying, oh, you shall not kill, and then they advocating for capital punishment, and from then on you become an atheist.
I feel heard. Thank you very much, Beata.
Thank you, William. Edwin, will you listen to me?
Listening.
So I was optimistic about changes until you brought the topic of AI.
So you're optimistic about change until people started talking about AI.
I don't have a strong opinion about it. I am in a space where I'm watching it, and and I actually don't know really what to think about it.
Yeah, you're just watching AI and not so sure what to even think about it.
And I have concerns, and I'm hearing those concerns, and I'm also fascinated by it.
Yeah, you just hear people sharing their concerns, so you kind of have some concerns because they have concerns, but there's also a fascination just watching what's happening.
And I'm kind of comparing this to nuclear energy, that in some way it feels so useful, can resolve so many problems, and on the other hand can destroy completely the planet and humans and other beings.
So you see like an analogy between AI and nuclear, that it can be very dangerous, destroy a lot, but also has benefits. And the same way with AI, you feel.
Yeah, so just playing with it, and I don't know, yes, how human will be responsible and how it will handle that challenge. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, just don't know how is humanity going to deal with this challenge.
Mm-hmm. So it's very interesting for me to to a little bit contemplate what we've been experiencing for the last 8 hours. Like, not 8 hours yet, but coming to it.
Yeah, I just find to sort of contemplate what's kind of been happening in the last almost 8 hours, 7 hours and 15 minutes. Just contemplate the experience.
Yeah. So I feel tired, but not tired in a way that I want to leave or I need to do something. I just feel slower, maybe not that coherent. Um, but I feel also this part that feels energized, that, wow, I actually, there was enough energy in me to continue and be with you.
Yeah, so you're feeling tired, but not like so tired that you just want to leave. On the other hand, you feel like energized and wow, I was here for almost 8 hours, and I want to do this.
It feels a little bit like being just before the New Year Eve, the midnight. It's just we coming, for me it's midnight, like soon. So I'm just coming to 12 o'clock, and there will be like big explosion of something.
It's like New Year's where you're staying up really late and then it's coming up to final 12 o'clock and there's a big explosion, big excitement at the end of it.
But it's really amazing that we've been together for 8 hours, talking, listening. I think I'm even experiencing a bit of sore throat of so much speaking. So speaking and listening, and it's just lovely to be free in it, like to not stop myself, to not block, just freely expressing.
Yeah, on one hand, from speaking so much, you have a little bit of a sore throat, but the other is just an openness and a freeness to be able to speak and not block yourself. It really sounds like you just really enjoy that feeling.
Mm-hmm. And listening to you and relating and feeling inspired. But every topic that was brought. Mm. Mm. it feels like a lack of words, basically.
So yeah, you just feels like a lack of words to describe what the experience was like. So,
And sometimes, Edwin, I'm wondering about you because I know that you've done possibly 1,000 of those circles, and you've done also so many interviews, possibly hundreds. And I've been wondering once, like, I wonder how that impacted your empathy, and like how that expanded it, or what new revelation it brought.
yeah, so you're just wondering about myself, having done hundreds, thousands of empathy circles, as well as hundreds of interviews on empathy. What's been the sort of the impact on my life? How's it really impacted me?
Mhm. Mhm. And that idea to go with it, not only for 8 hours, but let's say for 12 hours or 24 hours, or maybe entire month, like, wow, what could happen, who we could become if we go through such a, like a extreme process.
Yeah, so even expanding this 8 hours to 12 hours to 24 hours to a week, what would that really do to our experience and who we are? So just sitting with that question, wondering what would happen, sort of maybe a curiosity, maybe
And
even a little excitement about it, the possibility.
yeah, there is excitement, and I've been, I can be sometimes quite extreme, and when I feel like it's worth it to experiment something, I could go to extreme.
So if you think it's really worth experimenting with it, you could really take it to the extreme marathon of empathy.
Yeah, and I think like something like empathy circle, or just expanding empathy, I could take to extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like something you could take to the extreme.
Mm. Okay, and I will stop here. Thank you. I feel fully heard.
Okay, you feel heard. Then in that case, I will speak to Bob.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I love that energy of, take it to the extreme, because I kind of have that too. Because you take it, kind of take it to the nth degree. Sort of, a friend of mine once told me that I take things to the nth degree, take it to the extreme. Let's see where it goes.
So you're energized by the idea of extreme empathy.
And I was wanted to kind of go back to the occupy empathy, because I see that as sort of the extreme. And I was hearing, I feel optimistic, but then, I don't, all the AI negativity, fear, feel a little bit this, or we don't have agency. I'm in the have agency camp, that I think that we can have pretty big impact individually, if the situation is right.
So you feel optimistic about the possibilities for things like occupy empathy and other options that we have agency over.
Yeah, when we had taken the empathy tent out, more like 4 or 5 years ago, more, and it didn't like catch on, it didn't like start a whole movement. We got a lot of publicity and attention, but it didn't like impact the culture in a big way. But I think the situation now is maybe different.
So 4 or 5 years ago, there were many empathy tent events, and there was a great deal of publicity, but no real change in the culture. And you feel like this era, this mid-20s, might be a better time for something to happen that would have a better impact.
Yeah, I was in the publishing field before, and you see there's trends in society, and the book publishing sort of follows those trends. Like I was in the early computer trend, wrote some books about computers, but you couldn't do the same thing now because everybody knows it. And so there's just that sense of trends through society that happen.
You've had experience in the book publishing business, especially involving computers, and that phase may have passed, and you're wondering what sort of trend empathy might be connected with currently.
Yeah, there's different trends, and I see that I think what Trump is doing, he's a bit of a wrecking ball. He's like wrecking all these social structures, and it's sort of a disaster, but it's also an opportunity to create something new that wasn't there before. And I think that empathy can fill that space of something new.
So, in the wake of Trump's wrecking ball, there may be an opportunity for empathy to create something new.
And that's what the Occupy Empathy is about, is being more assertive and and that we can change culture, by taking this to more of an extreme in a very positive way. I think in a very healthy, positive way. And I think the society might be more ready because it's looking. I keep in the podcasts and so forth. I keep hearing everybody. They're good at criticizing the problem, but they don't have a solution. And I think that we have a solution to the problems.
So the time may be right, even in the midst of so many negative podcasts, for empathy to present a positive solution to some of the problems we face.
Yeah, and the empathy is it's a solution, but it's also a space for creating solutions. It's more like we're creating the social technology, the space for creating how solutions happen. And so that's how I kind of see it, like taking the empathy tent out, having politicians do empathy circles is creating a space for them to start doing problem solving together.
So the empathy tent and the empathy occupy activity are not just solutions in themselves, but they're space for creating solutions to other problems.
And so you create a context where new ideas can emerge and bubble up, and people discuss them and then take action on those that sort of bubble up, and discuss and then take action on those.
So empathy creates a context for dialogue and creativity and new ideas that can emerge from the empathy process.
And posing that question is like, okay, we've done the empathy circle now. Beata is sort of saying, looking at what happened. But there's also like, well, what do we do now? What's the next step? Right? So that's sort of the emergence. What has emerged out of this that we want to do next? And for me, it's giving me more energy about Occupy Empathy. It's like, yeah, going to keep working on this because just because I got to express it. And so that's sort of a next step for me.
So today's empathy marathon raises the question, what can we do next? So there's an opening and an opportunity for new things to happen.
Yeah, so we get started with the empathy tent here. I'm kind of looking at where to start. If we do it in Berkeley and then in Sacramento at the state capitol, and then to other cities, and then Washington, D.C. We go to London, we go to Warsaw. We got some, I think Beata would be a member at the London empathy tent.
So there's a whole globe full of opportunities for places to take the empathy process.
Mm-hmm. And the empathy movement, sort of grow the empathy movement. So, yeah, so I feel kind of optimistic about it. It's and I feel like more than a sand, one grain of 1% of 1% of a grain of sand. I feel like I got a whole bucket of sand to throw at the problem.
You feel optimistic that it's not just one grain of sand, it's a bucket full of sand.
Yeah. And I just know because I've talked to like the governor of California, about empathy, and I've just interacted with a lot of these, people, and I just know that it's kind of like Greta Thunberg, right? She just stood up in I think it was Sweden, like in their capital or something, demonstrated, and then started a whole big thing there just as one sort of a person. So it can be, the society has to be ready for it, but it can just be a spark that sort of sparks something bigger. And I think the society is getting more ready for this.
Just as Greta Thunberg was the first person to stand up as a one individual, there may be a time now for other individuals to stand up to create new important movements.
And yeah, I think the other part is that the society has to be ready. Like I think I tend to be too far in advance of things, like 5-10 years in advance of with the empathy tent. I mean, I started the empathy tent 2011, so that's it's 11. That's like 15 years ago, 14 years ago was the first empathy tent. And it was a little early then, but I think we're finally, the society might be finally getting there for taking some, doing this.
The time may be right for the empathy movement to evolve into an empathy culture.
And the kind of the next steps is what I'm thinking. What are the kind of practical next steps to do? And so that's what I got to kind of think through and discuss. Maybe doing an empathy marathon, just talking about the empathy tent. Like, let's have an empathy tent marathon where we're modeling the encampment, but we're doing it online as a test. So that might be an idea.
So you've got the idea of doing some actual testing to see what might work best in terms of empathy tent, empathy movement, Occupy Empathy as a public event.
And I've gone to when they had the No Kings rally, I went to the one in Sacramento and was scoping out the space. Like, oh, okay, if we do an empathy tent here in Sacramento, where would we set it up? And sort of checking out the place in sort of preparation. So I'm starting to lay some groundwork, for that.
So your experience with the No Kings events has helped you think about logistics and what might be a good place to do the empathy event.
Yeah, I went to the one in Sacramento and checked it out. Yeah.
So based on your experience in Sacramento, that may lead to something important next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel heard. It's my time.
Okay. Ingrid, would you please listen to me?
Yes.
Ah, I get this feeling of infinite possibility.
Yeah, you get the feeling of infinite possibility.
And phrases like psychedelic empathy, cosmic empathy, infinite empathy, eternal empathy, openness, spaciousness, these feel really good.
Mm. So the associations that come up are openness and spaciousness, psychedelic empathy, cosmic empathy, eternal empathy. It's very expansive concepts around empathy.
And I think about the Big Bang singularity, and maybe there's a empathic Big Bang singularity in the works.
So you think about the Big Bang singularity, and this brings up thought that there might be a empathic, not Big Bang singularity, in the works.
And this potential, this creative opportunity it sparkles for me.
It really sparkles, this opportunity, the creativity of it.
Yeah. And I think about these hours of good vibrations and mutual empathy, um, little ripples that can contribute to this eventual big event.
So you feel this time, these hours of mutual listening kind of reverberate in you, and it feels like from there they can go out and have a ripple effect and contribute to the big expansion of empathy.
Yes. And I love the idea of helping educate AI with positive, benevolent input.
You love the idea of giving AI benevolent and positive input and educating it that way.
Yeah. So that's pretty groovy stuff.
Pretty groovy.
Ingrid, thank you for listening. I feel fully heard. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, William, I'm gonna go back to you.
I'm listening.
The term that comes up for me is surrender.
So the word in your mind right now is surrender.
Because I think if I kind of surround myself with positive ideas, and I mean the empathy circle a lot, don't think about AI. I don't need to surrender because things are okay.
So if you have nothing but a positive outlook, then there's really no need to surrender.
Yeah. Except there is.
Except there is.
Yeah, I mean, because good or bad, it doesn't matter. Either way, we we I mean, I shouldn't say now I'm on the soapbox if I say we need to surrender. But to me, surrender is kind of the it's the giving up, giving yourself up. And I think we're talking about that bigger consciousness. So be it Bob's Big Bang empathy, being Edwin's Occupy empathy, be it social technologies, being the we space, or being the Buddhist concept of non-self. It's all this space beyond one's own, or be it the no will. It's the space that's beyond me.
So what I'm hearing between the lines there is that since stuff is just happening, why not get on board?
Yeah, so there is, if your life is good or bad, if good or bad things happen, you can enter that space only by surrendering yourself, your ideas, your design for life, even your values. And it seems like what's happening in the world may force us to surrender.
So good or bad, it is what it is. And why not be a part of it?
Yeah,
And
it's
in fact, your hand may be forced at some point.
a difficult thing for me. I don't like surrendering much.
It just rubs against your grain.
It does, yeah. I like I'm noticing the holding on to control and develop ever expanding concepts that kind of justify the control or whatever you want to call it.
So you find yourself clinging to the idea of control.
Yeah, I don't if you want to call it clinging, but the word doesn't ring a bell with me because clinging has something forceful, but the way how my mind wants to cling is becoming more subtle, but it's still clinging, but it doesn't feel like clinging. It feels more like seeping in the, it doesn't feel like clinging so much.
So your attitude towards this is much more subtle than this grotesque idea of clinging.
Yeah. So this is an incredibly expansive exploration in just a few words. And I have a sense that which is kind of unusual, that you are with me in it.
Hmm. So um, I'm I'm hearing what I'm hearing you saying is that you're surprised that I'm with you in this.
You and everyone.
This was the big you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So you're surprised that all of us are with you in this.
yeah. Is for me the way how I sense myself expressing is it's very associative and going a little here, a little there, and so
So um, the way you're expressing yourself is that you spread yourself out,
hmm
that you don't throw everything into one direction, that you're kind of broad spectrum.
mm. There's a sense. I'm not sure if I can completely um, identify with it, but it's kind of this whiff that I almost sense it's because it's like you all represent a little bit of me, and that allows me to feel my own multitude of being.
Uh, you're melting my mind.
I know, I know,
So
my own is melting
you
too.
you look out at all of us and you see aspects of yourself in all of us.
Yeah, yeah, I do, and it's this is another way of dissolving the self, right?
So this is another way is basically spreading yourself at the atomic level out completely.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this. I never watch recordings of anything, but this is what I'm gonna have to watch. It's I don't know. I
So you're self-conscious right now.
I don't know. It's just I feel like I'm really in some unknown space of exploration.
So you're in the cave and you didn't put wrap the string around the tree, and
I
so
did
you're in
not
the
know.
cave.
I for the last about hour or so, I was re-energized and I feel relaxed in a very specific way that I can't name.
So you're talking about your felt sense right now, that it's
Mhm.
relaxed in an unusual way.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with allowing each other those explorations that each one of us does.
So you have an idea that perhaps this feeling of relaxation is coming from the fact that you're granting all of us permission to explore widely.
Everyone does to each other, yeah.
Mm. That we all are share in this permissiveness to explore.
Yes, the word satisfaction comes to my mind. It's very satisfying.
So you're satisfied with what's going on right now.
Yeah. So thank you. I feel heard.
Thank you, Ingrid. Jesse,
Yes, I'm listening.
I'm feeling um, like I was a wet blanket there with my AI stuff.
You feel like you feel like a wet blanket on you right now.
That was another idiom. I realized that that I should explore the use of idioms more carefully, especially with non-native speakers. And Jesse, your English is a lot better than my Chinese. I bow to both of to non-native speakers. You guys are
Well, you are very humble because you haven't lived in China 30 years. Yeah, what wet blanket means here.
so that's how you put out a fire with a wet blanket.
Okay. So you put out a fire with the AI?
So I put out the fire of our enthusiasm with the wet blanket of AI.
Mm. Yeah, okay. It's like you pour up, in Chinese, you pour up water to the optimism of AI. Okay.
Yeah. So to end on a positive note, I under I am essentially extremely optimistic um, because of the numinous.
On the positive note, you are extremely optimism about AI's development.
No, I'm not optimistic about AI development. I'm optimistic about the the bare fact that we exist is a miracle beyond any possible imagining
So you are optimism about the existing of the human being,
of everything.
of of the nature, and your optimism about um, the the creature of the world, the nature.
Yeah, it's like basically there can't be nothing because it violates Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty.
So you think possibly it can be barely nothing. Um,
There can't be nothing.
it can be nothing, and then now we have a variety of abundant world. We having an abundant world.
Um, and um, I've just had experiences that that are as real as anything that I've ever experienced that are just unutterably positive. That there's not, I mean, there's nothing to worry about. Everything is just fine.
So really, for today, as of today, you don't really have anything to worry about. Everything's fine as it is. Your life is fine. Everybody around your family is fine. Everything's fine.
Except for the fact, well, meanwhile, there's the worst possible agony and the most extreme bliss all happening at once. So,
Oh,
so that's, that's a hard one to hold on to.
and you also realize everything can happen at once, so you never know what to expect.
So I watch what's going on in the world and it breaks my heart.
Watch what's going on in the world. It broke your heart. It break your heart.
And so compelled to do something about it.
And you compelled to do something about it.
Yeah, and this this is the best game in town that I know about right now. This is hot stuff that we're working with. It works.
And the empathy circle works, and it's the hardest game around.
Thank you, Jesse. I feel very heard.
You're welcome. Thank you. Do we have more time?
Yep.
We have 11 minutes.
What do you
Any
want to do?
ideas of how to end the
What do you want to do?
how about we do a mirrored motion? Like I haven't done that in a long time. It's if you kind of sense what it is that you're feeling in the moment and then turn it into a physical motion and we get to a mirrored physical motion of it. It's actually, I might want to do this more for, okay, 1 second. If I want to do this more throughout the next marathon, because it gets you into your body. So, William, you had something already. You were kind of okay. So we just mirror. Oh, it's a kind of a standing up too,
Well,
right?
I had to for the camera. This is a soft place. This is a real beauty place right there. Yeah. I'm so grateful to all of you. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else have one feeling? Like, what are you feeling at the moment?
I have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. Is that you, Ingrid? I have a feeling it's just the way the and the sound Yeah, that's it. Jesse or Bob, you got one? Jesse, anything? How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I think doing that throughout every hour or so might just be helpful because it's a lot of dialogue and getting into the body, I think would be good. So for the next marathon, we'll have that be. And I think we'll take it to the extreme, maybe a 12-hour, or maybe we'll up at 10 hours.
I want to know how everyone feels about taking the breaks more as they come up and not in between. I'm not sure if I have an opinion about it, but I'm interested in hearing yours.
I like people just taking off on their own, coming back, and then the energy keeps going. And somehow when everybody was eating, I kind of liked that it was like everybody was sort of chewing on food. It felt like, yeah, sort of like we had a meal together or something. So for me, it was okay.
Bob?
I felt comfortable doing my own scheduled breaks. I felt like I wasn't disrupting anything, and it was nice to go out and come back and not feel like it was seamless.
Mm.
It was a bit disruptive to me, but I acclimated to it. So maybe a little bit more discussion at the front end about how it works.
Yeah, I had wanted in the beginning that we take breaks together because I felt that it would be less of an interruption. However, I also understood how one could experience taking the breaks like we did was less of an interruption. I felt when I ate that I didn't pay as much attention, so I might as well have. It may have been more effective to eat together, and it was also a little. Um, it's like wondering when is somebody gonna leave or so. I think I did feel good about the coherence and the ongoing togetherness, but I think I might want to see how it feels to in the middle just take a 15 minutes break for everyone. I'd like to see what the difference is.
Yeah, one I didn't want to leave because I didn't want to miss anything. So I consequently I extended way beyond my point of comfort.
Me too.
I actually feel um my energy consumed because I feel hungry. Usually, I don't feel that much hungry. I think I use a lot of energy. That's a good sign that I'm using my brain, I think. So I would appreciate a break, like a 10 or 15 minutes break, and to refresh a little bit, or in the middle we can like we have with the circle at the end of the circle we have if everybody have a what do you call a maybe we can do it in the middle of to do a everybody have a what do you call a reflect
Debrief.
debrief, yeah, in the middle after lunch, and then we go back to our state. It's not like a restarting.
I've been involved in a process that's sort of analogous to this. It was essentially 2.5 days of circle, pretty much nonstop, but there were breaks just to move the body and for bio breaks and to grab some food, but like 15-minute breaks, and that seemed to work well. Where and sometimes conversation was ruled out while we were on break, and other times it was encouraged. So that's like variables you can play with.
And Beata, do you have any thoughts on that?
Mm. Not about breaks. I like that the flow that I could go whenever I need it. But maybe something like just the closure, like the ending, the briefing, that would be nice.
Okay, well, maybe next time we'll try a break just to test it. And what kind of a debrief? More than what we did, or like a 15-minute debrief to hear from everyone?
Yeah, I think we usually go around here and we just say how we feel and what's happened for us.
Okay, do you want to do that? We've got 2 minutes.
I feel tired and very satisfied. Yeah.
I kind of showed it in my emotion. I felt kind of feel sort of floaty and kind of that kind of a feel. Yeah, excited too. Kind of it's not energized about possibilities.
I feel like I've been very fortunate to be with all of you, and especially you, Beata. It's midnight where you are, or 1 o'clock, or some ungodly hour. You're heroic. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
I feel a need for a particular type of rest. Not so much because I'm tired, but I feel something in me wants to just process and integrate everything. And I'm gonna lie down and let my unconscious part do that. And I feel very, very filled up with all of your sharing and also your willingness to listen and be there. It's like I think that listening it's an amplifier. If one person listens to one, that's great. But 5 people listen to one person, it's more than just 5 people listening to one.
I feel my mind is all over from neural connection to what William said, no self, what's it called, a no self, and every decision is predetermined. That's very interesting, and no free will. That's the first time I heard about it, but it's when I think about it, it's true. And the what are happening to AI and everything, changed so fast. So at the end, I feel relieved, which is I decided to just go with the flow. It's like everybody think there's nothing we can control. I mean, that's how the universe created this world. So I just go with flow of the universe. So I feel like my mind was working very hard trying to understand everybody what they're saying, but at the end I come to the conclusion, go with the flow, and I'm very satisfied. Thank you.
Bob, last word.
I'm very grateful for being part of this and so grateful for the empathy offered and received. And I'm glad I was here. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, we'll just hands. Yeah. See you next time, next marathon, couple
Love you
months.
guys. You're awesome. You're all amazing.
Yeah, thanks,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.